the distinguished guest of honor, Secretary Textiles, senior officials from the Ministry of Textiles, esteemed experts, industry leaders, speakers, and all our respected invitees. We'd request you all to please kindly take your seats. If you have friends and colleagues who are still outside, please do tell them to come and join us inside. We will begin the program with the arrival of the Honorable Minister of State for External Affairs and Textiles, Shri Pabitra Margarita. He will be first visiting, upon his arrival to the venue, the GI theme display and the live loom demonstration, and thereafter he will be joining us inside the hall.
पीछे हैं, कृपया करके आगे आ जाएं। माननीय मंत्री महोदय सभागार में आने ही वाले हैं। कोई बात नहीं, आप बोल दो, रिक्वेस्टेड टू कम फॉरवर्ड, मीडिया को छोड़ दो।
आप में से उपस्थित देवियों और सज्जनों, सभी से हमारा अनुरोध है, जो लोग पीछे की ओर बैठे हुए हैं, आपसे हमारा अनुरोध है कि आगे की ओर आ जाएं, क्योंकि आगे काफी स्थान रिक्त पड़े हैं। तो आपसे अनुरोध है कि आप उन सीट्स पर बैठ जाएं जो आगे की तरफ खाली हैं। अब ये वहां से पोडियम पे
इसको बोल देते हैं कि फॉरेन बायर्स को आगे ले लें।
No, that's okay.
ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर थीम पेविलियन पे आ गए। हेलो, please note, Honorable Minister is already in the premise and visiting the theme pavilion. All foreign buyers, if they are finding it difficult, may come forward on the forward seats, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have just been joined by Shri Pavitra Margarita ji, the Honorable Minister of State for External Affairs and Textiles, accompanied by the esteemed guest of honor, Srimati Neelam Shami Rao, Secretary, Government of India, Ministry of Textiles. They are due to join us inside the hall any moment now, so please kindly remain seated. And also, before we start, a gentle reminder to please do remember to either switch off your cell phones or put them on silent mode. We shall be starting the program with the arrival of the Honorable Minister, accompanied by all the dignitaries. Once again, a gentle reminder, if you see seats which are empty right in front of you, please do come and join us in the front, especially for the people who are sitting at the back. Our colleagues are still on the outside. We will request you to please call them and make sure that they are here with us inside the hall. And I request you all to please kindly do greet the Honorable Minister with an applause as soon as he enters the hall. We shall all greet him together. Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Minister, accompanied by the dignitaries, has already gone through the live loom demonstration. Let's greet him with an applause. A very warm welcome to Sri Pavitra Margarita, the Honorable Minister of State for External Affairs and Textiles, Government of India, accompanied by our esteemed guest of honor, Srimati Neelam Shami Rao, Secretary to Government of India, Ministry of Textiles. Also joining us on the days, Dr. M. Beena, Development Commissioner, Handlooms, Ministry of Textiles. A warm welcome to Srimati Amrit Raj, Development Commissioner, Handicrafts, Ministry of Textiles. We extend a warm welcome to Dr. Unnat P. Pandit, Comptroller General of Patents, Designs and Trademarks, ROC, GI and SI CLDR, seated with us on the days. A warm welcome to Sri Kartikeya Dhanda, Secretary Textiles Committee. Warm welcome to you, sir. We are shortly expecting the additional secretary to join us. We are expecting the arrival of Srimati Aarti Kanwar. Honorable dignitaries on the days, distinguished invitees, ladies and gentlemen, it is a matter of great honor and privilege to welcome you all to the GI and Beyond 2.0 Summit, which is being held today here at Bheem Hall, Dr. Ambedkar International Center. We are deeply privileged to have with us the Honorable Minister of State for External Affairs and Textiles, Sri Pavitra Margarita ji. A very warm welcome to you, sir. A distinguished guest of honor, Srimati Neelam Shami Rao, Secretary to Government of India, Ministry of Textiles, and the esteemed dignitaries who have taken their seats on the days this morning. At the outset, I request all the dignitaries to kindly join us for the lighting of the lamp. The lighting of the lamp symbolizes new and auspicious beginnings. So we mark this occasion with paying our obeisance to Lord Almighty. Let's take this moment, let's bow down our heads and pray for the success of one and all.
तुम चेक करना एक ही लग रही है
नहीं लग रही है पता नहीं
अबे लग रही है
इनकी लग रही होगी इनकी लग रही होगी
अबे इनकी तो ईपी चाहिए
पता नहीं भाई पिता केबल लगी मुझे नहीं पता
अरे देख लो यार
अब ईपी लगी कौन सी केबल है मुझे नहीं पता
तो यार ईपी नहीं जानते तुम
ईपी जानता हूँ
हर से आ रही केवल देख लो
भाई ये 4-5
18-19 में देख लो 18-19 में लग रही होगी
18-19 में नहीं लगी 18-19 पे लग रही है
देख लो
लग रही है
लग रही है ना अनम्यूट है ना
हाँ देखने कितना बेकार लग रहा है देख
We now move on to felicitation of the Honorable Chief Guest and the esteemed guest of honor and the dignitaries on the days. May I first request Dr. M. Beena, Development Commissioner, Handlooms, to kindly welcome the Honorable Minister, Sri Pavitra Margarita ji. We extend a warm welcome to Srimati Neelam Shami Rao, the esteemed guest of honor. I'll request Dr. Beena to kindly do us the honors. We extend a very warm welcome to Srimati Amrit Raj, DC Handicrafts, Ministry of Textiles. May I request Srimati Swayam Prabha Pani, Additional Development Commissioner Handlooms, Ministry of Textiles, to kindly welcome the honored dignitary.
The podium light, bhai.
We extend a warm welcome to Dr. M. Beena, Development Commissioner Handlooms. I'll request Srimati Pani to do us the honors. We extend a warm welcome to Dr. Unnat P. Pandit, Comptroller General of Patents, Designs and Trademarks, ROCGI and SICLDR. I request Sri Nipun Pandey, ADC Handlooms, Ministry of Textiles, to please welcome the honored dignitary. A very warm welcome to you, sir. We extend a warm welcome to Sri Kartikeya Dhanda, Secretary Textiles Committee. I'll request Sri Nipun Pandey to kindly do us the honors.
मैंने सही होंगे मैंने दे दिया फिर मैंने देखा अरे चल नहीं रहा दिक्कत तो आती है
Once again, we extend a very warm welcome to all the honored dignitaries who have joined us here today, on the days and off the days. I now request
है या डाली है लेता
Professor Dr. Unnat P. Pandit, Controller General of Patents, Designs and Trademarks, ROCGIN SICLDR, to kindly address the August gathering. Please put your hands together and give a warm welcome.
साथ में जा
Sorry, this is a very happy day for all of us who are part of the GI ecosystem. Honorable Minister of States, Ministry of Textiles and External Affairs, Shri Pabitra Margarita ji, Honorable Secretary of Textiles, Madam Neelam Shami Rao ji, Development Commissioner, Handicrafts, Madam Amrit Raj ji, DDG, Ministry of Textiles, Shri Akhilesh Kumar ji. Akhilesh ji, I'll request you to please join us on stage. Akhilesh ji.
मैं चाहिए किसी
The Controller General of Patent, Shri Unnat Pandit ji, Secretary Textile Committee, Shri Kartikeya Dhanda ji, the who is who of the GI ecosystem in India. A very warm welcome to all of you. Today we have assembled today as GI Summit 2. If you may recall, we had done the first GI Summit, where for the first time, we brought the concept of GI and beyond. While GI is a common terminology which all the state governments, all the who's who in the ecosystem are working together for, what is the value addition that it brings to the sector? What is the way forward? How can it actually become an engine of economic growth is something we delve to explore in GI and beyond. So today's session is based on these lines. We have had tremendous progress over the last GI Summit in terms of new registrations, both in the handloom sector and in the handicraft sector. And overall, the kind of awareness which has come, the increase in the number of authorized users. In fact, the National Handloom Development Corporation has done commendable work in increasing the number of authorized users. And awareness about GI has gone to virtually every cluster in the country. Now the time has come for us to convert this momentum into actual economic progress. And this will be by way of increasing the marketing opportunities, increasing the exports, and creating awareness of GI into every seller, into every authorized user. So that is the purpose of GI and Beyond Summit 2.0. It is my privilege to welcome the dignitaries to this August gathering. At the outset, let me first welcome our Honorable Minister of State, Sri Pabitra Margarita ji, who is a proponent of the India's handloom sector. He always wears handloom, he always supports handloom, and wherever he goes, he is our brand ambassador. So we are honored for your presence here. You have come here and you will be handing over the GI certificates to authorized users. You will be inaugurating this session. Thank you so much for your presence and a very warm welcome to you, sir. Our Honorable Secretary, Madam Neelam Shami Rao, is the guiding force behind Ministry of Textiles, all these initiatives. She gives us energy, she gives us guidance, she gives us support. And she's very much interested in giving India's GI sector more strength, more momentum, and more economic realization. A very warm welcome to you, madam. The offices of DC Handloom and DC Handicraft are sister organizations. If you may have noticed in the display that is arranged outside, we find handloom and handicraft objects which come together in this beautiful tapestry of India Handmade. A very warm welcome to our sister organization, Office of DC Handicraft, and a very warm welcome to Madam Amrit Raj, DC Handicrafts. No ministry is good if it does not have the robust database. DDG Akhilesh Kumar is our driving force. He looks after data, he brings analysis into every report. He's in a way the intellectual property of the ministry. A very warm welcome to you, Akhilesh. Shri Unnat Pandit ji is a VIP here today. Sir and ma'am, without his permission, no GI can be registered in India. So, Unaji, thank you for all your support, all the support you are giving to the sector. And we have very lofty ambitions. The numbers we are today, we want to take it 5x. And this will be possible only if you give us the support and guidance. A very warm welcome to you, Unaji. Textile Committee is another organization which provides a lot of support in the GI sector. They themselves have got a long list of products which they have registered under GI. Karthikey Danda gives us support in all the GI initiatives of the ministry. In the last GI 1.0 also, he was there supporting us. A very warm welcome to you, Karthikey ji. We have the doyens of the GI sector, the experts without whom none of these registrations are possible. We have Rajnikant ji, we have Sanjay Gandhi ji, we have a host of luminaries here who are very actively working in the GI sphere. A very warm welcome to each one of you. I also warmly welcome the GI authorized users. Ultimately, today's seminar is for you as to how you can convert the GI opportunity into the GI advantage. A very warm welcome to all the GI authorized users. I also warmly welcome the foreign buyers who are here today, because at the end of the day, we want to convert the GI advantage into an export advantage. A very warm welcome to the foreign buyers who have come at the behest of Handloom Export Promotion Council. And to HEPC, which is the driving force behind today's event. A warm welcome to the chairman and all the office bearers of HEPC. A warm welcome to each one of you. I also welcome the senior colleagues from Ministry of Textiles and the Office of DC Handloom and the Office of DC Handicraft. A very warm welcome to each one of you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for this warm welcome address. May I now take the pleasure of requesting Professor Dr. Unnat P. Pandit to kindly address the August gathering. Please welcome with an applause.
It is privilege for the GI registry to be part of this event in the august presence of Sri Pabitra Margarita ji, Minister of State for External Affairs and Textile Government of India. And we all are fortunate to get the blessings from Srimati Neelam Shami Rao ji, Secretary Textile Government of India. And the initiative which has been catalyzed by Dr. M. Beena ji, Development Commissioner Handloom, the GI catalyst, the authorized users, and the foreign catalyst of this entire value chain which the government wants to build here as part of this GI initiative. I'm quite happy to share some update here. In last financial year, first time GI registry has received 510 GI application, which is all-time high. And further, I'm much delighted to share that we have a very small GI registry in Chennai. And this GI registry has conducted this year more than 300 consultative group meetings to review the GI application, to have the consultation with all the authorized users, to verify the GI-ness in a 9-element test which has been established by the GI registry. Shiva Kumar is here representing the GI registry. And soon these GIs are further going to add the value. And sir, I am happy to share with you that in Assam, first time 4 days marathon CGM we have conducted, and we have reviewed more than 45 GI applications. This is something which is the passion of a Northeast, which is attracting the GI registry. And not just first time we have had the consultative group meeting held in Nagaland, Tripura, Manipur. We have, and for Arunachal Pradesh, we have second time we have done this consultative group meetings. This is something which is providing the energy to respect the Indian culture, Indian heritage, Indian textile, Indian weaving sector, which is preserved by the artisans. And that is something which is the most important to look into the GI and beyond in 2.0. As ma'am has earlier mentioned that we need to create a value creation out of the GI. GI is going to be a biggest value multiplier in next coming years. We have seen the foreign buyers who have attended this GI and beyond. And for multiplier effect, we need to embed the technology. We need to make sure that technology is going to be utilized for the quality assessment. Technology is going to be utilized for the preservance of the information which is embedded with the GI, and how the traceability can also be established. With the, especially in the textile sector, I am quite happy under the dynamic leadership of Honorable Secretary Ma'am, the entire sector is utilizing the efforts and facilitation provided by the Textile Ministry. We need to utilize this to the last mile, and to make sure that this last mile utilization is enabled. We have a time throughout the day for brainstorming, defining the strategies, how we are going to be offering this benefit for the artisans, and beyond artisans, how this traceability is also going to be tracked by the buyers. We need to build the confidence on the quality which has been offered to the buyers. And this is something where the technology is going to be playing a pivotal role. It has already been started. Now, if at all some policy intervention is required, GI registry is quite happy to participate in this kind of a policy intervention, ma'am, if it is required. I can see that with the efforts of the government, the GI is seeing the multiplier effect in filing and registration in last 4 years. We have more than 300% growth year over year, which is happening in the authorized user. At one point in time, there were around 3,000 authorized user. Sir, I am happy to share here that currently we have 48,000 authorized user. This is the effect of a commitment under the dynamic leadership of Honorable PM, who himself is the GI ambassador for bringing all the GI gifts to the foreign trips, and to various dignitaries he is offering the GI gifts. And definitely this culture has been adopted well by all the ministries and departments. This is something which is becoming a part of our development journey in the government. I am so happy that GI and Beyond 2.0 is further going to add the multiplier effect. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your thoughts and vision with us. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the pleasure of having in our midst this morning the esteemed guest of honor, Srimati Neelam Shami Rao, IAS, Secretary, Ministry of Textiles. May I request her to kindly address the August gathering. Please welcome with an applause.
Honorable Minister of State, External Affairs and Ministry of Textiles, Shri Pavitra Margareta ji. My colleagues on the dais, Professor Uneji, Akhilesh ji, two Development Commissioners, Textile Committee, Chairman HEPC, members of various UN agencies, and the audience out here, including the artisans who weave the very GI. I can see two wonderful ladies wearing the Kulu caps and the shawls from Himachal. GI and Beyond 2.0 Summit today is a testimony of the continuity of the heritage of passing on and strengthening the momentum of the authenticity, traceability, and also giving the geographical identity to our handicrafts and handlooms together. I'm glad that the Office of DC has started this discourse in the ministry and also with the stakeholders in a broader way to bring the efforts on GI to the center stage. How does a small thing becomes a movement is exactly this perseverance. Last year, when we were discussing that fine, we've got about 400 odd GIs. We've registered, we are continuously looking for newer clusters. There are two questions that bothered us. What next? What is that we need to do with these GIs? It's fine, the clusters have been recognized, the product has been recognized. How does this translate? And there were two questions which were forefronted in the ministry by the Honorable Minister and the Honorable Minister of State. In those discourses, I remember, Honorable Minister asked, it's fine, at one point of time you will end up putting the GI, it's 4 decades, 5 decades will become the new GIs. So the movement of GI in handloom and handicraft is a continuous process. As the clusters emerge, they age, they get value. Those GI journeys will have to be done by the generations to come. The second question that MOS may not remember, but in one of the discourses, you asked, do you really get to monetize these GIs? It's fine that identity is there. Is there a monetization of the GI for the benefit of the artisans? Those are the two questions which, as a policy maker in the ministry, we are considering. One good thing which emerged out of those discussions last year, and I recall that meeting, the DC has also mentioned it. The meeting with the NHDC, where NHDC Managing Director presented certain numbers and certain work he was doing in an area, if I recall correctly, it was northeastern area. He said we have been able to make that many authorized users. And he volunteered that I can do more. I'm happy to hear what the DC Handloom today said, that this has proliferated further and there are many more end users, authorized users who are partnering this journey of GI. And sir, that is the first step for monetization. More the users, more their work can be traced, more they are on the registry, more they are visible to the consumers and the buyers. And therefore, this whole momentum gains only when there are many more end users. What is more important is, again, that how these benefits accrue to the artisans. तो जो भी GI की बातचीत है, जो भी GI का कामकाज है, वो हमारे आर्टिजन्स तक कैसे पहुंच रहा है और आर्टिजन्स उसका फायदा कैसे उठा रहे हैं. उनकी तो विरासत है, विरसे में उन्हें मिला है, लेकिन क्या ये विरसा आगे विरसा रह पाएगा या नहीं? आगे उस इलाके के लोग सीख पाएंगे या नहीं, या सीखना चाहेंगे, या उन चीज़ों को बनाने में रुचि रखेंगे या नहीं? ये भी एक बड़ी चुनौती है. और इसमें जो हैंडलूम और हैंडीक्राफ्ट की भूमिका है, हमारे DCs की, हमारी राज्य सरकारों की, हमारे फील्ड में मौजूद लोगों की, और जो लोग इस कामकाज से जुड़े हुए हैं उनकी भी, इंक्लूडिंग जो लोग इसे बेचने का काम करते हैं उनसे सोर्स करके, एक आर्टिजन्स को वाजिब दाम देना, जिससे कि आगे आने वाली पीढ़ी उस चीज को सीखने के लिए निश्चित तौर पर तैयार रहे. वाजिब दाम मिलेगा उनकी मेहनत का तो वो उस काम को करते रहना चाहेंगे. अदरवाइज दे हैव मेनी मोर एस्पिरेशनल एवेन्यूज टुडे, एंड इट नीड नॉट टू बी. Children are necessarily not the shadow of the parents. They shouldn't be. The life is aspirational. What they should find is the craft is also aspirational. So how do we keep the GI as the continuing heritage is also a responsibility. The role of technology in this discourse is extremely, extremely important. Because that keeps the things aspirational, that keeps the things growing. So how do we use the digital technologies? How do we archive the intelligence, heritage, document it better, and make it usable to the artisans? यानी वापस उनके पास तक उन चीज़ों को हम कैसे ले आ पाते हैं. मुझे इस बात की खुशी है कि आज पूरे दिन आप लोग जो बातचीत करोगे उसमें इन सब चीज़ों की बातचीत आप लोगों ने शामिल की. और सर सबसे महत्वपूर्ण अगर हम देखें तो आज के कार्यक्रम में जो सत्रों का चयन किया है, जो सेशंस डिफाइन किए हैं डीसी ऑफिस ने, वो बड़े इंटरेस्टिंग हैं। एक जहां पर आईटी मद्रास अपनी जीआई के पूरे नए डिजिटल प्लेटफॉर्म्स की चर्चा करने जा रहा है और प्रोफेसर मणिवन्नन और उनकी टीम प्रोफेसर जॉन अगस्टीन के साथ में इसमें बातचीत करेगी। मुझे लगता है ये एक महत्वपूर्ण चर्चा होगी। मेरी अनुरोध है कि इस चर्चा में जब आर्टिजन शामिल हों, उनकी बातचीत को भी, उनके प्रश्नों को भी और उनकी शंकाओं को भी समझा जाए और सुना जाए। दूसरा सत्र जो जीआई रजिस्ट्रेशन और आईपीआर के बारे में होगा, और मुझे इसमें कोई चिंता भी नहीं है। ये सत्र में तो प्रोफेसर उन्हें को महारत है। उन्होंने इतने सारे कंसल्टेशंस पिछले पूरे साल में किए हैं और इसके लिए मैं आपको बधाई देती हूँ। आपने जीआई, आईपीआर मतलब सुनने में ही कॉम्प्लिकेटेड लगता है, पर कितना इंटेलेक्चुअल होगा, नाम में ही भारीपन है। उसको सरल करने का काम, उसे लोगों तक पहुंचाने का काम, उसको समझाने का काम किया है और उससे एक जो आर्टिजन का रिश्ता है, वो रिश्ता कितना सहज बन सके, इसके लिए रास्ता बनाने की कोशिश की है। आई एम श्योर दिस सेशन will throw in more pathways and the lights for us to discuss and get on to the next cycle of work as well as the strategies. Now, when we sell, do as consumers we buy that this is a GI product. That's why I want to buy. I am a collector of GI. I think we must promote these collectors of GIs. We must encourage this as a thing with which people can associate. In fact, we should, all hobbies at one point of time used to have some name or the other, including the coin collection, the philately for the stamp collection, and so on. So GI collection in handicraft and handlooms also come up with its own name, and you could probably put it on MyGov and ask Desh ka Janta what should be the name of this hobby, and probably they will be the best champions and the careers. This importance of GI products in domestic market to see primarily two things. As a consumer, there is an awakening, there is an awareness, there is a sensitivity that we require. One, I might say, okay, fine, I'm buying a GI product, for that matter, any, same Kulu shawl. But that Kulu shawl, if it's not made in Kulu, has no meaning for the artisans in Kulu. Their intellectual property has been usurped by somebody else. आपकी पूरी की पूरी विरासत को किसी और ने बना दिया और कुल्लू शॉल के नाम से बेच दिया, या हमने खरीद लिया। हमारी समझ ही नहीं है खरीदार की। उस समझ को, उस कैंपेन को हमें पूरे साल चलाना चाहिए। And that now you have more GI products than the number of days in a year. I request you to take a campaign throughout the year, one GI product a year on your social media pages. So the DCs jointly could come up with a strategy on that. This will help, and the idea should be that you are connecting to the domestic market. Domestic market is not the only market. which we want to look at, we are rather looking at the international market. And why shouldn't we, as Professor Unai said, that our champion brand ambassador on the GI products, the Honorable Prime Minister, makes it a point when he meets the dignitaries, foreign dignitaries, the gifts and the souvenirs that are exchanged from India side are the souvenirs which are largely GI tagged. And if that be, we already have the championship and the visibility on that front, but more needs to be done. So, how these GI galleries or the stalls of handlooms and handicrafts can be placed as a collective in the international shows. That is something which I will request the chairman of HEPC to see. So direct artisans to the buyers and not B2C, B2B. वो कनेक्शन बनाने के लिए आप लोगों को मेहनत करनी चाहिए और इंटरनेशनल मार्केट में भी हमें इसका लगातार संचार करना चाहिए. आज जो चर्चा होगी, जो बातचीत होगी पूरे दिन में, वो इन बातों से कहीं ज्यादा गहरी और समझ वाली और गहन होगी. मैं उम्मीद रखती हूँ कि उसमें जो भी रास्ते बनेंगे, वो रास्ते जीआई जीआई की कोर में आर्टिजन को केंद्र में रखेंगे और उसके हित में हमें क्या क्या चीजें कदम उठाने हैं इन चारों बिंदुओं पर, इस पर एक समाधान और आउटकम रिपोर्ट हम लोग प्रस्तुत करेंगे जब हमारा कार्यक्रम पूरा हैंडलूम डे का, नेशनल हैंडलूम डे का सेलिब्रेशन का पूर्ण होगा. तो ये आउटकम रिपोर्ट भी बनाने की जिम्मेदारी HEPC की ही होगी, लेकिन हम लोग ये सुनना चाहेंगे कि आपने उसमें हमारे लिए और सभी स्टेक होल्डर्स के लिए क्या रास्ते बनाए हैं. मैं उन सब लोगों को बधाई देती हूँ जिन्होंने GI के कारवां को आगे बढ़ाया है. इनमें सबसे बड़ी भूमिका हमारे आर्टिजन्स की है, हमारे नेतृत्व की अहम और महती भूमिका है और साथ में हमारे लोग जो फील्ड में काम कर रहे हैं उनकी भी है. लेकिन हम सब लोग अपनी भूमिकाएं में तब तक सीमित हैं जब तक बाजार इसमें अपनी भूमिका ना निभाए. ये बाजार अपनी भूमिका कैसे निभा सकता है, इसके लिए जितने सुझाव आज हों, आज आप दें और GI प्रोडक्ट्स को आगे बढ़ाएं. ना सिर्फ उन्हें सराहें, उन्हें इस्तेमाल करें, उन्हें अपनी एक हॉबी में, कलेक्शन की हॉबी में शुरुआत करें, अपने यंगस्टर्स को इसके बारे में जानकारियां दें और इसका हर जगह पर प्रचार प्रसार करें. मैं पुनः DC हैंडलूम को बधाई देती हूँ कि उन्होंने इस समिट का आगे के रास्ते ढूंढने के लिए, आगे की पहलों को समझने के लिए आयोजन किया और HEPC का जो अब नए रास्ते ढूंढने की कोशिश कर रहा है कि कैसे हम पूरे के पूरे नए वैश्विक बातचीत को इंटरनेशनल मार्केट्स में ऑथेंटिसिटी और ट्रेसेबिलिटी को नेविगेट करें थ्रू द GI. So congratulations to everybody and thank you all.
धन्यवाद मैम. इतने सरल व सुंदर शब्दों से हमारा मार्गदर्शन करने के लिए आपका बहुत बहुत आभार. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now be witnessing the handing over of GI certificates to authorized users by the Honorable Minister of State for External Affairs and Textiles. I request the Honorable Minister, sir, to please join us front and center. So we will be sharing the GI registered proprietor, also the name of the recipient and the product for which they are receiving this GI certificate today. So first of all, I invite on stage the GI registered proprietor, Director Industries and Commerce, Union Territory of Ladakh. Please put your hands together for Shri Muhammad Ashraf Bhatt, Director DIC Ladakh. And the product is Ladakh Nambu Textile. जोरदार तालियों से अभिवादन कीजिए. एंड ऑल्सो लद्दाख पश्मीना टेक्सटाइल. बहुत ही जोरदार तालियों से अभिवादन कीजिए. धन्यवाद. We now have the GI registered proprietor Himalayan Fab Producer Company Limited. Please put your hands together and welcome on stage Mr. Gulshan Kumar, registered proprietor for Himachal Gudma. Messrs. Charkha Swayam Sahayata Samoor, please put your hands together for the recipient, Ms. Anjana Kumar, Ms. Asha. They are the recipients. And the product is Himachal Lingche. बहुत जोरदार तालियों से स्वागत कीजिए. झारखंड सिल्क टेक्सटाइल एंड हैंडीक्राफ्ट डेवलपमेंट कॉर्पोरेशन लिमिटेड. फिलहाल हमारे साथ स्टेज पर सुश्री अंजना कुमार और सुश्री आशा हिमाचल लिंचे के लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई आपको. And now joining us, Jharkhand Silk Textile and Handicraft Development Corporation Limited. Please put your hands together for Mr. Vivek Saw, Manager, Jharcraft. And he receives it today for Jharkhand Bamboo Crafts, Jharkhand Tussar Silk Sarees and Fabrics and Munda Jewelry of Jharkhand. बहुत ही जोरदार तालियां हो जाएं. और अब मंच पर पधार रहे हैं उत्तर प्रदेश एक्सपोर्ट प्रमोशन काउंसिल मिस्टर विनोद शर्मा, सेक्रेटरी AI मदर सोशल वेलफेयर एंड एजुकेशनल सोसाइटी बरेली से. और प्रोडक्ट है बरेली टेराकोटा. We are now delighted to recognize Shri Jawahar and Shri Sundar Rajan, who has been granted the status of an authorized user under the geographical indication for Chedi Bhuta cotton sarees, and the achievement was made possible through the guidance and coordination of Shri P. Sanjay Gandhi, IPR Attorney, Nodal Officer, Geographical Indication Registered Product of Tamil Nadu. Joining us now, Thiru K. Jawahar and Thiru Sundar Rajan. Please put your hands together for the GI tag product Chedi Bhuta cotton sarees. The next artisan, Thiru D. Ravi Kumar. Please put your hands together for the GI product Negamam cotton sarees. And this was also made possible through the guidance and coordination of Shri P. Sanjay Gandhi, IPR Attorney, Nodal Officer, Geographical Indication Registered Product of Tamil Nadu. Heartiest congratulations to you. Thank you, and that is the end of the list for the handing over of GI certificates to authorized users. We thank the Honorable Minister, sir, for doing us the honors. We shall now be witness to the very special launch and presentation of the Handloom Digital Atlas. One platform, endless markets. I'll request for the Honorable Minister, sir, to
Welcome
kindly
to
do
the
us the
Handloom
honors.
Digital Atlas platform, connecting India's rich handloom industry with buyers across the world. This initiative is developed by the Handloom Export Promotion Council, under the aegis of the Development Commissioner for Handlooms, Ministry of Textiles, Government of India. Discover authentic handloom products, directly from verified exporters, across India. Explore hundreds of exporters, thousands of products, and handloom clusters, all in one platform. Choose your preferred language for a seamless browsing experience. Browse products across categories, including fabrics, apparel, home textiles, floor coverings, furnishings, and accessories. Every product represents authentic Indian craftsmanship with assured quality. Visit the Meet the Weavers section and discover the people producing India's niche handloom products. Learn about skilled artisans, traditional weaving techniques, and India's rich textile heritage. Explore exporter profiles, view product catalogs, and connect with exporters directly through the platform. The sourcing dashboard helps buyers find products quickly and efficiently. Browse products based on categories such as silk, cotton, wool, home furnishing, and made-ups. Advanced filters and structured navigation help buyers quickly identify relevant products and trusted suppliers. Special emphasis is given to GI products, with detailed information highlighting the story, their uniqueness, and authenticity. Together, let's take India's handloom to the world and create a future of success. Thank you.
Our heartiest congratulations to the Handloom Export Promotion Council for such a beautiful initiative. And I hope that we all get to use this wonderful platform and reach out to the world. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now witness the unveiling of the Diamond Jubilee logo of Handloom Export Promotion Council. I request the Honorable Minister, sir, to kindly unveil this logo with the press of a button. A warm welcome to Shri N. Sridhar, Executive Director, HEPC, joining us on stage for the unveiling. Heartiest congratulations, sir. So we have just now witnessed the unveiling of the Diamond Jubilee logo of HEPC. Ladies and gentlemen, we've always had the honor and privilege of receiving a great amount of encouragement from the Honorable Minister, sir. It is indeed a privilege to see your gracious presence here today, sir. May I request you to address the August gathering and kindly guide us through your words and wisdom. Please put your hands together and give a rousing welcome.
Namaskar, good morning. My colleagues in the Ministry of Textiles, Secretary Neelam Shami Raoji, DC Handloom Binaji, DC Handicraft Amrit Rajji, Controller General of Patents, Designs and Trademarks, Unnat Panditji, Professor Unnat Panditji, Secretary Textiles Committee, Mr. Dhandaji, Akhileshji, distinguished dignitaries, esteemed delegates joining from India and around the world, industry leaders, exporters, researchers, buyers, and above all, our weavers, artisans, and craftspeople who are the true custodians of India's rich heritage. Namaskar and very warm good morning to all of you once again. It's an honor and privilege to join you at this summit, a platform that brings together everyone committed to ensuring that India's unique heritage not only survives but thrives in the global marketplace. When you speak about geographical indication, GI, we often describe it as an intellectual property right. But I believe it represents something much deeper, A GI tag is not merely a legal certification, it is a certificate of identity for a region, its people, its traditions, and generations of inherited craftsmanship. Every GI product carries a story that cannot be replicated because it is shaped by its geography, history, culture, and communities that have preserved it across generations. I had the privilege of being a part of the previous edition of this summit, where Honorable Union Minister of Textiles, Shri Giriraj Singh Ji, spoke about taking our GI products from Gaon, that is village, Gaon to global. It is encouraging to see that this vision has gathered even greater momentum today. It resonates with Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi's vision of vocal for local and local for global, through which India's traditional strength are reaching global markets. Modi ji has often reminded us that a GI tag is not just a label, but a certificate of identity for a region. We see this belief reflected in his actions as well, already mentioned by my colleagues, that during his interactions with world leaders, he has consistently showcased India's GI products as ambassadors of our culture and craftsmanship. In doing so, he has elevated local artisans onto the global stage. Friends, the progress made over the last decade reflects the growing national commitment. Today, India has more than 820 registered GI products. Am I right, Mr. Unnati? Yeah. 820 registered GI products, with about 52% belonging to the handloom and handicraft sector. And as a colleague of Modi ji also, I take pride that more than 600 GI registration have been granted since 2014, compared to just over 200 in the preceding decade. Only within this 10 years, we have registered 600 plus GI tags. I'm from the Northeast region. The Northeast has witnessed a remarkable transformation, growing from a handful of registered handloom and handicraft GI products to more than 50 today, bringing the region's rich traditions to national and global recognition. A short while ago, it was my privilege to present GI certificates to registered proprietors and new authorized users. I congratulate all of them. But friends, registration is only the beginning of the journey. The true success of GI product lies in creating sustainable livelihoods, strengthening artisan communities, and expanding access to markets in India and across the world. That is why the initiative and deliberations at this summit are so significant. The launch of the Digital Handloom Atlas, one platform, endless markets, will create a digital showcase connecting India's handloom products with the global buyers. So this is an alarm actually, so that I don't speak too much. And so being a political worker, there may be a tendency to speak, to seeing this August gathering. So I had put an alarm. It is a signal that I should stop here. Moreover, I had to catch the parliament to begin at 11 o'clock. Anyways, really it's a privilege and honor for me to be with you. The presentation by experts from IIT Madras and on the application of artificial intelligence, along with technical sessions on GI registration, intellectual property, rights and international market strategies will demonstrate how technology, innovation and collaboration can strengthen our entire GI ecosystem. Friends, as I conclude, let us remember that every GI product we promote is more than an export. It carries the identity of a village, the skill of an artisan, and the cultural memory of our civilization. Together, let us ensure that India's GI story moves beyond recognition of prosperity, taking our artisans, traditions, and craftsmanship from local pride to global prominence. Thank you. Jai Hind.
From local pride to global dominance. Thank you, Honorable Minister, sir, for using such beautiful but simple words and guiding us all with your vision and mission. We now present a memento as a token of our appreciation. Thanks to the Honorable Chief Guest, the Honorable Minister of State for External Affairs and Textiles. I'll once again request Dr. M. Bina to kindly do us the honors. This is a Tanjavur painting, a GI product, and a very special memento. We also present this memento to the esteemed guest of honor, Srimati Neelam Shami Rao, Secretary Textiles to Government of India. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Bina ma'am, for doing us the honors. I now request Shri Kartikeya Dhanda, Secretary Textiles Committee, to please propose the vote of thanks.
A very warm good morning to everyone. Respected Chief Guest, Honorable Minister of State for External Affairs and Textile, Government of India, Sri Prabhat Margarita ji. Distinguished Guest of Honor, Srimati Neelam Ravi Rao, Sami Rao, Secretary, Ministry of Textile, Dr. M. Bina Madam, Development Commissioner Handloom, Srimati Amrit Raj Madam, Development Commissioner Handicraft, Dr. Professor Unnat Pandit ji, Controller General of Patent and Design, Sri Akhilesh Kumar ji, and all the dignitaries present here. It's my privilege and honor to propose a vote of thanks. First and foremost, I extend my gratitude to our Honorable Minister of State, Prabhat Margarita ji. In spite of his busy schedule and pressing work, he has come here and graced the occasion, sir, and led us the way ahead. Thank you, sir, for taking your valuable time to inaugurate the GI theme display and live loom demonstration for presenting the GI certification to the authorized users, launching the Handloom Digital Atlas, unrelieving the Diamond Jubilee logos of HEPC, and delivering an inspiring speech, sir. Your constant leadership and vision gives immense encouragement to our handloom artisans and viewer community, as well as to us also, sir. Thank you very much, sir. We also express our sincere thanks to Srimati Neelam Shami Rao ji, Secretary, Ministry of Textile, for her guidance and leading the Ministry of Textile to the other platform. And her guidance and persuasiveness keeps her moving us on a very fast track base. Thank you, madam, for your presence. Our heartfelt thanks to Dr. M. Bina, Development Commissioner, Handlooms, for her warm welcome address, ma'am, and for organizing such a landmark summit. Thank you, ma'am. We are equally grateful to Professor Dr. Unnat P. Pandit ji, Controller General of Patent and Design and Trademarks, for sharing his valuable prospectus for IPR framework and GI registration, sir. Your effort is one of the most recommendable, sir. And the way you are taking it ahead, we are very hopeful to get more than 1,000 GI registered this year, sir. So we are all planning for that. We will also like to thank Srimati Amrit Raj Madam, DC Handicraft, and Akhilesh Kumar ji for their presence for the inaugural session. And we also express our appreciation to the officers of Handloom Export Promotion Council, Chairman Handloom Export Promotion Councils, on the occasion of unveiling of their Diamond Jubilee logo, as well as team behind the Handloom Digital Atlas, which promised to bring endless market opportunity to our viewer in a simple platform. Finally, I thank all the dignitaries, officials, member of press, and distinguished invitees present here, and my congratulations to all the artisans who has received the GI certificate today with the hand of Honorable Minister of State who is present here. And thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Dignitaries on the dais, Honorable Minister, sir. dignitaries of the day, that brings us to the end of the inaugural session of this summit, GI and Beyond 2.0. Thank you once again for gracing the occasion here. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a GI Products theme pavilion which has been put together, and it's a very beautiful theme pavilion. So do make sure that you visit the theme pavilion during the visit. We now take a quick 15-minute break for tea. Please do join us back and do try and visit the GI Products theme pavilion as well. See you after the break. After the break, we will have the session which is being chaired by Srimati Amrit Raj, Development Commissioner Handicrafts, Ministry of Textiles, Government of India. We will also have presentations, AI for GI by Professor Manivannan, IIT Madras, and Professor John Augustine, IIT Madras, and Dr. Ketiki Epat from IIT Madras as well, Senior Project Consultant, IC and SR. So please don't forget to join us for a stimulating conversation, which is on the other side of this break. Please note the timing. We will be coming back in this hall by 11:15, so do try and join us in time for the next session. Thank you. Please take your seats. We are ready to start with the special session for IIT Madras, which is entitled AI for GI. I'll request you all to please kindly take your seats. A gentle reminder to please do remember to either switch off your cell phones or put them on silent mode. I request you all to please kindly take your seats. We are ready to start the next session. We warmly welcome back Dr. M. Beena, Development Commissioner Handlooms, Ministry of Textiles, here in our midst. Let's welcome her with an applause. So we are ready to start with this special session for IIT Madras, which is entitled AI for GI. I take the pleasure of requesting Professor Mani Vannan, IITM Professor of Biomedical Engineering, Professor John Augustine, IITM Department of Computer Science and Engineering, and Dr. Ketiki Bapat, IITM Senior Project Consultant, ICNSR, to please join us on stage. A warm welcome to all of you. And those of you who are just joining us inside the hall, I'll request you all to please kindly take your seats. Members of the audience who have just joined us, please take your seats as quickly as possible. We are ready to start with this special session entitled AI for GI.
नहीं कुछ बोलोगे ना तो आवाज जाएगी.
So I first have the privilege of welcoming Professor John Augustine, IITM Department of Computer Science and Engineering, and Dr. Ketiki Bapat, IITM Senior Project Consultant, ICNSR. They'll be making this presentation jointly. So I'll request you both to please take the center stage and share your presentation.
Good morning, all of you. We are very privileged and grateful to HEPC for giving this opportunity for IIT Madras team to present their work in GI and with AI. So we'll begin with the first slide. So as everybody knows that GI is a very special product. They are indicating the origin, and also there are wide varieties of products. And GI products help in the boosting local economics and also giving the strength to the artisan to keep our heritage intact. And IIT Madras is upgrading their GI tag products, and we have got very good innovation ecosystem, and lot of work is being done. So, 1 minute. So I'll be saying more about the two events. One is that Rural Technology Action Group work, which has been done by our professor, Dr. Abhijit Deshpande and his team, and how they are working with the GI-led products. So what is Rural Technology Action Group? Thank you. So basically it is supported by Principal Scientific Advisor's Office, and they are understanding the requirements and joined with the community, and grassroots implementation and developing the S&T solutions for them is the passion, and work is being done. It's not. So I'll be talking about this GI related work. One is the Bidri handicraft. As you all know, this is the copper and zinc alloy, and which is a blackened and they engraved with the silver thing, and it is a very old art which is actually practiced in the Bidar, Karnataka state. And there is a problem was identified by the artisans that the important ingredients, that is the Bidri soil, Bidar fort soil, which is under the Archaeological Survey of India, it is very difficult to get. And that's how IIT Madras team and RUTAC people, they have developed one chemical solution. They have tried on the artisan and many other artifacts, and people are satisfied. Of course, the pilots are underway. Another thing we have contributed from this RUTAC side is, that is the grass mat. How can you add the value to that? How can you have the ergonomics properly done and the machinery? So with this EJH fine korai grass mat at the Pattamadai, which is Tamil Nadu. And another thing they are also trying to do is with the Madhur Kati grass mat from West Bengal, where the designs and all are there, and plus the digitized one, they are trying to preserve it to add the value. And it will be really have the long-term impact, because the artisans at the ease of operation will be there. The young generation will be able to take up this. Recently, IIT Madras, we organized the National Summit for GI to AI, AI for GI. And it has been done jointly with the Geographical Indication Registry Office and CGPDM Office. On 19 June, it convened. And all the experts, government official, researchers, and artisan and community representatives, they deliberated on the present situations and the possible steps to be taken. So it was well attended and well appreciated. Thank you for all the team efforts. And so the key summit outcome, if I say, that is the focused area, as it was told, that authentication, to have the good, only GI registration will not fetch you the benefits to the artisan unless it is monetized, recognized, and how can we take it further. And with the technology, we can do the things. And these are all the commercialization important, digitization important, how the AI can help you. So these are the things it was a deliberation. And important, one of the important thing also we did is, that is we developed with the help of GI Registry and IIT Madras ICAR division, we have developed the survey of by IIT Madras, because, because here the apps gets the two things done. One is that the scouting the potential GI products. People, artisan may not be knowing, even though they have the history, they have other things, but whether they are eligible for GI tagging. so that scouting can be done with the questionnaire. And another thing is the most critical thing is the post GI support, because even though you get the GI tag, how can you get the upgradation and the other support with the technology, and what are your pain points, any raw material things or any chain reaction or all those things, we can do it with this app. And this is a multilingual app is there, pilot is on the way, and if it is approved, I mean if it is accepted, or we are all open to for the suggestions to upgrade it or so, it can go national wide and we can do much better thing with the less time. So thank you for all these things. I will now request Professor John to take it further. Thank you all.
Good morning. Can I get a good morning from everybody? Yes, please. Thank you. Wonderful. I'm a professor at IIT Madras. I'm John Augustine. And as a professor, I really like to engage with the audience. So I hope you don't mind that I don't stand on the dais. Appreciate that. My slides are actually yes, there we go. So Professor Manivannan and I represent the Artisan Empowerment Lab. And Dr. Ketaki mentioned the RUTAG, Rural Technology Action Group. These are two groups within IIT Madras. And then we realized that there's a lot of commonality. We have come together in the context of GI. So we are jointly representing everybody. Professor Manivannan and I, we come from different departments, and we started looking into the GI ecosystem. It is amazing. The artisans, the people, there are so many people we've engaged with. We've engaged with Dr. Rajnikant, now Madam Ketaki, Dr. Ganesh, so on and so forth. So we are engaging, and we are realizing that there has been a wonderful success story so far. So a big round of applause to all the people involved, artisans, consumers, everybody. Thank you so much. It's an amazing environment to be in, and it's a great honor to be here. This ecosystem is wonderful. Let me just as an outsider, I'm a professor of computer science. As an outsider, I looked at this ecosystem. It is very complex. Of course, the core are the artisans. They are who we want to empower. If we can empower them, the rest of the ecosystem will fall in place. But the rest of the ecosystem also works towards the artisans. So we have consumers, and this is not just the nearly 1.5 billion people, but we have a global reach. So that's an amazing thing. We have consumers, exporters, government, and the part that we would like to play is, as a research institution, how do we support this ecosystem, right? And we were breaking our heads about what we should do, and we thought, okay, this is a great opportunity. We need a national center for GI ecosystem. We need a way to bring everybody together, help us talk to the same language, because our language often is different. I've been, if I just speak the language of computer science, that is not going to fly. We need to come up with a common language first. And so this is something that we thought we would love to propose this. And at its core, we cannot forget why we have come together. We need to improve the livelihood of artisans. And there are many things that we need to do in order to do that. If we just have that on our center stage, I think that would be wonderful. We need to help them with digital literacy, because any technology we develop, amazing technologies can be developed. But if the artisans aren't trained to use those technologies, there's no way we're going to benefit from it. And then what we would love to do is build some trust in the system. And there's already been a lot of wonderful efforts. I mean, we looked at the platform this morning. It's a great platform. So one of the things that I work on, an area that I work on, is blockchain technology. I'll talk a bit more about that. Professor Manivannan will talk about the technology of QR codes and how that can revolutionize. But these are just two pieces of the puzzle. The puzzle is, the full picture is much more complex. So we really need the full ecosystem to work in this context. There's also about reputation. We want to ensure that every artisan has a clear identity, and the products that come out have clear identifiers. We can track and trace them with guaranteed trust, so that when the consumer buys it, whether it be within India or outside India, we need to leapfrog on the trust. We have done a wonderful job with UPI. We are leaders in empowering people in the world of economy. Now we need to empower people in the world of trust. Today, maybe India is perceived one way, but I envision tomorrow where India is perceived as a high trust country. Something coming out of India should be trusted instantaneously because we are trustworthy. How do we leapfrog to that? That is the main question. So, in the interest of time, I'm basically what I want to focus on is this notion of building trust. How do we build trust? There are multiple aspects to this whole GI ecosystem. I will focus on building trust. One of the efforts that I'm leading is a national digital public infrastructure for trust and empowerment. What is that? What does that look like? You might have heard of the blockchain technology, and you might have been wondering what it was. Maybe 5-6 years ago, it was very popular. Now, maybe you're hearing less of it, but that is the core technology that will work. So, what is blockchain technology? It's nothing but a ledger that is jointly operated by all the members of the ecosystem. Okay, so this, what does it guarantee? If something is on the ledger, it has gone through a verification process and everybody can trust it. Even if there are some members of the community that are not playing by the rules, the ledger needs to be authentic. That is the guarantee that the blockchain technology provides. But why is it difficult to manage? Because it really requires the ecosystem to buy in and participate. And most of the blockchain ventures failed because the ecosystem did not buy in. And one of the reasons is this. How many of you use a different type of rupee for your children's education, different type of rupee for your food, a different type of rupee for rent? No, we use the same rupee. So the main idea is for trust, we cannot keep building blockchains for every different domain. We need a unified blockchain for the country that holds the trust for us. And this is kind of where we are envisioning. So we have put together an initial consortium of several academic institutions. And this is the SETU we are proposing, a secure empowerment and trust harbor utility. Yes, it is going to be fantastic for the GI community and ecosystem to embrace, but this is not just for the GI. Trust is going to be pervasive. Your educational credentials, your work credentials, everything can go on this one trust ecosystem. And that will mean, just like the way we trust the rupee across domains, we need to build trust across domains. And so that is the vision of the SETU. It will bridge all the domains together in trust. We are going to be able to provide our identities for citizens, artisans, consumers, that includes artisans, consumers, identities for non-humans, organizations, AI agents, even they can have an identity on this platform, unique identifiers for every object that comes out, every GI product that is produced, whether it be a Banarasi silk saree or a Jali stonework or any of the products that were for which the certificates were given today, we should be able to identify the products uniquely, distinctly, with trust, and be able to track and trace them. And in the interest of time, so what we really want is leapfrog on the trust. We want a trusted, authentic products. Better, that should indeed lead to better livelihoods because the consumers are now much more satisfied with the products and much more confident about what they are getting, and should lead to stronger exports, the whole ecosystem should benefit. Just a quick story that I want to talk about. Starting from the master artisan who works on something, let's say the textile industry. So we're talking about the yarn, the dyeing, design patterns. All of these can be tracked, and little pegs can be put on the trust platform, so that ultimately when the weaving has happened and the product is made, there will be a unique identifier for each product that comes out of a master artisan. That identifier can carry through the retail process. The consumer buys it, whether within India or outside India. But then this has to be of multi-generational value. Why the blockchain helps? Why a consortium that needs to manage this infrastructure? We don't want one organization to control this infrastructure. We want a whole consortium to control, so that the trust infrastructure that we develop lasts multiple generations. Suppose you buy a sari now, your great-granddaughter should be able to use the sari and be able to say, this sari is recorded on this trust infrastructure, was bought by my great-grandmother, was made by this artist using this dye and wool or silk that came from this location. All of this should be recorded for posterity. And this is completely doable, and that's what we're looking forward to. And with bringing together the ecosystem, I think we can do it. So thank you very much.
Good morning. I'm a professor of biomedical engineering in IIT Madras. While my slides are put up, let me ask you a question. How many of you are using Apple phones? Apple phones? Very good. Yeah. So we have a very small contributions in the Apple phone. If you know that an Apple phone has a very sharp touch feedback. When you touch it, it vibrates and it gives you a very sharp feedback, which is much different from any other phone. This is because there is a hardware in the Apple phone. It is called Taptic Engine. That Taptic Engine is designed by my student from IIT Madras. Okay, thank you. So we have a laboratory called Touch Lab, Haptics Lab in IIT Madras, which is a very unique lab where we look at our touch sense, how our touch sensation is working, and therefore create such technologies to give you the touch feedback. Right? That's a very unique lab, one of the very globally renowned. My slides, please. Okay. So we looked at can you go to the first page. Yeah. So we have visited Dr. Rajnikant 1 year back. He has told us that now there is a lot of counterfeit GI products are there. Can you do something? Is what now he has given the problem. So I thank Dr. Rajnikant for posing this problem. We found out that now there are about 50% of GI products, fake GI products in India. Globally, it is about 9%. Correct? In India, there are basmati rice about 20%, Darjeeling tea about 40%, Madurai Malli it's about 30%. These are all fakes, right? This takes away the money from the GI artisans. We wanted to see how this can be reduced, correct? So how do we there is also already the legal framework is there, but it is not very strong, right? So one simple way which is already in the place is that using a simple QR code. Okay? But QR code is actually easily copyable and easily it is easily tampered. So that is not going to work. Can we look at any other modern technologies? We looked at RFID. There are many recent technologies, but that's all going to add a lot of cost to it. We wanted to see how a frugal solution can be brought in. Correct? So not only traceability, not only authenticity, but also we have to look at the frugality when we work in India. Because we are working in India, we wanted to see any technology developed, it should be usable even at a remote corner of India, rural India. right? That is a really inclusive development, right? That is why what we have done is that can we make the QR code itself very secure. QR code is very, very easy to read it because it is, even the remote corner, a very simple phone can be used. No additional hardware, no additional software is needed. But how do we add security features to the QR code? That is a problem we looked at it. Now, standard QR codes, now there is it is easily photocopyable, but this one, we add certain features to the standard QR code that is against copy. When somebody's copies, the features are lost. That is what we call it as a copy detection pattern, CDPs. Instantly detect the duplication and identities, right? So the idea is that now the artisan, they will be able to generate the digital QR code all by themselves when they visit this website, and then they will print it. Nobody else can print it. If they print it, it will be now identified as a fake. Only once it can be printed. That is how the technology is. So what do? We actually harness the image noise. Whenever somebody is photographing it, there are some features that is getting lost. That is what we are harnessing it. And this is how we find the counterfeit actions, right? So there will be a digital master with the artisan, and they will do the first print, original print. Nobody else can print it. And only that will be recognized by the software that it is as the original print. And the second generation or third generation or further generations will have the noise, which is completely lost and therefore predicted as a counterfeit, right? For example, here we have done several tests with this in different printing, different scanning. We have done it, and we found out that the master has a zero noise rejected loss, and then first print it has lost. It has rejected it has 83.1% noise rejection, and the first generation 100% noise rejection is there. Therefore, now the master is what now we can recognize, and others can be rejected as fake, right? But if the remote corner of India, if people have to use it, then we'll have to look at the last mile vulnerability as well, right? So we wanted to make sure that the original GI product is not rejected, 100% not rejected. It should be 100% accepted, and all the duplicates should be 100% rejected, right? How do we make sure that is what this QR code is actually designed? And there will be a lightweight AI probe will be there at the mobile phone itself, so that now low quality scores can be now detected, and therefore instant local rejection will be intimated, and the user will be asked to scan again and again until 100% acceptance or rejection can be ensured, right? And there will be always some hackers will be trying to improve their scanning and printing so that they can fake their GI products. Our technology, our AI technologies will keep learning whatever the new printing methods comes, and therefore it will reject the counterfeit finally. And this technology, what we have developed for GI, is not only useful for GI, but many other situations. For example, pharmaceutical packaging. I'm sure you're all aware that now there are a lot of medicines and or fake medicines in the market, right? So we are going to use the same technologies for tracing and tracing the pharmaceutical, Aadhaar card printing, and the academic certificates printing, educational textbooks, seeds, fertilizers, all have, wherever the fake duplicates are there, our technology can be used to improve the trust. Automobile, defense, liquor, food, electronics, medical devices, jewelry, and even tickets as well, right? So our QR code, copyable, non-copyable QR code ensures the traceability anti-photography, revocable. Once the product is sold, the QR code can be revoked, and then it is phone native. No additional hardware, no additional software is needed, right? But this is not sufficient. What we need is that not just a QR code. Along with this, we need to find out the fingerprint of the GI. When you touch the textile material, there's Kanchipuram silk saree. The handloom Kanchipuram silk saree texture is way different from the machine made. How do we bring that into the QR code itself, right? So we have some instruments, and we looked at the different ways of fingerprinting the GI. All those things are going to be added to the AI, and then very simple technology is going to be developed and then added to the secure QR. We have a sensor developed in the laboratory called Whisker, just like a whisker or a knob. The rats are very well known for sensing the textures. Bats also have whiskers to sensing the textures, right? Can we bring that into a instrument is what we have done. And this instrument is called the Whisker, just like a pixel, voxel and texel. Now it is a Whisker, correct? This Whisker, when you take it to the GI product, Kanchipuram silk saree, it captures the texture. And that is going to be added to the QR code or anywhere. Even in the Amazon website, this information can be added, and if the buyer has some way of seeing or feeling the texture, that can be validated, right? So this way, we hope to empower the artisans, and not only the artisans, the entire ecology of the systems. The center, national center at IIT Madras, what we are planning to do is this is only one of the tip of the iceberg. We are planning to do a lot many works, but we as an ecosystem, we need to now come together and then make the big impact or big change to the artisans. I'll stop here. Thank you so much for your listening. We have a few minutes for question and answer, madam. Yes. Any questions to any of us? You can point it to us.
Please raise your hand if you would like to give. Can I ask the volunteers to please give mics? Yeah. It's
Good afternoon, sir. I am representative for Tanjavur painting and Tanjavur doll and other handicrafts item also, and also handloom also. But all artisans was worried about how was find out the original and duplicate for Tanjavur painting. Please find out the solution, sir. How to for affix the any hologram or affix that. That was the doll, Tanjavur doll. For original doll for 800. But duplicate doll for 80, only 80 rupees. Tanjavur painting for original 45,000. If you want duplicate 4,000. So consumer is purchase for duplicate only. So please find out the solution, sir, from the research.
So we will work closely with you, sir, and then identify where the pain point is, and we will address. We'll see whether secure QR can be used for this purpose or any other modification is needed. We'll be happy to work with you and then take it forward. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Yeah. So let me add that we would love for people to reach out to us. Thank you so much for reaching out to us. We would love to work with the ecosystem. Tanjavur, thankfully, is not that far from Chennai. Please do come and visit us sometime.
So I am Dr. Beena. I am Development Commissioner Handlooms.
Yes.
So my challenge is I have got 116 different types of weaves. And my sister department, Handicraft, has got around 410 types of products. So given the sheer numbers, how can we come up with a solution that will sort of encompass all these different items? That is my question.
I can take a first shot at answering this question. I think I don't think there is one answer to this problem that you're talking about. The main thing is we have to work with each ecosystem, sub-ecosystem, including the paintings, the handloom. We have to create technologies that are at one side tailor-made for that, because the texture of a handloom material will be different from the way the painting is to be authenticated. At the end of the day, what matters is that can we empower the artisans with digital literacy so that they know how to use the appropriate technology to secure their products. There should be a stamp of their creativity and originality in each item that comes out of the handloom or by the artisan. So that is something that we need to work on, and this will take a concerted effort. I don't think the solution is there in the next 1 day or 2 days or 1 month or 2 months. We'll have to put in a concerted effort, and across the board, across products, we have to start. We'll have to start somewhere. So 1 or 2 products will get the technology out and showcase the power of the technology to that artisan, and then spread the word and try to work with multiple domains. So that's my take on it.
We will reach out, madam, and we will try to understand the unique requirements. Thank you.
Yeah, may I? My name is Professor Advocate Ganesh Mere. Yeah, someone also wanted to talk? Yeah. Yes.
Okay, you can.
Okay, thank you.
Go first and then.
All right. I'm really thankful, Joy sir, for mentioning my name. I have worked for 125 GIs so far. I was the first GI agent in India in 2005. Ma'am, referring to your point, actually we have a solution for that. When you do the work, you can identify from the fiber side. We have some technology that can be identified with the help of the GPS. You can trace. We are coming for that, and we'll share with you definitely about an agriculture product, because highest agriculture GI we have registered. For an example, Ambemor rice we have registered, and then there is a hybrid version of Ambemor rice called as Indrayani rice. And issue with respect to the original submission you have made with the GI registry. Like 2-acetylene propylene is the aromatic rice, and then if you find this similar with the Indrayani, then there is a big loss to the Ambemor rice. In such a, this is a technical issue, scientific issue, need to be sorted out in a very passionate manner, and where I think the initiative from the IIT Madras is absolutely right. And I happen to be connected with the IIT Madras, and it was good. So this is where I think the technical and scientific issue with respect to the original characteristics, or particularly what we can say, the uniqueness for which the GI has been granted, need to be worked out. On very top level, it's perfectly all right, sir. But at macro to micro level, a support system is available, then nothing like that. That's from my point of view. Because we have n number of aromatic rice. I have worked for the 4 aromatic rice, and this is one of the biggest issue, because there are many hybrid versions introduced by the various agriculture universities.
Yeah, can you come to the question, please?
Yeah, that is a question. Why, particularly with respect to the uniqueness, is there any solution which you have developed or intend to develop?
We can look at that now. See, we have just started our journey first with Dr. Rajnikant. For your problem, we will look into it, and there are a lot of such solutions are there, but we need to find out the appropriate solution, which is a frugal solution, right? Where even the rural India, the solution can be used, and then if somebody wants to check it up, they should be able to check it up. We will, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. For agriculture related products, I think the indicative molecule, as you have mentioned, suppose for gooseberry, that is epigalic or gallic acid. So any indicative molecule associated with that, we may like to develop some simple, qualitative test or something which may be possible with the chemical engineers or the chemistry expert. And it is possible to attempt, and it is possible to do. Last will be to identify the genetic analysis of both the crops and all, which are the centers are there, and enable accredited labs are also there. We can take their support and add on to that. But we can definitely look into it and work together. Thank you.
So
Hello.
I'd just like to add one point in this context is that it is not, we don't need to be limiting ourselves to the expertise within IIT Madras. I think the expertise comes in all shapes and sizes and forms. And our effort is not to monopolize the expertise domain. Our real goal is to open it up for multiple people to contribute. And so we will work towards that. Thank you.
Sorry, coming to that. Sure. You going first? Just wanted to congratulate you. This is incredible, very important, very needed. I offer you, from my side, I've been working on the GI for the last 15 years. We created the first QR code that could be scanned back to the Madras weavers. It's called the IOU project. My husband, who went to MIT, worked with me on it. All our research is at your disposal. I'm currently working in Brazil with the Brazilian government and in Spain with the merino wool. This is fundamental. It's important, especially the world we're going into, which is of AI and machine learning. The human element of craft is our wealth, and we need to preserve it. So I'm offering all our research to you and our community to you. This is really good work. Thank you.
We will reach out.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm from the Consortium of Women Entrepreneurs of India, and we have these GI clusters for women all over the country.
Okay.
And my question was on the innovations happening every day, or the new designs coming up every day. So how fast can we do that? Because a design will keep changing or innovating. So the QR codes definitely will impact, because what you have original will move out of fashion or has to change. So it has to be very rapid change. Number two, when we talked about spurious, I mean, there is a parallel economy going on. We know that. But even in the genuine GI, there is a mixture of imported products coming in. I mean, for example, the Chinese silk, we know about that. Chanderi is full of Chinese silk, which is already coming, but it's a GI product. So how do you look at that? Because, we have to look at cost-effective product, because obviously market is a very important aspect to everybody. So if we want to bring down the costs, but yet keep up the legend, keep up our originality, that's a very tricky question, because, the artisans have to survive. And when we're talking about the livelihoods, we are talking about their empowerment as well. So you have to look at it very holistically. So when you design anything of that sort, I think we have to keep that uppermost in mind.
So,
thank you so much.
Can I address the first one? Yeah. So I'll address the first issue that you mentioned. I think that is very close to my heart. Innovation is certainly not owned by the institutions like IIT Madras. Innovation happens at every level. And one of the things that we would like to enable through this trust infrastructure is for artisans to record their innovations and timestamp. I envision a time when an artisan who has found a distinctive way to weave something, to be able to explain it in their own language, and a recording of it, a secure hash of it gets recorded on the trust infrastructure, gets timestamped, so that innovation is attached to that individual. So this is the kind of empowerment that I would like to bring in, so that every innovation that happens across the board in the country gets a voice. So that is something that I would love to work on. Would love to talk more with you privately.
Thank you.
It can be, yes, you're right. It's a combination. We'll have to work with the ecosystem, and how exactly it works out is something that we'll have to, we should probably work towards a workshop where we could get together, put our minds together. And the exact solution, I don't think it would be a disservice to try and come up with a solution on the spot now. would rather allow for the ecosystem to evolve the right solution.
Thank you. Thanks for answers, Professor. And you can feel free to write to us, to HEPC. We will get in touch with IIT Madras to clarify your doubts. Thank you.
Thank you for a wonderful session. And judging from the response coming from the audience, they were all enjoying it so much. But we do have a constraint of time. So with that, once again, thank you. I now take the pleasure of requesting Dr. M. Beena, Development Commissioner Handlooms, to please join us on stage to present mementos to the esteemed professors and also our panelists of this session. We start by thanking Professor Manivannan. Thank you, sir. Our thanks to Professor John Augustine. Our thanks to Dr. Ketiki Bapat. Thank you, Dr. Beena, for joining us on stage to do the honors. With that, we quickly move on to the next session, which is a technical session. But please do allow us some time to prepare the stage for our next session. Backstage team, to get the stage ready, please. So this session will talk about GI registration and IPR. It will be moderated by Dr. Tapan Kumar Raut, Director, Textile Committee, Ministry of Textiles, Government of India. And the esteemed panelists of this session are as follows. Dr. S. Sivakumar, Assistant Registrar of Trademarks, GI and CR. Dr. Rajnikant, President, Human Welfare Association. Professor Dr. Prabuddha Ganguly, CEO, Vision IPR. Shri Mohammad Ashraf Bhatt, JKAS, Director, Industries and Commerce, Union Territory of Ladakh, GI Journey for Ladakh Pashmina. Professor Padmavati Manchikanti, Professor IIT Kharagpur. So it's a very illustrious panel that we are heading into. While the stage is being prepared, please allow me to share brief introductions of our esteemed moderator as well as the esteemed panelists. Dr. Tapan Kumar Raut, PhD Economics, has been spearheading research in various aspects of textile value chain, including GI and post-GI initiatives, sustainability and circularity in textiles. He has an experience of 20 years behind him. In this session, we will have Dr. S. Sivakumar, Assistant Registrar of Trademarks, GI and CR. He is the Assistant Registrar of Trademarks in Geographical Indications and Copyrights at the Geographical Indications Registry, Chennai, serving there since 2022. He holds an undergraduate, postgraduate, and research degrees in law and has over 12 years of experience as an advocate. A warm welcome. May I request him to please join us on stage. Dr. Rajnikant, Padma Shri Samman Vijeta, 2019, General Secretary, Human Welfare Association. He is also popularly known as the GI Man of India and is General Secretary of the Human Welfare Association, Varanasi, with over 36 years of experience in the social development sector. A very warm welcome to you, sir. We warmly welcome Professor Dr. Prabuddha Ganguly, CEO, Vision IPR. He is a pioneer in intellectual property rights-driven innovation with over 3 decades of experience across academia, R&D, industry, and international policy. He is also a WIPO consultant and an advisor to governments. A very warm welcome to you, sir. We will be joined in this session by Shri Mohammad Ashraf Bhatt, Director Industry and Commerce, Union Territory of Ladakh. GI Journey for Ladakh Pashmina is what he is looking after. He leads initiatives to promote industrial development, entrepreneurship, MSMEs, handicrafts, handloom and commerce across the Union Territory. A very warm welcome to you. We warmly welcome Professor Padmavati Manchikanti, Professor IIT Kharagpur. She is a distinct scholar in intellectual property law and has over 20 years of teaching and research experience. Her expertise include IP law, biodiversity law, plant variety production, traditional knowledge, trade secrets, technology transfer, and geographical indications, etc., with a focus on food and agriculture GIs. A very warm welcome to you, ma'am. So with that, I hand it over to the esteemed session moderator. It's over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to all. Respected Development Commissioner, Handloom, Bina Madam, distinguished panelists, fellow delegates. Of course, now the country is developing a GI ecosystem, which is very, very important for our traditional products. And when we are talking about unique textiles and handicrafts, as you know that we are the leading scorer so far as GI registration is concerned. Out of 800 products registered, we have registered more than 415 products. So that is a great achievement for the textiles and handicraft sectors of the country. And all credit goes to, of course, to our ministry and the senior officers and of the stakeholders, those who are working continuously for registration of the products, for protection of these products and promotion of these products. So that is a good thing that now with that entire ecosystem is being developing, it's being maturing, and that in fact will carry forward our unique products to the global markets. And hopefully GI will in fact help us to increase the livelihood of these stakeholders, those who are associated with GI products. But friends, you know that GI is a legal, quasi-judiciary issue, legal issue, and it came into being from the TRIPS agreements, which was signed by 184 member countries way back in 1994. In compliance to that, Government of India came out the GI Act in 1999, and of course we started working from 2002 onwards when the GI rule in fact come into force in India. So, as Honorable Minister has already told that during the past 10 years up to 2014, we registered only 200 products, about 200 products. But when it comes to last 10 years, last decade, 2014 to 2026, we think that we have registered more than 600 products. So there is a 400% growth in the registration of the products. And one important thing that I would like to say, that during that period, we have filed more than another 1,200 products for GI registration. That is another milestone that we have already completed. But when it comes to international arena, still we have to go a long way. As you know that the countries like Georgia, who in fact the country brought their GI Act, I think after 2010, but they have registered more than 3,000 products. EU has already registered 33,000 products. China, which in fact brought their GI Act way back in 2011-12, they have registered more than 9,700 products. So we have to go a long way. We have to register more products. And at the same time, we have to, in fact, in addition to the protections, we have to, in fact, empower our artisans and weavers so that they can avail the benefit of GI registration. So second point is that as we are discussing about the authorized users, we have registered more than 800 products. The total stakeholder or artisans, weavers, farmers, those who are associated with these 800 products may be more than 80 lakhs. or maybe about 1 crores. But what is the registration of authorized users? We have registered about, say, 48,000, but that is a good number because, and in 2015, when started the registration of authorized users, we in Textiles Committee filed registration of about, say, 2,090 authorized user applications, and the journey started from there. So we have to go a long way. And in the process, what I feel that the policymakers, the stakeholders, the researchers, the all stakeholders should work closely so that we can go ahead and we can achieve the desirable objectives and carry forward these initiatives. So in this regard, I have few questions to, we'll have an interaction with our panelists. And now the first panelist is from GI Registry, because every time, whenever we are talking about GI registration, we are talking about GI registry, we are also talking about the officers, those who are looking after. Mr. Shiv Kumar, in fact, spearheading GI registrations across the country. And in fact, I have few questions, of course, to Mr. Shiv Kumar. The first question is that, as I have already told, that other countries are also going ahead. We are also going ahead, but our pace of growth may be little less as compared to the countries like EU, Georgia, China. So in this case, we need to spearhead, we have to accelerate our growth path so that we can at least geometrically grow in the process of GI registrations. So my question, my point is that how GI registry is visualizing, in fact, to go ahead and help the producers, stakeholders at grassroots levels to in fact get the GI certificate registration of their products and leverage this as a marketing tool or a protection tool for protecting their products. Second, with respect to authorized users, as I have told, as I have told that more than 80 lakhs may need protections or registrations. In that case, how we can reach out to the grassroots level stakeholders and enroll them in the process so that they can get their due and they can get the authorized user registrations and carry forward this work or use GI as a marketing tool or a protection tool. So please.
So, okay. Yeah. Good afternoon to one and all. So thank you for having an opportunity, and I thank our Honorable CG Sir and HO for nominating me to present in the panel discussion. So I have a question by moderator sir. What is the leverage GI registry taking for the process of the GI application in a time frame manner? So in this question, as our Honorable CC Sir mentioned, the data of the GI registration within these 4 years, compared to previous, it is 300% increased, and still some say there are lacunas. First, I suggest the applicant as well the stakeholders, before filing the GI application, have a prior research about the product and try to fulfill the 9 component test, 9 element test, as our Honorable CG Sir mentioned. That must be taken care first. And as GI registry visualizing that through our DPIT Ministry of our department, they have started IPRs all over India and research about the IPR in all the forms of rights. And other IPR cells all over the India through science and state science and technology. They are the given task for the filing as well. And like Dr. Rajinikanth, Sanjay Gann sir and Dr. Ganesh Singh sir and other stakeholders are there. And number of agencies are there. Government are encouraging them to file the applications. Here, this way the government are taking initiative to filing the applications. So, and also the government should empower the stakeholders, academic and research institution to file, give target to file the applications. They have to unearth. And there are a number of stages. We have filing stage, and after that pre-FCR stage, and after that pre-hearing, after that examination stage. These are all the stage. The applicant has to, because since the GRST is the quasi-judicial authority and it has the power to registering the product, to hear the matters. So the voluntary is rest with the applicant side. So applicant and facilitator has to take initiative. And for that, awareness program and capacity building at the ground level has to be done by the research institution and the government, each state. I can quote that ODOP and OSOP. These are all the one of the schemes, and from ministry, NIPAM and SIPAM. They are doing good awareness program and other research program to the ground grassroots level. So these are the part, and also government are introducing some funds, and also I have to mention that NABARD and MSME are providing funds for filing.
Okay, thank you.
So that's why the number of filings are increasing, and also government is recently reduced the fees from 5,000 to 1,000 rupee. This is very much step taken by the government for filing the GA applications. So number of stakeholders are filing. Nowadays, as our Honorable CC mentioned, within 1 year, 500 application has been filed. Short span of. And also we have completed 300 CGM within 3 months. So this is the highest record in our GA history. So only thing is, for speeding the filing and process, the parameters has to taken care by our applicant side and stakeholders, and the GA registry also proposed. Our Honorable CG Sir Ministry are proposed for e-filing and online digitization is yet to happen. If it is happen, then there will be a tremendous changes will be happen. This is aspect with one question. So next question is with respect to authorized user. So the authorized user,
I'll request you to please be precise.
Yeah.
Because
yes. As our Honorable CG Sir mentioned, 48,000 authorized user has been registered. And also we received till now almost 60,000 authorized user application. Out of that, 48,000 are registered and remaining are under examination process. So this is high. This is all happened from 2023 till date. Earlier only 1,000, 2,000 maximum. Now it is increased. So I would say it is in a positive
Right. Yes.
side only. For that, and also for authorized user also yet to have our honorable sister fix the target for start online and e-filing. So, and also I would suggest the stakeholders, the universities and registered proprietor and NABARD, MSME and other targeted camps, institutional and on-site registration should be taken care by the facilitators like NABARD, MSME and other institution, and digitalization e-filing will be yet to come, and government initiation should be taken care like ODOP and one product, one station. Through them also the authorized registration can be done.
Done. Okay, thank you very much.
And one more, linking, government linking with the PM, that schemes, GEM. So that way the authorized user can be registered and they can be empowered. That is very important. And other question, I will take it later.
Okay, thank you.
Infringement.
Thank you very much, Shiv Kumar ji.
Yes, sir.
And coming to Dr. Rajnikant, who is in fact spearheading the GI registrations across the country, and Padma Shri Rajnikant Saab, for you. And since you are working at the grassroots level में आप काम कर रहे हैं आर्टिसियन क्लस्टर में, वीवर्स क्लस्टर, वीविंग क्लस्टर्स में और एग्रीकल्चरल क्लस्टर्स ऑल्सो, कि आप इसको सपोज हम आगे लेके जाने के लिए और आगे थोड़ा एक्सीलरेट करने के लिए, स्टेक होल्डर्स को बेनिफिट देने के लिए सपोज हम कोशिश करेंगे, तो इस पे आपकी जो एक्सपीरियंस है इसमें आप थोड़ा सपोज हमारा सबसे शेयर करेंगे कि इसमें क्या क्या डिफिकल्टी आता है पर्टिकुलरली, एंड हाउ टू मिटिगेट दोज डिफिकल्टीज एट द ग्रास रूट लेवल्स, बी इट विथ रिस्पेक्ट टू द अवेयरनेस क्रिएशन हो सकता है, कि एप्लीकेशन फाइलिंग प्रोसेस में हो सकता है, तो टेक्निकल फॉर्मेलिटी है वो भी हो सकता है, अदर कुछ हो सकता है. सो इफ यू कैन गाइड अस और टेल अस कि दिस इज द वे कि हम उसको और थोड़ा सिंप्लीफाई करेंगे और थोड़ा स्पीड पकड़ेंगे, तो शायद वी मे एबल टू इन फैक्ट एक्सीलरेट द growth of GI registrations, and which will be helpful to the stakeholders and to the products. Wait. So I will request you to please be precise.
Yeah, thank you. सबसे पहले तो HEPC को और DC हैंडलूम ऑफिस को बधाई कि आज जो 4 GI सर्टिफिकेट रजिस्टर्ड प्रोप्राइटर्स को ग्रांट किए गए, 2 लद्दाख से और 2 हिमाचल प्रदेश से, उस चारों का इनिशिएटिव HEPC ने लिया था, और फॉर्चुनेटली हम उसके फैसिलिटेटर थे जिसने हमने टेक्निकल सपोर्ट प्रोवाइड किया था. तो समुदाय को बधाई, उस कम्युनिटी को बधाई है. हमें याद है कई बार होता है कि ये नहीं हो सकता है, ये कैसे पूरा किया जाएगा, तो हमें बार बार अपने ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर की बात याद आती है जो ये कहते हैं कि इसके पहले का कैसा इकोसिस्टम था, कि हमेशा ये कहा जाता था कि ये संभव नहीं है. जब HEPC ने हमसे बात किया और कहा हम उसी पॉइंट पर आएंगे सीधे कि कैसे फायदा होगा, कि लद्दाख में पश्मीना को तो GI नहीं हो सकता है. यान को GI मिला था वहां पे. भारत में पश्मीना की बात होती थी तो कहा था कश्मीर पश्मीना. उस मिथ को ब्रेक हुआ, बसौली पश्मीना को उसके बाद GI मिला कठुआ से, और फिर अभी लद्दाख पश्मीना को आज GI का सर्टिफिकेट ग्रांट हुआ. ये हो सकता है, इसलिए हो सकता है कि लद्दाख के अंदर में जो एविडेंस हमने दिया था पश्मीना का, 2300 ईयर ओल्ड का एविडेंस था, 2300 साल पुराना चाणक्य के समय का एविडेंस था, जिन्होंने मेंशन किया था कि हिमालयन रीजन में कैसे ऊल के वीविंग का काम होता था. वो एविडेंस हमने दिया था वहां पे. GI की रजिस्ट्री जब टीम वहां पे गई थी हियरिंग के समय में, ये कहना कि ये नहीं हो सकता है, उसी तरह से हम आपको विश्वास दिलाते हैं कि हम बहुत जल्दी दुनिया के दूसरे देशों को हम टच करेंगे बड़े नंबर के साथ में जीआई में। उसका एक एकदम लेटेस्ट एग्जांपल अभी था, जिसमें ऊटी के राउत जी भी शामिल है, नॉर्थ ईस्ट में चीफ सेक्रेटरी मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ डोनर के साथ में 3 मीटिंग के बाद तय हुआ था कि 200 जीआई एप्लीकेशन सबमिट करना है नॉर्थ ईस्ट में विद इन 3 मंथ पीरियड। और हमें कहने में गर्व है कि 200 जीआई एप्लीकेशन नॉर्थ ईस्ट के सभी 8 स्टेट में 3 महीने के 4 महीने के पीरियड में सबमिट हो गए। ये विल होना चाहिए काम करने का होना चाहिए। जीआई रजिस्ट्री ने अभी एक एग्जांपल दिया ना, एक हिस्ट्री क्रिएट किया। 4 महीने में 300 प्रोडक्ट की हियरिंग करना, दिन रात हियरिंग हो रही थी, रेगुलर हियरिंग हो रही थी। अब हम उस पॉइंट पाते हैं हमें करना क्या चाहिए, क्योंकि ये करने का ही नतीजा कि आज हम यहां पे बैठे हुए हैं। पिछली बार पहला था, इस बार दूसरा है। हमें 4 इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट पे ध्यान रखना चाहिए। आने वाला 10 साल भारत के लिए जीआई का एरा है। हम जब एआई की बात करते हैं तो हम जीआई की बात भी कर रहे हैं, और जैसे ईआई के प्रमोशन के लिए काम हो रहा है, वैसे 10 साल जीआई के लिए, उस 10 साल के जीआई के लिए जितने इंपॉर्टेंट, जैसे सबसे पहला इसमें डीसी हैंडलूम, डीसी हैंडीक्राफ्ट की भी हम बात इसलिए करेंगे क्योंकि यहां पे उसी सेक्टर की बात हो रही है। जब स्कीम आप बनाते हैं तो स्कीम में जिन एरियाज में आपको जीआई ग्रांट हो चुका है, जिन जोग्राफिकल रीजन में जीआई मिल चुका है, वहां पे हमें क्लस्टर अप्रोच में काम करना होगा। हमें कॉमन फैसिलिटी सेंटर बनाना होगा, साझा सुविधा केंद्र बनाना होगा। जैसे हम लद्दाख का एग्जांपल देते हैं, एक ही बार में 8 जीआई ग्रांट हुआ, 8। हम आभारी हैं नाबार्ड के, 6 के लिए नाबार्ड ने सपोर्ट किया लद्दाख में, और 2 के लिए जेपीसी ने किया। 8 एक बार में ग्रांट हो गया। ये लद्दाख में भी हिस्ट्री बनी, 8 जीआई आज तक कभी लद्दाख को एक बार में मिला ही नहीं था। जो एरिया है, अब ये लद्दाख की सरकार की सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट के साथ में रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी, हम एग्जांपल देके बात कर रहे हैं कि आने वाले समय में लद्दाख के अंदर में, लद्दाख में लेह में अलग, कारगिल में अलग, आप वहां पे कॉमन फैसिलिटी सेंटर डेवलप करिए, आप एक डिजाइन वर्कशॉप का प्लानिंग करिए, आप कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग की बात करिए, और ग्लोबल मार्केट में क्या डिमांडेड है उसके हिसाब से वहां पे प्रोडक्ट को तैयार करने की बात करिए। एक एग्जांपल हो गया। दूसरा एग्जांपल दे रहा है अरुणाचल प्रदेश, वांचो वुड कार्विंग। वांचो एक ट्राइबल कम्युनिटी है, लेकिन उस कार्विंग, जब आप उसकी वुड कार्विंग देख लेंगे, अभी श्रीधर जी बात करती, एचईपीसी के ईडी बैठे हुए यहां पे कि अरुणाचल की प्लानिंग कर रहे थे जाने की। वांचो वुड कार्विंग को देखने के बाद ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर को कम से कम 4 से 5 बार उसको भेंट किया जा चुका है। आप मेस्मराइज होंगे कि कैसे ह्यूमन फिगर को, ट्राइबल फिगर को वो कैसे बना रहे हैं, लेकिन उनके पास कुछ भी नहीं है। इवन कि उनके पास में नॉर्मल टूल्स है जो अपने वो गांव में रखते हैं। हम क्यों नहीं, अरुणाचल प्रदेश के अंदर में अभी 20 जीआई वहां पे एक बार में हो चुका है। हम उस जोग्राफिकल रीजन को, चांगलांग को, तिराप को, लॉन्गडिंग को एक जोग्राफिकल एरिया हमने ले लिया। दूसरा जोग्राफिकल एरिया हमने तवांग के एरिया को ले लिया, 10 जीआई वहां से हैं। क्लस्टर आपने डेवलप किया, कॉमन फैसिलिटी आपने वहां पे डेवलप किया, और आपके जितने ये डिजाइनर बैठे हैं ना, एनआईटी के, निफ्ट के, दूसरे लोगों के, आप भेजो उनको वहां पे, आप उनको वहां पे भेजिए कि आप जाओ यहां पे, जो ही पैनल डिजाइनर, आप उनको अच्छा पैसा दीजिए। सिर्फ उद्घाटन और क्लोजिंग के लिए नहीं, 2 महीने का ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम है, 2 महीना पूरा चलेगा, 2 महीना वही रहने का। आप प्रोटोटाइप डेवलप करिए। सरकार कितना पैसा खर्चा करती है, तो आपको क्लस्टर अप्रोच में जाना पड़ेगा। तीसरा, जब उनके प्रोडक्ट डेवलप हो गए, आप, हमने कहा 10 साल जीआई का एरा है, अब आप एग्जीबिशन, मेला, प्रदर्शनी, एक्सक्लूसिव जीआई का करिए। हम श्रीधर जी से रिक्वेस्ट करते हैं कि इनके इनविटेशन में आज जो लोग इस हाल में आए हुए हैं, अलग अलग स्टेट से, अलग अलग डिस्ट्रिक्ट से, अलग अलग प्रोडक्ट लेकर के, आने वाले 1 साल के अंदर आप जो इंटरनेशनल एग्जीबिशन करते हैं, इसमें से लोगों को लेकर के जाइए, इन आर्टिजन वीवर्स को लेकर के जाइए यहां से, तब शायद हमको लग रहा है कि इनका एक विश्वास डेवलप होगा कि हमको आने वाले समय में वो काम करने का अवसर मिलेगा। ट्रेडर बहुत जा चुका है, एक्सपोर्टर बहुत जा चुका, बड़े लोग बहुत जा चुके, उनकी भी आवश्यकता है। लेकिन आप तय करिए ना कि अगर 20 लोग जा रहे हैं तो 20 में 8 से 10 आदमी हमारा मास्टर आर्टिजन है, मास्टर वीवर है। और वो व्यक्ति कौन है? इस हाल में बैठने वाला, जिसको आपने बुलाया और वो तुरंत यहां पे आ गया, अपने काम को छोड़ के आ गया। इसी तरह से गवर्नमेंट की स्कीम में भी डीसी हैंडलूम, डीसी हैंडीक्राफ्ट, एचईपीसी, एचएचईसी, एचईपीसी, जितने भी हैं, आप सबको शामिल करिए, सबको सम्मान दीजिए, सबको ऑनरेरियम दीजिए, सबको रेमुनेशन दीजिए, सबको इंतजाम करिए। आप देखिए कि कहां से कहां ये मिरेकल क्रिएट करते हैं। हम फिर एचईपीसी से आग्रह कर रहे हैं और हैंडीक्राफ्ट प्रमोशन काउंसिल से भी आग्रह कर रहे हैं, जीआई का स्पेशल सेगमेंट ओपन करिए। जीआई का टेक्सटाइल कमेटी बैठी हुई है, जीआई का एक्सक्लूसिव सेगमेंट ओपन करिए, जहां पे एक्सक्लूसिव जीआई प्रोडक्ट जीआई अथराइजर के साथ जाएगा। भेजते समय फिर यह नहीं होना चाहिए कि हमने उनको बुला लिया, जीआई अथराइज यूजर के साथ जाएगा। और वो जीआई अथराइज यूजर, जब तक क्यूआर कोड नहीं डेवलप हो रहा तब तक आप कंफर्मेशन लीजिए। लेकिन यह नहीं होना चाहिए कि बनारस के ऑफिस ने रिकमेंड कर दिया, वहां के ऑफिस ने रिकमेंड कर दिया, वहां के ऑफिस ने रिकमेंड कर दिया और आपने उसको ले लिया, उसके पास सामान ही नहीं है। आप खुद अलर्ट होइए, खुद देखिए असली कौन है, रियल कौन है, मेहनत करने वाला कौन है, प्रोडक्ट किसके पास है। आने वाले समय में हमें लग रहा है कि शायद ये 2-3-4 प्रयोग आप लोग कर लेंगे तो भारत आने वाले समय में इस समृद्ध विरासत को पूरी दुनिया तक पहुंचाने का काम करेगा और पूरी दुनिया हमारे प्रोडक्ट को मजबूती के साथ खरीदेगी। तभी हमें लग रहा है कि शायद लाखों लोग वापस फिर से इस रिवाइवल में, जीआई और बियॉन्ड के उसमें शामिल हो सकेंगे। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Thank you, Dr. Saab. Now to Professor Ganguly. In fact, you are working not only in India but also in other countries on GI and IPR related issues. So my point is that from on behalf of stakeholders is that GI is often treated as a distinctive rather than a business tool. So how the stakeholders can use the GI as a business tool to in fact promote their products and get a premium price associated with it. And I'll request you to please give some international case studies very precisely so that could be an eye-opener to all of us, in fact, to leverage GI as a marketing tool or as a protection tool for benefit of the stakeholders or particularly weavers and artisan communities. Thank you very much.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. What I would like to do is very quickly get on to absolutely grassroots level, क्योंकि GI जो है वो बिल्कुल grassroots मामला है और grassroots level पे ही हमें काम करना है. तो पहले जब हम कहते हैं कि भाई how do we go to the market, तो पहले तो हमें मार्केट समझना होगा कि मार्केट क्या है. ठीक है. So let us go to the first slide. पहला स्लाइड कर दीजिए. यहाँ पर तो आप वहीं से कर दीजिए. Run through quickly with the slide.
Yes, yes.
So what I want to do is कि first कि market segregation करें. Let's understand what is the market, because you cannot create an ecosystem without being realistic with the market. So can I have the next slide? Change करिए. हाँ. So if you look at the landscape, हमारी जो GI market है उसमें किस ढंग का मार्केट है. पहले आप देखोगे कि लो एंड एथनिक डेकोरेटिव कंज्यूमर मार्केट है एंड दैट इज अ लो कॉस्ट मार्केट है. बहुत सारे कंपटीटर्स है उसमें. दैट इज नंबर 1. इट्स वल्नरेबल टू चीप मास प्रोड्यूस्ड प्रोडक्ट्स. दूसरा है लो एंड एथनिक यूटिलिटी मार्केट. दैट मीन्स वो जीआई प्रोडक्ट है उसका कुछ यूटिलिटी है बट लो एंड है. करेक्ट. थर्ड है हाई एंड एथनिक डेकोरेटिव एंड यूटिलिटी मार्केट. डेकोरेटिव भी होगा, यूटिलाइजेशन भी होगा. सो दिस इज अ चैलेंज टू मेंटेन प्रोडक्ट सिंगुलरिटी. जैसे है culture and personal. And there is a fourth market. Fourth market क्या है? Is decorative and utility GI products for export. बहुत special है वो. Q will come to that. Or for each category, we need to look at it specifically. ये नहीं कि one size fits all. नहीं चलेगा. Right? Therefore, when we look at it, we have to look at it sectorially. ये number one. क्या हो रहा है? It's not moving. Change it from there. The technology doesn't seem to work. Okay. So very important. कि if you look at the whole thing, हम किस ढंग से इसमें valuation कर सकते हैं while we go to the market. To do that, first part, जैसे कि हमारे रंजीकांत जी ने कहा है, clusters. So we have to work in clusters. Clusters को identify करें, उस clusters में जाके काम करें. So that is that part. क्योंकि क्यों? Because these are communities of practice. वहाँ पे काम होता है. So we go to the clusters, look at that because that is where all the knowledge and skill is. Second part, very important, that we have to be cost effective. अभी देखिए, all the GI products are based on very traditional processes, traditional knowledge. और वो जो traditional knowledge है, we have to look into कि उनका जो raw materials है, sourcing कहाँ से करेंगे? And if the sourcing is expensive, product will be expensive. अगर product expensive है, तो people won't buy, counterfeits will take over, सस्ते products market में आएंगे, हम बाजार पे नहीं जा सकेंगे. So we have to do that, and we'll have to be sustainable. So today, for sustainability, we need to go into green packaging, green systems, etc. Third, cost-effective supply chain. If we don't buy the materials cheap, if we don't do it in a cheap manner, cost-effective manner, not cheap, cost-effective, I will not be cost-effective in the marketplace. If अगर हम cost-effective नहीं है, people won't buy my product. So that is very important. Abhi, quality, etc., I will come to later on, but very important. How do I bring technology into GI products? Abhi, GI products, there is a minimum amount of, human skill and knowledge which goes into the specification. जो GI products हम बनाते हैं. अभी हम किस ढंग से टेक्नोलॉजी लाए so that I can use less of raw material. अगर बहुत पानी यूज कर रहे हैं तो उसको कम करें. How do I do all that? So this is where the technology elements come in. AI, etc., come at a far end. It does not come at the GI end. It comes at a much later end. So if we want to bring in technology, important comes in is how do I integrate technology? If I'm going to use dye, how do I use less of the dye? If I want to use water, how do I use less water? अगर मुझे, so how do I minimize the raw materials, etc., and get maximum output? Productivity कैसे बढ़ाए? So that is going to add. Therefore, there will be sustainable use of things. We go to the next. नहीं हो रहा, अब वहीं से करिए, वहां से करिए, यहाँ से नहीं होता है. See, this is what happens to, technology, right? The technology doesn't seem to work. Then what do you do, right? Then you have to go into a manual system. So GI is very much like this. So important, because we are talking about GI and beyond. The GI beyond में thrust areas are what? Number one, cost-effective, sustainable GI value chain. If I don't have that, I don't have a product. Number two, quality assurance. Logistics of buying, making, selling, वो जो पूरा logistics है, क्या मैं उसको modernize कर सकता हूँ? I can help the clusters. So I have to introduce all those systems into place. Certification, right? अगर हम, now very important. क्यों certification important है? Now, if you are going to use very sophisticated techniques, अगर बहुत sophisticated technique है, तो वो लद्दाख में जाके आप कैसे करोगे? लद्दाख से तो मटेरियल आप दिल्ली में नहीं भेजोगे, या मद्रास में या IITs में नहीं भेजोगे आप टेस्टिंग करने के लिए. मुझे लद्दाख में करना है, तो वो टेस्टिंग मेथड्स हैव टू बी सिंपल. बहुत सोफिस्टिकेटेड सिस्टम्स करोगे तो टेस्टिंग नहीं होगा. टेस्टिंग नहीं होगा तो प्रोडक्ट क्वालिटी एश्योरेंस नहीं होगा. क्वालिटी एश्योरेंस नहीं होगा तो प्रोडक्ट विल नॉट बी, तो काउंटरफिट which is counterfeit and which is not, how will you differentiate? AI will not help you in that. So the product per se, so we have to develop techniques which will identify those. Very important. Then will come in AI and everything. The AI comes at a far end, not in the beginning. Important part, traceability, yes, and then consumer trust. So ये करने के लिए, if you have to do this whole thing, what my suggestion is the following. We go to the next slide quickly, and we will I'm just saying, how do we do it? We cannot address this problem in a big way. So let us segregate. We say that, it's a great job done by the textile committee and the textile ministry and the handloom, the whole sector. So can we identify, let's say, not more than 5 products as a pilot and take these 5 products to the entire value chain, learn from that in a cluster, in different clusters. So we will know from ground level reality कि वे किस ढंग से ये होता है. तो अगर 5 products को लेकर के हम आगे बढ़े, we can take them through one of them. क्योंकि हमारे जो testing laboratories है, already textile ministry के पास 10 NABLs है. तो why don't we go to those and say कि भाई ये product के लिए आप standards बनाइए और इस ढंग का बनाइए that you don't use very sophisticated instruments. Simple instruments, simple tests, but authentic tests. करिए, ये challenge है. See, we can't run away from simplicity. Simplicity does not mean triviality. वहाँ innovation होना चाहिए देश में. That is where we will do. Next slide. The important part कि GI Act में there's something called inspection bodies to do audit, to do all those things. How do we do that if I don't have test methods? QR code will not give me that. I need test methods to test my product. So QR code comes much later, after I've tested my product. Test methods नहीं है, standardized systems नहीं है, तो कैसे करोगे? So we need to go to the grassroots levels to do that. Very important last point which I want to make from these slides, कि today, if I want to go to the export, क्या है? As far as EU is concerned, EU has already put in a whole bunch of standards. कि मुझे, environmental SDG, I need these standards. I need human control, I need this, I need that, etc. Now, at the grassroots level, how will I introduce this so that I make it happen? तो अगर ये करना है हमें, तो all this will have to be done. And so therefore, my suggestion is that for GI and beyond, like people have done in Europe, take simple thing like cheese in Europe. Simple. जो सब खाते हैं, रोज खाते हैं cheese. Simply cheese का testing करने के लिए, they have got test methods which are very simple. दूध को कैसे test करें cheese के लिए, कहाँ से आ रहा है वो दूध. All those things have been standardized. All those things have been documented. We need to do that. And if we can do things of that type, we will value add. और उस ढंग से हम marketing करेंगे. And जो हम कह रहे हैं कि India, the next 10 years will be the India's GI contribution. हम contribution कर सकते हैं, provided we work at the grassroots level.
Okay,
So
thank you.
that is my suggestion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Prabodhan Ganguly. Now to Padmavati Madam, regarding from the academic and policy perspectives, we in fact have views from grassroots levels, from the GI registry, of course, from the international case studies. So, how you compare, in fact, our India's legal GI framework to that of the international GI frameworks, and what we can learn from these systems across the globe to make it more robust and stakeholder friendly, and maybe more user friendly for our stakeholders, because most of the times our artisans, weavers could not able to catch up, and could not able to, in fact, match the legal requirements. And of course, there is a cost involved in the process. So how we can simplify this process? And in fact, with the help of maybe the policymakers, maybe from the stakeholders, maybe from the GI registry, to make it more robust.
Thank you, HEPC, for inviting me here. It is almost like a full circle for me. First time I'm sharing with all of you. Way back in 2016, the Union Minister for Textile, at that point of time, asked IIT Kharagpur, हमें textiles के लिए क्या करना चाहिए, GI के लिए. At that time, I penned a few notes, as a young researcher in this area. So I was now today looking back at those notes. Do those make relevant today also? So I'll share that part of it, but first let me address the point that he wants me to clarify on. We need to look at GI as a cultural good. I think that is where is the core identifier when it comes to India. And when you're looking at cultural goods are linked with communities, and communities have authorized users. I think this digital platform that the GI registry is possibly embarking on, where you're going to have the network of authorized users, will give direct linkage from anywhere on any part of the world to that particular authorized user. And of course, we need technologies to, enable that, whether it means tracing, whether it means the product itself. So I believe this is something the digital world can really help us in terms of, I would believe that's the best recognition for the GI is the recognition of an authorized user. Community का पहचान बढ़ाने की कोई भी कोशिश जो है, that will be something which will be fundamental. Before we go into the world stage, I think it is important to look at the Indian stage, where I think first of all, we need a digital platform within. I may not know who are all the people of the authorized users for a particular GI. Not every one of us know how to access even a product. And then we do not know whether it is genuine or not. So I agree with Professor Ganguly when he mentioned that we need simplified procedures. Again, we've had a very good presentation from IIT Madras on what are the future of GI when they're looking at enabling technologies. We need all of it somewhere together. So that would be my first take on it. The second most important thing that we as a Indian citizens and community working on this is to look at is quality. If you look at the definition of the GI, quality, reputation, or other characteristics. And this is where we need to possibly spend adequate time and bring in simplicity in the certification system and, easy identifying. I'm always remembering the litmus test. Can we have, I know it's very difficult, I'm also a technologist. It's easier to say than done. But हम कोई ऐसी चीज लेके आ सकते हैं क्या? So, and then sometimes, someone is making the product, someone else is certifying it. Somewhere we need to get into voluntary certification mechanisms, recognize them, because who is the one who can tell you which is the best quality? Chana अच्छा है कि नहीं कौन बता सकते हैं? So I think that is where we need to look at the weavers, the artisans. So that is one part I think I would like to talk about. You posed a few questions to me when you gave the listing. I quickly want to go through that if you give me some time. Now, how do we look at a robust legal framework for GI? Today, the GI Act is a GI Registration of Goods Act, not the process. Infringement of the good is what we are recognizing. The process is not included. You look at the Patents Act, separately product infringement, process infringement. So somewhere I think maybe if amendments are being looked at, how to strengthen the process part of it is something which will be very interesting to look at. And this is where I believe the uniqueness of a particular GI is not just the final product, but how it is made. And if those steps are replicated, it should amount to a clear process infringement as well. And so accommodating this under the GI legislation is important. And there was a question on traditional knowledge. I've been working in this area for now several years, mostly up to about more than a decade in this area. The form GI1 has a statement of case We have all those characteristics that
Right.
have to be submitted, but we do not have a section called traditional knowledge. Or either we have that, that is one option. The other option is link it with the TKDL, because now TKDL is being expanded to traditional ecological knowledge, metallurgy, and we have a lot of GI which are metal based. And then we yet have not announced the legislation on TK. The TK bill is pending. The TK bill envisages the TK registry, which is a uniform one which brings together all databases. So if India can protect tradition, currently how does India protect traditional knowledge? There are only two legislations for that. One is particularly GI, and the other is the biodiversity legislation, where it is associated knowledge. It doesn't say traditional knowledge also. So GI is a very, very powerful mechanism to protect traditional knowledge. And I believe this is something which we need to look at. So in order to protect GI better, we need to conserve GI better. I've been advocating for this even in the earlier GI summit. How do you conserve GI better? You need interlinking with the different registers. We have a People Biodiversity Register, which is a statutory register under the Biodiversity Act, which has 2 columns in all those 19 different formats. The last 2 columns are TK use and associated TK. If we can link this with GI, I believe somewhere or the other, we're able to protect them well, and conserve them well. So
Thank you very much. We are running out of time. In fact, we have another speaker also, Sri Ashraf Bhatt from Leh and Ladakh, from very important regions. And of course, now today, congratulations, you received the certificate for Ladakh Pashmina Textiles. Congratulations to you and all the stakeholders. And इसमें मेरा एक सवाल है कि ये जो प्रोसेस में आप जीआई रजिस्ट्रेशन कराए ये प्रोडक्ट को, क्योंकि लद्दाख आई नो दैट पश्मीना प्रोडक्ट जो टेक्सटाइल्स प्रोड्यूस होता है वो लेह से भी 165 किलोमीटर सावे में काफी रिमोट एरिया से स्टेक होल्डर बिलोंग करते हैं, कि हाउ यू आर एबल टू इनफैक्ट organize the stakeholders and bring them into a single fold, and so that they can file the applications and get the GI certified. And what is about the authorized users? How you are visualizing, how you are trying to enroll these grassroots level rural artisans in the process of GI registration as authorized users? थोड़ा quickly.
Thank you so much.
Precisely ये करेंगे.
Firstly, I would like to thank HEPC for inviting me over here, and then also to the GI registry who have awarded us with the 2 certificates. The point that how we are going to, what we have said, that what kind of benefits could be there and how the people can reach to with this facility and all that, is that we have already planned, rather we were already in receipt of 4 or 5 GIs, and this additionally 2 we have got today. And we have a clear-cut mechanism. We have gone ahead with the awareness, although we are presently implementing the RAMP scheme also of MSME, revamped accelerated MSME performance, and we have included this as one of the important topics among all our ongoing workshops. And we are also have planned to hold awareness camps at district and block levels to make people in general aware of, and in particular the artisans who are associated with this. With these products particularly. And another factor is that we have already a plan of a testing lab, setting up of a testing lab in Ladakh itself, and that will facilitate our further connect with the artisans. And then we are also in discussions with the textile committee. They will be facilitating and signing an MOU with us, wherein they will provide us handhold support in clear implementation on ground, and so that the maximum benefits reach to the actual beneficiaries. So I think all these things are GI, as all of you have been listening since morning, that what far it is and what the benefits are, and naturally it is going to multiply our economy, and then additionally a benefit to the purchasers and the buyers, because they will be able to actually know that whether this is authenticated GI and the source where from it has been sourced. That will give us a clear picture, and then buyer too would be satisfied. Ladakh is known for its tourist potential, and then we are annually in receipt of foreign tourists over there, and they do also have such kind of questions that how we would differentiate between a non-GI product and a GI product. And this was essential for us, because otherwise Ladakh, without GI, we were unable to satisfy the foreign customers. But now, with the acceptance of GI, we'll be now in a position to satisfy our, foreign buyers also to the contest they require. And the setting up of the lab within the UT will definitely help us in establishing clear-cut genuineness of the item, whatever GI would be affixed over there. So by that way, all these things and the UT we are planning in a very big way. We have an action plan in place. Because of the paucity of time, I may not be able to give the overall
Okay,
details of the
thank
action
you
plan.
very
But
much,
we
Sir
have,
Sarabjit.
as a UT administration of Ladakh, prepared an action plan that how we will proceed ahead and implement all these GI initiatives in the UT. And then we are having a consultation with multiple departments associated with the program. And then we will reach to every artisan from the, as the talk has been there, the Gaon to global. And we will work on that closely. And then we will try that the maximum benefits of the GI should reach the producers as well as the buyers across the world.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the response. And I have one question for all the panelists. As we are talking about the infringement is a major issue that our unique textiles and handicrafts are experiencing. At the same time, we are also talking about how our artisans can use it for their own benefits and for strengthening the livelihood and getting a premium price. इसी related मेरा एक question है. I will request all to please give the answer in a single sentence. कि how artisans हमारा weavers और artisans इसको कैसे leverage करें, enforcement को strengthen करें so that counterfeit can reduce. At the same time use GI as a tool for getting a premium price. तो इसको हमारा हम सबका मैसेज क्या होगा हमारा आर्टिसियंस एंड वीवर्स के लिए, starting from Professor Ganguly.
Very quickly, just in one sentence. First part is that we have a GI product. लेकिन अगर हमें सही ढंग से उसका value अगर मिलना है हमें, then I have to productize it. Product और productization में बड़ा फर्क है. जैसे कि मुझे अगर यूरोप में एक्सपोर्ट करना है, will I make sarees or will I make something that will sell in Europe? तो वो प्रोडक्टाइजेशन जो आपने कहा था.
Okay, thank you, Professor Padmavati. Can I have your response, please?
I think it's important to advertise. Everyone has to take a part in the advertising. So if you go to any of the countries of Spain का salary में कैसे कहाँ grow हुआ है, I think even artisans can also from their part also,
So collaborative approaches.
their awareness and realization will also increase.
Okay, thank you very much, Sri Shiv Kumar ji.
For enforcement, government has already brought an act, and there is an amendment, Janviswas, and one more act rule is geographical indication goods, holders inquiry and appeal rules. These are almost helpful for enforcing, and that is by mainly we have to educate the authorized user and the registered proprietor for wherever if infringement happens, they have to file, and financial and legal backing for enforcement, and also inter-agency collaboration tracking. That is PEDA, Niramak, Customs, GST. Recently, you might seen one paper news that GST found out some infringement about one GA product. So that is in that is in crores.
Okay,
so next question is authorized user. How authorized user can authorized user? I would suggest we have a good examples from authorized user. They become entrepreneur, startup entrepreneurs. In Tamil Nadu, we used to call that Kadalam Tachikri. There are a number of entrepreneurs, they become an entrepreneur and they started their own business. For that, each and every authorized user can start their startup entrepreneur as a startup entrepreneur by way of registering UDAIN and other government schemes. MSME and NABARD post-registration, they have offer fund for running their outlet. So through that, they can do. And also they can mainly, they have to mainly, consistently, they have to maintain the quality. They should not infringe because we have a number of
Okay, thank you very much. We are running out of time. Thank you. Professor, Dr. Rajnikant Saab. Just a minute. After this.
जीआई ग्रांट होते समय उसमें क्लियर मेंशन है इंस्पेक्शन बॉडी। सभी जीआई में बिना इंस्पेक्शन बॉडी के जीआई ग्रांट हो ही नहीं सकता है। लेकिन भारत के किसी भी जीआई में, पूरे भारत के किसी भी जीआई में आज तक कोई भी इंस्पेक्शन बॉडी ग्रासरूट लेवल पे कॉन्स्टिट्यूट नहीं हुई। हमारा एक ही सजेशन है जिससे सबको फायदा मिलने वाला है। जितने भी भारत में डिस्ट्रिक्ट हैं 625, सभी डिस्ट्रिक्ट में डिस्ट्रिक्ट कलेक्टर की अध्यक्षता में जीआई की इंस्पेक्शन बॉडी को कॉन्स्टिट्यूट किया जाए, जिससे वहां का जो आर्टिजन है, वहां का जो वीवर है, उसको अगर कोई दिक्कत होती है वो इमीडिएट उस कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन कमेटी के पास पहुंचेगा। और डिस्ट्रिक्ट कलेक्टर की रिस्पांसिबिलिटी है कि वो जितने कंसर्न डिपार्टमेंट हैं सबके साथ में अवेयरनेस करें, मोटिवेशन करें, ओरिएंटेशन करें। जिसका एक एग्जांपल हम आपको दे रहे हैं। कश्मीर पश्मीना के वीवर आज की तारीख में बहुत ज्यादा प्रॉब्लम फेस कर रहे हैं। एक एक उनको सर्टिफिकेशन लेने के लिए महीनों महीनों इंतजार करना पड़ता है। सीजन खत्म हो जाता है, उनको नहीं मिलता है। हम किस बात के लिए लेकर के आगे जाएंगे उनको। इसीलिए हमारा रिक्वेस्ट है कि आने वाले समय में इसको किया जाए।
Thank you very much, Mr. Ashraf.
Yeah, the important point which the question was going on, for artisans, the message would be that make yourself aware what GI is, use GI, and sell GI genuine products only. And then this should happen in a mission mode from ground to global. And then this message, in case correctly understood by any of the artisans, he should try that. From artisan, he should move to be an entrepreneur, and from entrepreneur, he should try to become an industrialist, but in the genuine perspective, as has been said. And the work of inspection body, of course, is there, and without that, it cannot happen. And inspection body should be definitely there, and they should also work honestly and with accountability.
Okay,
So,
thank
make
you very
use of
much.
this.
Thank you very much. Let me conclude the entire session and summarize the detailed views expressed by our distinguished panelists. One is that we need to simplify the procedures, and our panelists were of the opinion that e-filing of the applications may help the registration of more authorized users. So also registration of more products under the GI Act. Capacity building and collaborative approach will be very, very helpful. And here the researchers, the academicians, the policymakers, and the grassroots level artisans, weavers need to work in a collaborative approach and develop a clustering approach base for filing the applications and registering these products. And technology will play a very major role in the future. And we think that GI is going to be the mainstream of our initiatives to the world in the next decade. So therefore, we should leverage the technology, maybe artificial intelligence, not only to protect the products, but also to develop the traceabilities and to promote the products, and also reach out to the consumers so that they can ensure they can recognize the authenticities. And third is that government or policymakers should also always try to promote the one of the view that GI tracked products should be allowed to participate in the exhibitions, in the sales outlets in a significant way, including international exhibitions, so that the GI original authorized users can also get benefit out to this. Ensuring quality of the products from raw material to that of the final products is very, very important. We need to leverage the inspection body as per the GI Act, in fact, to ensure the quality and in fact contain the counterfeits. And a third thing is that productize the products. That is a very beautiful point that has emerged. So we need to think about how to link this GI to productize our cluster-based products, so that we can reach out to the consumers and artisans get the premium prices. And always we should give more emphasis on marketing, using GI as a marketing tool than the enforcement or containing the counterfeits. And when you are marketing marketing the products and reaching out to the consumers, then automatically the counterfeit may be reduced. So, but at the same time, we should have a robust mechanism for that. Quality is always an issue, and the GI Act specifies the quality. So, therefore, quality should be ensured by the artisans, by the weavers. At the same time, we should also support the artisans and weavers to, in fact, register. One important point that Shiv Kumar ji has told, that is the authorized user fees that GI tag register takes has reduced to 10 rupees only. So that is a welcome decision, and from 500 rupees to that 10 rupees, means now it is very easy for our artisans, weavers to register themselves as an authorized user. Similarly, the application fees has also reduced from 5,000 to 1,000 rupees. So that would help, in fact, to register more and more products in the process of GI registrations. So these are the points that has emerged from this technical section, and I thanks all of our distinguished panelists for their valuable views and feedbacks for strengthening the GI ecosystem and leveraging this important IPR for the community developments. Thank you very much. And I will take one question only, and only one question, because time is too short. And
मेरा क्वेश्चन डॉक्टर साहब से यही है कि जो हमारे आर्टिजन या हमारे जो एक्सपोर्टर हैं, जो वो एप्लीकेशन फिल करते हैं जीआई रजिस्ट्री को, बट बहुत सारा टाइम उसमें लग जाता है, जिसकी वजह से हम बहुत सारा सफ़र करते हैं, जिसकी तरफ से डॉक्टर साहब ने ये जी सर। और दूसरा क्वेश्चन मेरा यही है कि इफ ये जीआई कानून में है कि एक ही जो हमारे कस्टोडियन है, चाहे वो कश्मीर क्राफ्ट में है, अगर वो उनको वो ऑथोराइज्ड रजिस्ट्री प्रोवाइड होगी, क्या वही ये वही क्राफ्ट दूसरा रीजन उसमें वो एप्लीकेशन फिल कर सकता है?
नहीं, देखिए, जो प्रोडक्ट जहां से जीआई हुआ है,
जी सर,
आप दूसरे प्रोडक्ट में अथराइज यूजर बन सकते हैं, अथराइज यूजर बन सकते हैं, उसमें कोई दिक्कत नहीं है।
सही।
अथराइज यूजर कोई भी कहीं से बन सकता है। हम उसका एक एग्जांपल आपको दे दें कि मुंबई में बैठा हुआ ट्रेडर बनारस साड़ी और ब्रोकेट का अथराइज यूजर है ट्रेडर के रूप में, लेकिन वो प्रोडक्ट को हमेशा बनारस से ही लेगा, और बनारस से जिससे लेगा वो अथराइज यूजर होना चाहिए। ये इंपॉर्टेंट है। हम दिल्ली में बैठा हुआ ट्रेडर पश्मीना का जीआई अथराइज यूजर बन सकता है, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, लेकिन शर्त यह है कि पश्मीना कश्मीर से वो लेगा। अगर कश्मीर पश्मीना ले रहा है, बसौली से लेना है तो बसौली ले रहा है, लद्दाख का होगा तो लद्दाख से ले रहा है, लेगा किससे? जीआई अथराइज यूजर से, ताकि उसके पास में ये रिकॉर्ड होना चाहिए कि ये प्रोडक्ट इस जगह से बन करके आया है, और वो अगर टैग लगा रहा है अथराइज यूजर के रूप में, ये उसकी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है कि वो सही सामान पे लगाएगा। नहीं तो मिनिमम 3 महीने की जेल और लाखों रुपए जुर्माना होता है जीआई के गलत टैग लगाने में। इसलिए जिम्मेदारी आपकी है कि आप अगर कोई टैग जीआई का लगा रहे हैं, वो 100% सही अगर नहीं है तो मत टैग लगाइए, बिना टैग लगा के बेचिए, लेकिन बिना टैग के उस प्रोडक्ट का नाम लिख के मत बेचिएगा कभी भी, गलती से भी। कश्मीर पश्मीना मतलब कश्मीर पश्मीना होना चाहिए, वो लुधियाना का बना पश्मीना नहीं होना चाहिए कश्मीर का। गलती से भी कैशमोबिल बाउचे पे मत लिखिएगा, नहीं तो आप फंसेंगे। दूसरा, यही करने के लिए आईटी मद्रास आगे आया है कि ट्रेसेबिलिटी को चेक करना, क्यूआर को चेक लगाना, और ये कुछ नहीं चार्ज करने वाले हैं। जब बन जाएगा ना, कुछ नहीं चार्ज करेंगे आपसे, ये दे आर नॉट चार्जिंग द मनी। हम क्यों बोल रहे हैं? डिस्ट्रिक्ट कलेक्टर जिस दिन बैठेगा, आपको कोई दिक्कत है, आप उसके पास चले गए, उसकी कमेटी के पास चले गए, 10 पैसे में, 5 पैसे में, 20 पैसे में आपको अथराइज यूजर का वो क्यूआर कोड अवेलेबल होगा, और कोई भी कस्टमर उसको चेक करेगा, लगाएगा। असली प्रोडक्ट पे आप लगाएंगे, अच्छी बात है, नकली प्रोडक्ट पे लगाएंगे, वो आपकी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी होगी।
Okay, thank you very much. Now, due to shortage of time, we should.
I think we need to take the
GI बाहर
questions.
के इस टेरिटरी में नहीं कर सकते। जीआई जो है वही टेरिटरी में, वही रीजन में बनता है। That is the identity, not outside.
Can we have a one-to-one interaction during the lunch break, please?
Ma'am and Dr. Saab, please. आपने अभी गुड मॉर्निंग everybody. आपने अभी बोला कि जैसे यूजर I'm suppose exporter. मैंने 20 प्रोडक्ट लाए. One product जैसा पश्मीना and carpet and this say also. उसमें मैंने अपने पास मैंने आपसे यूजर लिया GI. तो मैंने GI सर पर है मेरे पास. मैंने अपना नाम लगाया. What your reason? आपने मुझे कहा कि आप अथेंटिक. मैंने जसूली से 10 साड़ी लाई, अमृतसर से 10 पीस लाई. मेरा सवाल है, इसने कहा, सर ने कहा कि GI जब मैंने जसूली से लाया प्रोडक्ट और मेरे पास यूजर आपकी सर पे है GI की मेरे पास 10 पश्मीना की पीस है, 10 साड़ियां.
हम समझ गए आपका सवाल, उसका उत्तर सुन लीजिए. हम आपका सवाल समझ गए. 1 मिनट लगता है, 30 सेकंड लगता है सवाल समझने में. हम सवाल ये है, आप GI के अथराइज यूजर अगर बनेंगे एज एक्सपोर्टर, आप बन सकते हैं. लेकिन जब आप कश्मीर पश्मीना लेंगे तो आपको कश्मीर पश्मीना के अथराइज यूजर से सवाल लेना होगा. इफ यू आर टेकिंग द प्रोडक्ट फ्रॉम द कश्मीर पश्मीना, you are using your own GI tag, no problem. But you will take the Kashmir Pashmina product from the GI authorized of the Kashmir. When you take the Pashmina from the Basauli, then you will take from the Basauli. And if you are taking the Ladakh, you will take from the Ladakh. No issue. And you will mention your inventory that this product is from this place.
आप एक काम कीजिए, आप ये जो लॉन्च आवर में, लॉन्च सेशन में आप लॉन्च करने के टाइम डॉक्टर साहब से बात कीजिए, हम सबसे बात कीजिए. विल सॉर्ट आउट योर क्वेश्चन. थैंक यू वेरी मच. थैंक यू वेरी मच टू ऑल पैनलिस्ट एंड टू द
definitely requires
and I will request all of you to please interact with all of us during the launch time. Okay, that would be better because we are running out of time.
Sir,
we have another 2 sessions to complete after launch.
राजकुमार सर से एक क्वेश्चन करना चाहता हूं मैं. Sir, excuse me, sir.
Okay, we need to close now. May I request Chairman HEPC Shri Lakshmi Narsimha and Vice Chairman HEPC Shri Rakesh Jain to please join us on the dais for presenting mementos to the esteemed moderator and the speakers of this session.
I just have a small request to the organizers. We are all here. Just in the interest of time, can I just request the organizers, in interest of time, we are all gathered here to learn and clarify our doubts. So these questions that are being asked are more and equally more enlightening for each one of us. Please allow time. We can cut down our technical session time by another 10 minutes, but these questions actually clarify a lot of doubts that we may have across. So I'll be the moderator in the next session, but I will encourage these questions to be clarified because he's asked, I would like to hear it through and through. So when we come back from lunch, I have request to Mr. Sridharan and all the HEPC organizers to allow for these interactions to happen. Thank you so much. Thank you.
और हम बताएं कि हम अभी हैं, शाम तक रहेंगे. जितने लोग के जो सवाल हैं मन में एकदम आराम से पूछिएगा, हमसे कोई दिक्कत नहीं है.
Okay, thank you so much. So we start by thanking the esteemed moderator, Dr. Tapan Kumar Raut. Our sincere thanks to Dr. S. Sivakumar. Thanks to Padma Shri, Dr. Rajnikant. Our thanks to Professor Dr. Prabuddha Ganguly. Our thanks to Shri Muhammad Ashraf Bhatt. And a very special thanks to Professor Padmavati Manchikanti. So with that, we come to the lunch break, but please do note, we are already behind time. So I'll request you all to please come back. We would like to start the next session on time. Do join us back in time by 2. We will plan to start the next session by 2. So please do join us back in time. Thank you. session. And as you can see, the esteemed moderator has already joined us on the days. A warm welcome. Ms. Anuradha Kumra, consultant and board member, retail and craft sector. She will be moderating this session. And the esteemed speakers for this session are as follows. Shri Girish Nair, Director, Corporate Affairs and Public Policy, Flipkart Internet Private Limited. Mr. K.C. Ramamurthy, CEO, Ambadi Enterprises Limited. Shri Devira Manareddy, Head, ISCM, Tanaira. Dr. Vivek Chaturvedi, Director, Messrs. Artisav Expo Trade, Jaipur Private Limited, Jaipur. Shri Ashok Gupta, Partner, Messrs. ABC Industries, Jaipur. I believe he's not joining us, right? Okay. A warm welcome to Shri Rakesh Jain, Proprietor, Messrs. Tex India, Panipat, Vice Chairman, HEPC. I request all of them to please join us on the days. They know. We apologize for this very thin audience, but I promise that the audience will build up.
Not just this moderator, it's also third moderator that doesn't get enough time to have the conversation.
A very energetic, a very concerned, and very involved moderator, I must say that.
Come on, everyone wake up.
So good afternoon and a very warm welcome to all of you. We are now ready to start this session and take it forward. So I hand it over to the esteemed moderator. Please take it forward, ma'am.
Thank you so much. And please pardon my enthusiasm, but it's really an opportunity for all stakeholders to be here today to take away something which clarifies more of their doubts than gaining knowledge, which is equally important. And I will get the elephant out of the room first. Let's throw the elephant out, which means everyone who's sitting here is knowledgeable and comes with certain standing in the industry to be here in the first place. So with that, we want the cat in, which is very agile, which is going to be very prompt in getting the pulse of what could be a takeaway, which is for the thin audience, but there's a recording that people can reach out to for the larger good. So my request is, let's look at how we can address the potential of our experience. डिफरेंट एक्सपीरियंसेस से हम सब आते हैं, उस एक्सपीरियंस को हम कैसे शेयर कर सकते हैं इन अ मोर प्रैक्टिकल मैटर ऑफ फैक्ट मैनर, which is something that would be a larger gain for the good of this lovely conference that we've organized on GI and beyond. So if my panelists are with me on this, I'll start the session. Does that work for everyone? Yeah? Great. So the first question will be a common question, and I'll pass the same question around to all of you, and then we will take on specifics for each one of you. Okay. So the question that we have in front of us for this session, which is really looking at the domestic market, and with most of us come with knowledge of domestic and export both. So we are looking at what is the most important step to make GI products popular in the domestic market. We're not talking about the international or the export, but we're talking about the domestic market. So what do you think is that one important step? And each one of you could just think the step that you regard as the most important, starting with you, Casey, if I may. You all.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak at this GI conference. I addressed this group of people and the audience last year from the exports point of view because we are primarily an exports company. But today I've been asked to speak about the domestic, but I may drift between exports and domestic because finally I believe it's the end consumer who is to be benefited if we are talking about GI. Now, before even we get to GI, what does GI understand? How does GI reflect to people down the line? I guess the ethos of GI is not clear to weavers, to supply chain people, to the intermediaries, to corporates. It's not clear. Forget the end customer. The end customer finally is looking at a product. For us, I believe we work in 3 areas of GI. We are possibly India's largest exporter of handloom fabrics coming out of Kannur in Kerala. We have factories in Panipat, we have factories in Badaui. But I did a dipstick 3 days back. I was in my factory in Kerala. We have in our control about 200 weavers, 7 societies and in-house facilities. We asked 120 people, what is GI? Nil answer.
Wow.
Nobody knows what GI is. So until this GI benefits the supply chain starting from the weaver community, weaver to the intermediary and the customer, it's not making any sense. So for me, in one word, if I have to sum it up, it's the awareness. And what value does GI certificate bring in? We have people from Taneira here. It's a company which I worked with earlier, the Titan Industries. Today, Aditya Birla Adhyam is in handloom. Reliance Swadesh is in handloom. Taneira is there. Why don't they talk about GI? Nobody talks about GI because GI doesn't bring value to the table at this point of time. So that's my view. So until GI brings value.
So we'll hold on to that. What you've said 2 things: awareness at the community makers level, which is our one of our first stakeholders in the chain, and our partners, I would say, the artisan community. And on the other, the awareness on the end users, which is
intermediaries and end users.
From this entire strength, and the consumer themselves as the final one. We take your response into consideration, and we move to Vivek. Vivek, now with your, interestingly, if many people don't know, I was sitting next to him and we introduced ourselves, and he said, actually, I'm a dentist by profession. And I kept staring at him, then what are you doing here? But here it is. He does have a passion for the work that they do. And Vivek, the same question to you. The session is to promote products, GI products in domestic market, just to remind all of us. So with that focus, what is it that is the most important step to make it popular in the market, in the domestic market?
Yeah. So carrying the conversation forward, I agree to what sir had to say. I'll just add on a few things, like he said, a weaver at the grassroots level would not know the importance of GI, or he's hardly bothered about what's happening there. Yeah, the geographic index, or the product value of a place. I mean, from where it's coming from. So first, we need to educate the weaver the value of it. The manufacturer, the artisan the value of it, and then of course introduce the product to the rest of the world. So in India, there's a saying, "Jo dikhta hai, wo bikta hai." So the more the product is seen the world over, the more people start to understand what it's all about. For example, I'm a talking, walking example of what I do. I'm wearing a shirt which is having, different kinds of weaves. There is khadi here, there is ikat here, there is, whatever, jamdani here and stuff like that. So if we educate the masses as to what's happening and why the product is so valuable. So sir is into exports, so am I into. With exports, there are 2 ways of dealing with business. One is the volume-based business, which is for the masses, which is the Mango Zara kind of story. And the other is the classes, which is these, very small niche boutique market. So all the arrived fashion economies of the world, they actually appreciate what's happening at grassroots levels. So, there's a great emphasis that they give on handmade products. So once we carry our products, further and forward, will the world know, where it's coming from and what's happening. I think one of the best examples for this, I come from Jaipur, and we have a young king from Jaipur, Maharaj Padmanabh Singh. So at the Met Gala at New York, this gentleman was wearing, attire and jewelry from his region, coming out. So he's wearing some Meenakari jewelry. He was wearing these Rajasthani mojeries that come from Rajasthan. So I think each individual has his own responsibility to carry forward their legacy, their culture when we travel. So when I travel overseas, I ensure that I wear stuff that I do, that I promote. And I think it's a big market. It just needs a little awareness. That's about it.
So your point would be build awareness through self-consumption and also representing when you have an opportunity at a visible platform.
Absolutely, ma'am. Because what
At
is
a
happening
visible
is,
platform. I think that's the point.
So as a child, my introduction to khadi was, through my parents or grandparents. It was, only through basically home furnishing and stuff like that. But as far as clothing goes, when we go to a khadi house in a government-run, khadi place, the fabric is thick, and it's a little coarse for day-to-day wear with the younger generation. So to introduce them to the muslins and the finer form of khadi, and to see what wonderful fabrics and textile and garments can be made out of that, and the way they can be accessorized with hand, I think that is imperative and important.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Vivek. Yes. So here you are. We connected, Devi Raman, and you carry a big weight on your shoulders. And I come from a personal experience on the Tata legacy at the first hand, but more important, Handmade in India, the story of Titan has taken all of us by storm, in the sense, the story is inspiring. It leaves you wanting, pride, of course, and wanting to participate a bit in the success story of Titan. And I, after seeing the story of Titan, wanted, the first thing was that I want to buy that watch. It's a pride of India. Under that umbrella is Taneira. And Taneira, as we all know, is a brand that promises a big segment of what we are talking here and what we have opportunity to discuss, which is the handloom, right? And we have about 115 plus handloom GIs, as we understand. So coming from your standpoint, and you're looking at the supply chain, you're the head of the supply chain for Taneira. What is, in your perspective, that one most important thing that can make GI visible in the domestic market?
High level of awareness is very, very important. I think it is a big way it is missing. If I want to quote that one example, like if you say same government ran that awareness program, like most of us or many of us know that and we recall it, like Silk Mark, right? So until the Silk Mark, awareness program started, many people were not knowing about the Silk Mark. Now today, any customer is walking into the store, if they are buying the silk product, they are really asking for is it Silk Mark? Is it registered Silk Mark? Show me the Silk Mark. That is the kind of awareness gone about the Silk Mark, right? Is that similar kind of awareness gone about the GI? Really not. Really not. I'm not too sure, like in Taneira stores, whoever is walking into that, right, they are asking for, okay, I need Kanchi kind of product or Dharmavaram kind of product or Uppada or any for that matter, right? But nobody is asking, is this authentic, genuine, GI certified Kanchi product? No, really not, right? Why that? Because that high level of awareness not gone into the customer segment, right? That is, I think, a major area which one need to address.
Okay, so I think awareness is coming as one thread that we talk about. Maybe in the end, the last question could be, how do we build that awareness? We can come to that. Thank you so much. And my question now to Girish, the same. Girish, now looking at you're from Flipkart, and I would also think that our channels that we have as an opportunity to interact, the product to interact with the consumer as a direct interface, looking at that channel as one of the opportunities for us to explore. What would you say is that one important step for GI products to become popular in the domestic market?
So, candidly speaking, while I'm part of Flipkart, I would like to keep it as simple and rather than harp around my organization. I'll be candid about that. Yeah. Correct me if I'm wrong. Roughly, maybe in India, 7 million odd artisans and weavers in India. Technically, I am assuming that is probably the number. Out of 7 million odd, you might say 4 million or 3 million maybe having Pehchan cards issued by the ministry saying that you're a authentic artisan weaver, right? GI stands for geographical identification. There is a lot of similarity to ODOP again, which is one district, one product, right? What is happening is somewhere from a marketplace perspective, and I'll give probably from a marketplace perspective because we are very open to bring them on board, right? But from a customer perspective, we are not someone who can really put beyond a description of a GI than the GI product itself, right? That probably violates us as a platform. We are not supposed to do that. Now, on a platform or any marketplace, you will find multiple products under multiple categories, right? And I think that's where the agnostic aspect of GI comes in. And I also believe from our perspective as a marketplace platform, in fact, I don't want to quote what happened yesterday. We had a meeting with one of the CMs of a state, and the first thing that was brought up was, what can you do about GI? From a marketplace perspective, we have a platform. We have a dedicated program called Samarth, which has been here for the last 6-7 years, wherein our objective is to try to enable a platform for artisans and weavers to sell. From a platform perspective, if you say that what are you doing from a marketing perspective, we are trying to do as much we can to democratize, make it scalable on the platform. But from a consumer perspective, I think everybody will have to put in an effort. And also I believe entities like, because we partner them, for example, Northeastern Cane and Bamboo Development Council, Northeastern Handloom and Handicraft Development Council, there are multitude of these aggregators, if I may use that term, who have artisans who make GI products. But is there a consistency in that coming out? Is there a consistency in those states harping about it? I probably think not many. And there is also not a very structured, streamlined process around it. I might have a website. I can look at the products. I can look at the patency part of it. But I probably believe the process of it moving forward, I don't think so, is really very
clear,
organically built.
So basically we're lost in this whole thing of what do we do with it? We have it, and everybody says there's an opportunity, there should be an upswing, monetization, as we heard in the morning, of the fact that we have a GI, but we don't know how to go about it. And if I was to just ask you one more question related in the marketplace space, not necessarily the company you represent, do you obviously see this being flaunted by any platforms, big, small, medium?
So I'll put it generically again,
Yes,
right?
generically.
What we did when GI came to us for the first time is that let us create a representation on the platform, which basically means creating a microsite, creating a keyword. So any random person, with due respect, a consumer like me, says, "Mujhe pata nahi hai," I click on a GI, it takes me to a storefront. The challenge is I didn't have products to showcase. I didn't have the authentic products descriptions to showcase. And that is where a platform like me can be questioned by a consumer like you or me, saying that who tells you to sell a GI product and what is your process and mechanism around it?
You get your SEO in place and then you don't know what to do.
Absolutely. And at the end of it, people tend to forget, with due respect, we are a marketplace by and large, which means you could be a consumer, you could be a seller on the platform to sell it. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you. The same question to you. So what do you think, Rakesh, would be the one important step that we could take to popularize GI products in the domestic market?
Thank you, everyone. GI प्रोडक्ट को मार्केट के अंदर पॉपुलर करने के लिए 3-4 जो मेजर स्टेप्स वी नीड टू टेक अप. Number 1, at present, when we see our GI product are normally based on rural background or maybe some semi-urban background. Basically, we are unable to sell the story behind the GI product. Every GI product have a story, and story is the truth story, not a nakli one. So we have to, tell to the consumer, this is the story behind this product. For example, let us talk about the Pashmina. Pashmina, Ladakh की उस चारवा ने 6 साल तक उस बकरी को पाला और उसके नीचे वाले सॉफ्ट बाल से उसके कताई करके धागे बनाया और फिर बुनाई करके कढ़ाई वाले ने उसकी शॉल तैयार की. So the story is, चरवा जो बकरी को पाल रहा है, -30 डिग्री टेम्परेचर पर वह बकरी को 6 महीने पालता है। फिर उसके बाल से हम 12 माइक्रोन का धागा तैयार करते हैं। फिर उस धागे से श्रीनगर के कारीगर, बारामूला के कारीगर एक शॉल को बनाते हैं। हाथ से कताई होती है। तो वी हैव टू टेल द स्टोरी टू द पीपल। दिस इज द स्टोरी बिहाइंड दिस प्रोडक्ट। जब हम बनारसी साड़ी की बात करते हैं,
प्रोसेस और ओरिजिन दोनों की बात करनी चाहिए। प्रोसेस भी क्या है, स्टोरी क्या है उसकी?
यस, इतिहास, विरासत। आज पश्मीना की बात कर, 2000 साल पुराना विरासत। राजा महाराजा इस प्रोडक्ट को यूज किया करते थे। जब हम कंज्यूमर को ये स्टोरी बताएंगे तो वो हमारे को उसका दाम देने के लिए राजी हो जाएगा।
आपको इसको लिंक करना है जीआई से।
हाँ जी।
तो एक स्टोरी का पार्ट हो गया,
Yes.
एक ओरिजिन का पार्ट हो गया है ना?
यस।
तो उसमें आप भी यही कह रहे हैं कि अवेयरनेस ज्यादा लानी चाहिए, लोगों को पता होना चाहिए कि ये प्रोडक्ट जीआई टैग क्यों है?
नहीं, एक्चुअली एक और प्रॉब्लम है। जो हमारे जीआई प्रोडक्ट हैं, बेसिकली उसका जो कंज्यूमर है वो बेसिकली अपर क्लास का कंज्यूमर है। जो हमारे प्रोडक्ट हैं वो आदमी की पहुंच से बाहर हैं। जब हम कोई ऐसे जीआई प्रोडक्ट बनाएंगे जिसकी कीमत एक, आज युवा वर्ग जीआई प्रोडक्ट को, उसके बारे में कुछ मालूम नहीं है क्या जीआई प्रोडक्ट है, क्योंकि ये प्रोडक्ट युवा वर्ग के लिए बना ही नहीं है। हमको ऐसे प्रोडक्ट बनाने पड़ेंगे जो हमारा युवा जो हैं उसको खरीदें। बच्चों के लिए कोई जीआई प्रोडक्ट मैंने मार्केट में देखा नहीं है, अवेलेबल है। तो आज इस बात की जरूरत है कि वो जो अपर क्लास का प्रोडक्ट है उसको वहाँ से उठा के युवा की अलमारी में डालना है, जिससे कि उसको पता चले जीआई प्रोडक्ट क्या है। सेकेंडली, वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट इज, अगर हमको रियल में जीआई की अवेयरनेस लानी है, हमको हर स्टेट के एजुकेशन मिनिस्टर से, एजुकेशन बॉडी से रिक्वेस्ट करनी पड़ेगी कि वो बच्चों को थोड़ा सा जीआई टैग का सिलेबस अपने उसमें डाल दें, ताकि बच्चा जब जीआई के बारे में स्कूल में स्टडी करेगा वो अपने पेरेंट्स को घर पे जाके बताएगा, क्या 2000 पहले भी कोई ऐसी साड़ी बना करती थी, क्या 2000 पैसे भी कोई ऐसी शाल बनती थी। तो उसके पेरेंट्स को भी क्यूरियोसिटी होगी कि हम जाने देखें बाजार में इस तरीके के प्रोडक्ट अवेलेबल हैं या नहीं।
ठीक है, थैंक यू सो मच। I'll come back to you, Casey. You are the CEO of Ambadi, and it's a very regarded, company. I also know many of my ex-students. I used to teach at NIF Delhi in the initial decade, and Ambadi had a very special place amongst them. And then subsequently, when I started working with Fab India, there was another reference of, okay, if you've worked with Ambadi, it had a weightage. So as a CEO now that we are discussing the subject, what value have you seen as a producer? The GI contributes to both the maker, which is yourself, and the consumer on the other side.
I'll hand it over. That's okay.
No, I'll take it. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for the question. So definitely your question talks about what value at present do I attribute to GI at this point of time to.
Has it helped creating value in your,
To my mind, it's a dichotomy right now.
Let's absolutely be honest, because that will help us.
I'll be brutally honest as to the dichotomy to my mind, whether it's really brought any value on the table at this point of time. Because, as I said, it starts with the awareness. It wasn't there. But till the time, see, we are a cooperative of weavers. We encourage artisans. So until the artisan down the line sees value in what it brings to his life, is there a government GI fund to support him? If he sells a GI product, then will he get a better pricing of that product? GI is about sustainability, but GI is because it promotes traditional practices. But today, GI is not linked to sustainability. If I talk about sustainability, I'll talk about FSC, I will talk about RWS, I'll talk about GOTS, I will talk about BCI. But where is GI?
Yes, it hasn't reached a point that it's one of the ticks that is regarded and looked up to.
It should be. So we talked about silk marks. So similar to that, I think so. Till the time we as a exporter or a manufacturer, until in the value chain, our weavers see value in it, and GI improves their life, because today we suffer from every year the weaver community is getting smaller and smaller. My exit rate is higher than my entry rate.
Entry rate, yeah.
So until as these things help retain weavers, help ensure that what they're doing is an honorable product. So there should be pride. What I come to say is until this GI brings pride to the product, we are all fighting a losing battle at this point.
So we need to start somewhere, right? These certification compliances have come about with the recognition over the years. So if we start now, all of us who are sitting here actually at the dais also, we each have an impact to contribute.
Absolutely. So I think so. The first one starting is that education of GI and the enrollment of GI.
Enrollment
I think so. It's very weak today. When I see here in this room the technical discussion, it's all about a control mechanism. I think so. From a control mechanism, we need to get an empowerment mechanism. We need to build trust around the around the product ecosystem.
Round of clapping for that. Yeah, that's
because
very well put.
Until as we keep on talking about if we do this, this will happen. If we do this, that will happen. This is the right and wrong. No, I think so. This is the whole period is about empowerment, getting more people onboarded, get the product popularized first, get the process popularized first. I heard Professor Ganguly, I think Dr. Ganguly speaking about in terms of productize the products. A handloom is a handloom, but until you make it into a wearable product, a wearable product or a design-led product, it's nowhere. So that's where I see the value in the overall. Get more people onboarded onto GI, get the popularity exploded, and then I'm sure we as corporates have a lot of role to play in taking it forward from there.
Thank you. That was very honest reply. Thank you much. Really appreciate that. To you, Vivek. Yeah. To you, Vivek, I have a question. GI products are often linked to artisan and traditional community. That's how we've discussed it through the day also. How can GI promotion contribute to sustainable livelihood? I mean, this link to it's similar to the first question that I asked. But now we're talking about, do you really see this adding value to the sustainable livelihoods that we discuss in the rural economic environment? Again, actually it's all linked. Yeah, what Casey's just spoken about and what this question is also asking from your perspective.
True. So this geographical indexing, I mean, the products have always been there. They've been there forever. I mean, they're in their heritage, in their culture. So I'll take the example of a weaver. So the weaver is doing what he's doing. And I mean, he's got a skill set. From the grandfather to the father and the father to the son and stuff like that. So technically for him, GI indexing doesn't matter at all, as long as it gives him some kind of extra financial remuneration, in the sense that I mean, he's doing what he's doing, but once the product has a global outreach, or once he realizes that the product that he's been doing for years together and as selling at the local market for an X amount could have a larger audience and a better value.
Yeah,
I think that really would help to retain these artisans, for them to value their own skill sets.
Yeah,
and things of these kinds.
So again, I'll emphasize that we understand what you're saying, but with GI coming in, are we all agreeing to say that GI awareness at the first step, which then makes the artisan community also wanting to have it, rather than starting with the artisan community that you have now GI and let's see how what happens. It should be a pull and push mechanism from both sides.
True,
that the audience which is bringing the product to the markets, which is the all of us, different channels, different opportunities, is also pushing for GI. That we would like to engage with you if you have the GI certification. That also could be one way of looking at an opportunity which can help them, improve their monetization or improve their financial worth of work that they do. Because somebody on the other side respects the same product being called X, another product with GI being called X. So there should be a demand for the one which comes with GI, and how do we create it from a perspective of what you're doing?
Ma'am, it comes again and again. I mean, with awareness, we've all spoken about it. So what I would like to say here is that GI per se, enhances the visibility of a product. So once it's GI indexed, people know that it's coming from this particular part of the world, and that enhances people to reach out to those geographical zones and regions to see what's happening, how the product is made, and what's happening. So I think it helps.
Yeah, it helps a lot. And the same question, the second question was, will exhibitions, trade fairs, and experience-based marketing help?
Yes, ma'am. That definitely helps, because it's a way of carrying forward the product. Now, what's happening in the local market, for example, is I'll talk about textiles because, I majorly deal with apparel and stuff like that. So if you talk about khadi has always been there, or saris have always been there. But when we take these products to the global market, the same product, the same fabric has to be designed, cut, and styled in a manner where it has got a global outreach, or where, the international public can relate to the product. So this is one place where, these trade fairs and other things really help. I participate in a few fairs where the council also encourages these artists or takes these artists there. And when the same buyer who's fighting it out, that, the product seems to be a little expensive, once he sees the weaver or the artisan there, doing what he's doing, and then they suddenly realize the kind of effort that goes into making the product, and then they start to value, or they don't mind giving the value.
Sure. Thank you so much. Thank you. I can take this. This is better. So again, coming back to Taneira, how do you see the growing demand among young consumers for authentic and region-specific products coming in the coming years? How do you see that happening? Do young consumers look at region-specific products and value it? How do you see the consumer from that perspective?
Yeah, definitely the traction is increasing, no doubt in that. Right?
Amongst the young consumers?
Amongst the young consumers. Yes, young consumers are maybe occasion driven or otherwise whatever it is, like they are coming and asking for the certain kind of product, like, right? If there is any in the college function is happening or cocktail party is happening or something like that, like they're definitely coming and asking for the specific product, right? Which is nothing but regionalization, talk about, right? Okay. They come with the saying that I need a Pochampalli ikat. Very, very clearly they say that we want Pochampalli ikat,
Specifically.
Rajkot ikat, or Sambalpur ikat, right? Yes, while it is definitely is increasing, but there is a long way to go, very honestly, right? This is about the regionalization. But when you come back to the GI, right? Honestly, no customer is coming and asking for the GI specific product, right? It has its own reason. Again, it goes to the awareness or whatever. While brands like Taneira, while we wanted to do the commercialize the craft basically, right? In terms of whether it is GI or not GI, but specifically GI. We, at Taneira, we touched upon it actually. Right? How we can bring that regionalization and especially GI products and authentic GI products retailing at the stores, right? So in fact, Taneira went ahead and identified what are all we are retailing, how many of those products are GI certified, and from where we are sourcing, right? And whichever the ecosystem or vendor partners in Taneira ambit are there, whether they are registered or not registered, whoever not registered, we went ahead and encouraging them to get it registered. And we hired that consultants like Mr. Doctor helped, and Paul sir is there, like gentleman sitting over there. Paul sir helped us, like say around maybe Banaras, Chanderi Maheshwar, Kanchi, Dharmavaram. Among all these clusters, almost I have under like 750 vendor partners in our Taneira ambit. Out of that, 250 vendor partners are actively supplying to the Taneira. Yeah. Out of that, all 180 vendor partners are eligible to get the GI certified for their products, whatever they are supplying.
Are they certified?
I'm coming there.
Okay.
We reached out to the every single vendor partner of this 180 vendor partners and asked them to certify. And we formed a committee, what is a cross-panel team actually, CFT team, to work with the vendor partners very closely and submit the application. On behalf of them, Taneira team submitted the application and took the experts like Mr. Paul kind of help actually, and we pursued it. Now we succeeded in getting the Banaras, many of our vendor partners certificate registered in the Banaras, 100% in the Chanderi and Maheshwar, and Kanchi, unfortunately due to whatever may be the reason, it got rejected first time. Again we are approaching it. So that is the brand taking approach. But coming back to here, whether the gentleman told it right, is it really GI is valued, right? Yes, not valued at this moment because awareness gone up, awareness not gone. If awareness is there, say for example like what is all about GI, say Banaras brocades. Banaras brocades, yes it is GI, but what is it bringing to the customer, right? What is its speciality, right? Has that gone into the customer? If we succeed taking that into the customer, then customer will come and ask. The moment customer is asking, brand is there to do the business. Brand will definitely work on that and get the products and retail and more, right? And brand is not limiting over there actually. Brand also seeing that whether we can create the fusion products by using the various GI crops. Every year or every second year, we come up with something called Parichay. Now this year we are coming up with the Parichay 3. Parichay 1 gone, Parichay 2, Parichay 3. All this Parichay is all about the GI crops. Either single GI cropped product or amalgamation of the GI products. This is what it is. So we are trying. I mean, Taneira is trying its best, right? But honestly, we all need to work to create the awareness in the customers. The moment is the awareness gone into the customers, no? Obviously demand is created. The moment demand is created, back-end ecosystem will tune to that.
So, yeah, absolutely. So what you're saying is very correct. We spoke about the younger artisans who need to be trained, and on the other side, younger customers who need to be aware.
Exactly.
So catch them young on both sides.
Both sides.
I think that's
both sides, yes.
That's an important point, yeah. Fair enough. So I'll come to the policy. Sorry,
If I comment something on this, he spoke of something which was very interesting to me.
Yeah.
750 artisans identified, 250 shortlisted, 180 nearly
identified with opportunities,
and in one cluster rejected. So what does this mean? The ease of GI, which I was talking about, registration is extremely poor. If it is, if this part we don't solve, it's not going to go anywhere. So forget the awareness, forget getting people enrolled. This is the first reflection. 750, 250, 180 and clusters getting rejected. This has to be fixed.
Yeah, I think very well said. I think very well caught also. I think on the point of the opportunity that lies within this discussion. Absolutely. All right, coming back to Girish, to you. What policy interventions or public-private partnerships can accelerate this visibility and sales of GI product across India?
I think we will, as a platform or any other platform, you will have to technically collaborate with state and government aggregators, right? Because they are the one who are driving the entire concept of GI. The latter part of it, which is the monetization, growth, is all a secondary step to it. I don't think so. There is that consistency across states. If today I might be aware of a GI product, but if I go into a state, how many states, like I'm just quoting an example, Channapatna being one of the places known for toys, right? How many of us may be aware of places and locations which are agnostically aware of GI products being spread across the country? I don't think so. Is there a uniformity in states? I don't think so. Somewhere that is probably what needs to be drilled down from a top-down approach. You cannot have an aggregate. I'm a platform at the end of it, right? I can instill what can be provided to a GI seller, artisan, weaver on the platform. But I can't do things for him to reach the platform, which means identification, which means the process of it, which means what is the mechanism to ensure it's authentic. There is a lot of scarcity around it. It's very scattered. It's not really oiled in the manner we expect it to be oiled. Is GI being talked enough in the corridors beyond this ambit? I doubt. And that's the reason why I brought up another example of ODOP. One district, one product resonates well with GI. Is there ample and more in states across India? Not really. I mean, we are doing business, so we really know what's the actual status across states. There are not even departments who recognize it, let alone the product in the first place. And believe you me, this is a similar thing with GI. I don't want to quote names. You go to a government, you say we would like to encourage GI. They say, what is it? Why don't you take the lead? How can we take the lead? It's a mechanism. It's a process, and that's the reason I quoted. We are a country which has a very young population, and you technically pay for the service per se. Gen Z rule the consumer patterns in our country. I don't think so. Either of them will know what is the weightage of GI product in the first place, let alone the people who are making it. So I think there is a big gap and vacuum. I think from a typical private-public partnership, while platforms need to do things to monetize growth for GI tagged products and sellers, I think the other side of the ambit also is in terms of driving a mechanism and a process so the funnel is consistent as we move forward. It's not a one-time activity at the end of it, right? You will have more regions, you will have more products getting tagged, but there isn't that process right now. It is very sporadic and scattered, and I think it requires intervention both ways.
So I think with that, I've promised that we'll keep time for audience. And I'll go through the last round of anything else that anyone wants to add to this conversation. We can't bring awareness on this platform because we already have recognized that as one common thread. So Rakesh, starting from you, आप कुछ कहना चाहेंगे as last comment कि अगर हमें GI products को ज़्यादा aware and popular करना है domestic market में, तो आपके लिए कोई एक last comment आप बनाना चाहेंगे audience को?
In the last, I would like to say कि GI tag के लिए advertisement, popularity, बड़े जैसे तनेरिया में बात कर रही थी, एक corner for the GI products, separate corner, people come and see, they ask what is GI. इस तरीके का कोई campaign गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से होना चाहिए, क्योंकि जो प्रोड्यूसर है जो GI टैग के प्रोडक्ट बनाता है वो इतना एजुकेटेड नहीं है, वो मार्केटिंग नहीं कर पाएगा, उसके लिए सपोर्ट की जरूरत है, उसके प्रोडक्ट को बेचना हम लोगों को पड़ेगा.
Okay, all right, thanks. Any other comment from you? Yeah, I'll come to you. Yeah.
No, I think private-public partnership is a very strong advent. I probably believe in a space of GI as we speak. I think it works and covers the length and breadth of what we envision GI beyond and probably down the line. And I think that will probably play a very important role because it'll bring in a lot of structure, it brings in a lot of process. It at the end of it also looks at monetization and growth. So I think private-public partnerships probably is a way forward because that will cover a lot of aspects that have been brought out collectively, over here. So yeah.
Okay, so that's one biggest step that one can consider in the thing. Okay. David?
So I just want to add one thing is like as Samit also says GI and beyond actually. I want to touch that GI and beyond in another angle actually. This GI crafts, unless we succeed in commercialization of the crafts, right? Whatever the efforts we put by the public and private partnership, that may not yield actually. While we are putting for the efforts to create the awareness with the public-private partnership, simultaneously we also need to focus on the how we can make it the crafts commercialized. Like in the sense it's available, it's at its affordable price where every wider audience can afford it actually. Then only like it goes long. Otherwise it will become a very niche market. When it is a niche market, it limits. Right. When it is limiting, right, then where is the question of inviting the new artisans and new all these things and creating the new capacity, right. All these things.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks. Any comments? Last comments?
I'd like to have two comments which I heard throughout the day, and I think so I want to summarize it. One is I heard Dr. Rajnikant speaking about every district having a person there in which will enable the GI registration, because I don't want to again mention names, but inadvertently, I have my compliance manager also here. He went to DIC in Cannanore and said, GI ke baare mein karna hai, I want to do registration this. Other than blank faces, there is nothing anywhere. So until as people know at the government level, it doesn't work. And you talked about public-private. I think so it's policymakers, corporates, and also academia. All three need to get involved in terms of popularizing, because there's investments required in all three. And lastly, I take from what Dr. Vivek said about it. It's very important. If you walk outside, you see all the products. They only appeal to the Indian diaspora. Just talking about Indian diaspora is not going to get you anywhere in GI. If you are not going to be able to monetize it in exports, you're able to not monetize it to a larger clientele. Products have to be productized, which Dr. Ganguly was talking about, which will only relate to into a commercial valuation, and then only there will be a impetus to this GI movement. I'll give you a small example, just a minute. We are handloom manufacturers in Cannanore, but what do? Cannanore is all about yarn-dyed, handloom woven fabrics. But if you're stuck and limited to that, we would have not gone anywhere. I travel all over the country. My designers travel all over the country. We bring in different concepts from all over the country and weave it in Cannanore as yarn-dyed and handloom fabric. And that is when I export it to the top brands in the world. That's when I get value. And today my weavers are weaving it, but they have no value, they've got no connection to GI, even though it's a GI tagged indicated product. So that's where I'd like to rest my case.
Thank you so much. Thanks. That was fantastic. Any last comments, Vivek?
No, I mean, see, there is something which is called as conspicuousness of business also. Now, for example, there's a weaver sitting in Kutch. He has a distinctive style of weaving, which is done only in that part of the country, for example. So a weaver based out of West Bengal would not be able to weave, or maybe down south or up north would not be able to do the same kind of, patterns or weaves or, stuff like that. The same with Jamdani. So what's happening there? Now, hypothetically, a product like a Pashmina is coming from Ladakh or from wherever. Yeah. And if somebody has the yarn spinning capacities where, so the Pashmina technically is GI indexed in Ladakh, hypothetically, and the weave is indexed in some other part, but it's not necessary that these two products can't have a marriage in between, I mean, so how do we tackle that, I mean, in the long term and otherwise? So that's another thing, point to ponder later on, I mean. So.
Okay. Thank you so much. So we've raised lots of questions, and I think that's a great session to have, where we are actually putting out ideas, putting out possible next steps as we see them to the policymakers, to our stakeholders, to the audience to whom we open this session now for questions. If you have any questions, to sum up what we discussed as a key takeaway from this session is primarily we need much more awareness within the government ecosystem and policymakers, and to the end consumers on both sides. And both sides means the makers and the community of sellers on both sides. So that's one. Opportunity in PPP, what Girish spoke about. Definitely there's an opportunity there, because most, the accelerated opportunity of success comes through PPP quicker than we know any other route. So that could be a good takeaway. We spoke about markets and understanding the positioning of the markets. We spoke about in the morning session as well as now here, we, coming from very knowledgeable panel here who's experiencing consumer demands firsthand. So market understanding and positioning of markets, whether domestic and global, both hold their, merit. And last, we spoke about the commercialization of craft. How is it that we can bring that about? And fourth, and the last one, which is very important, is the awareness amongst young communities of makers and consumers. And for that, a big brand discussion, a big campaign, which absolutely swarms all mediums of communication, and people wake up and say, why is it that I don't have GI? Why is it that we don't know about GI? That level campaign at all channels and mediums needs to be considered to bring that first thrust. The moment the first thrust comes, then I think GI 2 and beyond is a success story by itself. But though, the repetition takes on to say that this needs to be a consideration. So that is what, on behalf of the panel, I would like to sum up, if everyone's okay with this summarization of the session. And any questions, please? Please ask questions. That's what this session is. Why I was enthusiastically wanting to start early with a small audience was for the questions.
I am Bilal. I am chairman Kashmir Carpet Cluster Development Organization. It is a GI product of Kashmiri hand knotted silk carpets. Whatever our efforts would be to strengthen and empower the artisans only, and the best way is to give them the market. Market, you talk of local market, national market, international market. So our recommendation for the marketing is to have permanent marketing support in shape of GI marts, and there should be some filters in GEM, that is government e-marketing purchases, and there should be a support for the corporate gifting also for GI. Only after giving the marketing support, full-fledged marketing support to the GI products, we can empower and we can motivate the younger generation to be connected to these activities. And we have a very good potential in GI products for employment generation and foreign exchange earnings for our nation. Yeah. So our recommendations may be put in your recommendations, and this will be a good thing to promote the GI products. And like the Jain Saab has said, to introduce these GI in the minds of the youth. State should have a policy for the education departments, that there should be some, like we have early morning prayers, then we should have some, with these things we can tell them about our traditional art, craft and our languages
School
also,
level.
so that it will come in their minds. They will talk with their parents. Parents will become these customers to the GI products, and after some generations, they will become themselves the customers. These are our recommendations.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Education
Yes.
at a young age.
Yeah.
ये आपका एक point है.
Yeah,
और आपने दो
GI marts, creation of GI marts.
हाँ, मैं आपका दूसरा पॉइंट को थोड़ा सा इजी वे में बताना चाह रही हूँ कि ये इन्होंने दो पॉइंट्स बहुत अच्छे बताए मिस्टर श्रीधर. वी हैव सच अ ह्यूज अपॉर्चुनिटी इन कॉर्पोरेट गिफ्टिंग एंड द गवर्नमेंट गिफ्टिंग. सो हाँ, तो वो एक एंड जेम, both GEM portal and these are two very good points for your consideration. Please.
Yeah, that's sure, because we are already, whenever we do some overseas program, we take mostly either it's a handicraft or handloom products to gift to the ambassadors or the overseas buyers over there. And even recently, I think 3 years before we did that Azadi Ka Amrit 75th year, we have gifted every embassy with 75 all this niche product from handloom and handicraft. It's already been done. Even in my recent meeting with the Ministry of External Affairs, I was just requesting them that G20 meet or whatever this kind of bilateral discussion, this kind of discussion, we can promote this kind of GA product from handloom and handicraft. So these are all the things we are promoting, but still let's keep pushing on that.
Yes.
So naturally it will take up.
I like the idea of the GEM portal having a priority.
GEM portal can also, and over and above, I was also listening to the views of Mr. Rakesh Jain as well as, and he is also telling, like the children should be educated about GI. And in addition to this, it's also my suggestion, maybe in the competitive exams, maybe like IIT, JEE or the NEET, okay, that's different.
These questions should be added.
This kind of a question. So people will be compelled to study. Are GI mein kya hai? How they are getting GI certificate? At least one question related to GI, people will naturally find some interest.
And that's a clever one. That's a huge community of youngsters who take the exam.
Every year,
I think, Ministry of Education has lots of suggestions from us today.
Suni, at least 15, 20 lakhs people are writing this kind of competitive
course.
exam. So
It's a-
people, because we have a certain mindset, unless we are compelled to do, we don't do it. So this is a kind of a compelled education to know about the GI. That's one point. In another point, when we were traveling in China, every medical shop, they must sell around 15%, 20% of the Ayurvedic product. It's a kind of a mandatory system over there in China. But here, although we can't insist or we can't make it as a mandatory system, but still, all the leading showrooms can also keep a corner for GI product so that they can sell. Maybe some sort of tax benefits or some sort of system can be worked out by approaching with our government.
Thank you so
These are all
much.
some sort of
Yeah,
suggestion.
thank
That's
you
it.
so
Thank
much.
you.
Another
Yeah.
question for you. We have a lot of Indians who handloom technologies.
Take the
Handloom technology. Do we have a special session on GI in handloom technology courses?
Yeah, in IIHT, they are going to have a
IIHT.
session next
Yeah.
week,
Yeah.
and where they are going to totally revised about the structure. I think Mr. Rakesh Jain is also there, old, he's an alumni of IIHT only, and we have another few people, and Mr. Adish Jain. So he's our board member, he's also an alumni of IIHT, and we are working out on that, even for the export and GI. There are some suggestions given up to our DC Handloom office.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not there on time.
Yeah, Mr. Ramurthy.
Sure about that handloom technology. I am a textile technology background guy. Yes, definitely there was a one chapter used to be there in the textile technology. That's where we studied about that Pochampalli got the GI and Kanchi got the GI, Banaras brocades got the GI. It's not like what after coming to the Tanera I came to know this, but I came to know it at college stages.
Okay.
Very good idea.
We conclude the session here now. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Yeah, one last question. Can somebody pass the mic to her, please? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm Amrita Sabat, and me and my sister, Dr. Anita Sabat, we set up the world's first Odisha GI store. So that is Utkal Amrita. And it is the brainchild of my sister, Dr. Anita Sabat. And all the GI products of Odisha will be displayed and sold under one roof. So that was the concept. And out of 26 GI tags, we currently have 17 at our showroom.
Congratulations.
Thank you
so much.
And,
Do you have a question?
Yes, ma'am. We do have a question. It is pertaining to what Girish sir was telling. Actually, on the marketplaces, we find a lot of counterfeits getting sold of Sambalpuri, of our Ikat, Bomkai. In fact, all of our 9 Odisha handlooms, all the fakes are getting sold, which automatically affects the sale of our genuine products.
So before Girish can answer, I can just say that we need the IIT Madras solution right away.
Yeah, that's true. Absolutely true. We also want those secure QR codes which we could actually tag on to our every product. So that is needed. And next is, what can the marketplaces do to stop this? So please, you need to stop it. Otherwise, there is no point discussing about GI. There's nothing authentic in
So,
that.
ma'am, there are two ways to look at it, and I'll break it in the most simple manner. Since it's a marketplace, all 4 of us would like to sell the same product. That's point number 1. Point number 2 is from a counterfeit perspective, very typically. As a process, what we try to do is get trademark as a mandatory check, right? But as a platform, many a times, and we are trying to negate that. It's a problem. I don't want to raise and sugarcoat it. It's a problem. We are trying to negate it to the possible extent we can. One of the reasons, and I'm talking about 2 examples of similar construct, is why we try to partner for GI and for ODOP at Flipkart typically is that we try to go back to the government in terms of having that authenticity kind of taken up by us, and we doing the best we can on the platform, right? But that problem still persists. I can still pick up that product from you, right? Because the uniformity isn't there. Today, for example, and I'll quote a like-to-like example. Today, when I put up a NEHSDC product, I put up NEHSDC as a brand on the platform, which is on the marketplace. So today, I pick up a keyword or say bamboo, I'm just quoting an example, or cane. You will see a storefront of NEHSDC opening up. That is probably from a marketplace perspective, we can do that much. Counterfeit is a problem. We are using technology also to negate that, be it potential sellers who are doing such things, potential consumer. I'm just looking at myself. I'm not trying to say I do that, but we are trying to do that. It's a problem, but we are trying to do as a platform we can, as much we can. Like I started this conversation saying that today, how do I know you are an artisan? He's an artisan. One of the reasons is I ask for a Pehchan card as an authentication. Today, a government body, I don't want to name them, say that we work with 1,000 artisans. I say, great job. We do khadi work. Excellent. How do I authenticate because you're a government body? There has to be some mechanism around it. Yeah, so we are trying to do that. And I also head a program called Samat, which typically potentially works with artisans and weavers. We've impacted close to 2 lakh livelihoods this year alone. But I'm not trying to shy away from it. We are trying to do the best we can. It's a problem, no question about it. But that is from a platform perspective what we're bringing on board.
Thank you so much, everyone. With that, we conclude.
Yeah, can we wait, please? Before you take a group photograph, may I invite on stage Shri Kartikeya Dhanda, Secretary Textiles Committee, and Shri Lalit Goyal, Past Chairman HEPC, to please join us on stage. We present mementos as a token of our appreciation and thanks to the esteemed moderator as well as the esteemed speakers. Starting with Ms. Anuradha Kumra. She is the esteemed moderator for this session. We thank Shri Girish Nair. Our thanks to Shri K.C. Ramamurthy. Our thanks to Shri Devi Ramana Reddy. Heartfelt thanks to Dr. Vivek Chaturvedi. And of course, our heartfelt thanks to Shri Rakesh Jain. Once again, our heartfelt thanks to all the esteemed panelists and the moderator of this session. And the next session is, of course, chaired by Mr. N. Sridhar. So he's already with us on the days. Back end team, please get the stage ready. So this next session is leveraging GI handloom products in the international market. मॉडरेटर का इधर लगाना Meanwhile, while the stage is getting set up, a brief introduction to each and every speaker and the esteemed moderator. Mr. N. Sridhar is Executive Director, Handloom Export Promotion Council under the Development Commissioner for Handlooms, Ministry of Textiles. He is a textile technologist with postgraduate qualification in business administration and public administration as well, and has over 30 years of experience across sector in the textile value chain. Mr. Kshitish Kameria, representing Walmart, is a senior consultant with Walmart's cross-border trade team, where he works closely with Indian home textile manufacturers and brands to expand their presence in the global markets. We have Ms. Kavita Parmar. She is representing TANT Spain. She is an Indian-born, globally raised innovator working at the intersection of fashion, craft, and technology. She began her career in Hong Kong and later on pioneering retail in India with the Oshkosh B'Gosh franchise. We will also be joined by Ms. Mariella Lena, founder, Lavor Ombra LLC Designer Italy. She is the founder and the creative director and is an Australian-Italian designer with over 17 years of experience in Indian handmade rug and textile technology. We will also be joined by Mr. Alessandro Giuliani, President, Indo-Italian Chamber of Commerce. He is an entrepreneur with an extensive experience in luxury marketing, international business, as well as education, and has leadership roles with L'Oreal, CT Couture, and Zildo Zegna. And also, in this session, we will be joined by Professor Advocate Ganesh S. Hingmire. He is a leading expert in geographical indications and intellectual property rights with over 23 years of experience behind him. So join me in extending a warm welcome to all of them as we request them all to please join us on stage. This is now the start of the session. Promote GI products in domestic market. We have moved on to that from leveraging GI handloom products in the international market. So this is the session, and we have a very esteemed panel here on stage with us. So to start with, leveraging GI handloom products in the international market, I now invite the esteemed moderator to please take the session forward. It's over to you, sir.
A very good afternoon to everyone, and thanks for the patience listening of all the visitors to this wonderful session right from the morning. So we are in the final session. Of course, for a lighter sense, the success of a movie comes with the climax. If the movie climax is good, the movie is considered to be a successful movie. So we are on the climax session of this GI Beyond. Hope it will be good and more enjoyable. And one more lighter sense, I just watched a movie recently, Odyssey, okay, by the Christopher Nolan. The story was running behind 1,500 years before Christ. In that, there are a couple of scenes coming. The queen is weaving the handloom. So that captured in my mind. So, and the movie is directed by Christopher Nolan, who have in-depth study for every scene of his movie. So that means that's happening in Greece, in fact. So in Greece, so like 3,500, 700 years before they were doing handloom. So, and we are doing the same handloom for the GI product. So it's one of the pride movement. So not taking much of time because already we are running behind the schedule. And we are Handloom Export Promotion Council under the Ministry of Textiles. We are taking lot of efforts for promoting the Indian handloom products all across globe. We are conducting close to 15 to 20 international events, taking our handloom artisans and handloom exporters to various countries. And today is a very memorable day of our council. And thanks to our board, our chairman, vice chairman, and our board members, and the Development Commissioner of Handloom, and to the Honorable Minister of State and Secretary, ma'am, for launching our Digital Atlas platform. This was a dream of our council. For almost last 4-5 months, we have been working. And thanks to Mr. Nandakishore, who has crafted our Handloom Digital Atlas. I'm sure that this is going to be play a pivotal role on promoting Indian handloom products into an international market. And we are planning to write to all 195 countries, our Indian missions across the globe, to promote the site and to take advantage of the bias overall across the globe to get registered and to make use of, so that will directly beneficial to our handloom manufacturers. So with this, I think it's already introduced the panelist. So we have, as usual, we have 2 questions to everyone. And first questions means, of course, I had a personal interaction with everyone. So in addition, so the first question to Mr. Kamaria from Walmart. Thanks for accepting our invitation, because we were carefully designing the panel also who can be on the domestic for pushing into the domestic market, and also the international people who are like influencing person in the international market. So the first question, the large global retailers are increasingly focusing on responsible sourcing. What are the key expectations Walmart has from handloom artisan-based suppliers today? So over to you, please.
Okay, firstly, I'd like to thank everyone for giving me a chance to be a part of this esteemed panel. Secondly, to answer your question, what are the expectations that Walmart has? So, talking again from a marketplace perspective, we are currently trying to onboard Indian manufacturers and sellers across the board, small sellers, MSMEs and all, so that they can come and showcase their products to the US marketplace, on the US marketplace or across the world. They can showcase their products to buyers across the world. So India has certain manufacturing capabilities, let's say in cotton, silk, jute, which is second to none in the world. So we manufacture such products at a very good cost, and also that's what we're trying to leverage. We're trying to get in different manufacturers, small artisans who can come on the platform, showcase their products on the platform, and enable the buyers across the world to buy the products directly. We can do it from India.
So your focus of... I'll get the mic. Yeah, thank you. I got it. So your focus... Yeah, you are focused on which kind of product from the handloom sector promoting into the wall market. We know pretty well because we are having a couple of discussions with Walmart focusing on home textiles. What about your interest on promoting other niche product like saris, stoles, shawls made out of like silk, wool and blends? These are really rich, and speaking about the Indian traditions.
As I mentioned, so Indian tradition, so India has great manufacturing capabilities of, let's say, cotton, silk, jute. So any products which consist of these materials, a stole or a pashmina shawl or a sari, or even, let's say, a mat, jute mat, all these products are something which can do very well in the international market. There's an upcoming budding demand from the international market for such products. So a whole of textile is a sector which is budding in the international market as of now, and we're focusing on different manufacturers who can get that selection to our platform.
Okay, thank you. Now my question to Ms. Kavita Parmar. Kavita Parmar is the face of Indian handlooms in Spain, because we met her even our Ashadika Amrut program also. She was moderating a couple of events where we invited almost 15 country ambassadors over there in Madrid with our Indian ambassador. And so we are very happy to be to invite Ms. Kavita. And the question to you is, Extant has successfully connected heritage craftsmanship with modern global audiences. What strategies have been most effective in making traditional textiles relevant to your younger customers? How do you feel?
So hi, first of all, thank you so much for inviting me, and I congratulate you on this summit and this event and all the people who've spoken, because it's been something I've been waiting for a long time. It's right up my alley. I think GI, I'm just going to quickly mention this, is a very important moment of time that we're talking about this. What is GI? To me, it's a cultural brand. At the end of the day, that's what it is. We're branding our culture. Now, we can either decide to be suppliers, like we are in the case of yoga. Yoga has been branded by people all over the world and sold back to us, and we're suppliers of it because this is where the professors who come to do yoga come and study, and then they go and they start their own school of yoga. There's a brand that's been $1 billion selling yoga wear, and we don't even make any yoga wear internationally. So I think it's time that India start to look at us not as a supplier, but as a creator of culture. That's what we are. We have this culture. Now, do we have the sense of faith and belief in ourselves to go out and tell our own story in our own way? That's what we need to think about. And that's what we try to do at Extant. I feel like in a moment where AI, machine learning, and all these things are going to come, human beings and what we're able to do and how we're able to tell our stories is going to be even more important. I'll give you a couple of success stories that I've worked with. Harris Tweed in England. It's a small island, and today in the world, it's one of the most growing places in the world where young people are learning to be weavers because of their GI, and their GI was started in 1930. I'm working right now with the Spanish government to do something similar with the merino wool. GI is the future if we want to create product that has real impact on the ground. We can use technology, but technology is not the answer. It's just an enabler. It's a tool. The most important thing we need to do is have faith in ourselves, be clear about what GI is. And to me, GI is our culture. And that's what we need to educate everyone about. And what we've done at Extant, I think is really exciting, is we bring together interdisciplinary, international, but also intergenerational groups of people who live together, work together, and showcase together their work. So at Extant, we blend all that. And we also bring people from other parts of the world so that they can share success stories. We can learn from the people in Harris Tweed. What did they do well that we can repeat in India? That's why we're bringing, for example, our first Extant to India in a village in Bujori, because we think that's where real stories have to be told.
Okay. Thank you. And now we move on to Lina. So she's the founder of Ombra Designer. She's one of the leading designer over there. And thanks for accepting our invitation to be here for this program. And we know that you took a lot of pain traveling the entire yesterday. So that is why I just want to say my special thanks to you.
Thanks for having me. That was partly my own fault. I thought it was on the 5th of September. And so I drove 5 hours here from Missouri. Yeah, I've been working in India for the better part of 20 years, designing for other companies, mainly in the States and also in Europe. And I've started my own brand in the last year, and it's called Lavoro Ombra, which Lavoro Ombra in Italian means shadow work. And I've also included the Sanskrit Chaya, which is the goddess of shadow. And my aim is to bring to the fore the artisans that work with me. Everything is handmade in my brand. I've always designed rugs and also textiles, and it's handmade from down to also the spinning of the yarns. I think in the industry internationally, it's not that there's mistruths, there's a lot of omissions and a lot of names left out and a lot of people who aren't credited and a lot of the processes that aren't explained. And I've actually registered the trademark in America, Radical Transparency, because my role now is to explain each step, give credit to the people who are working with me, my collaborators. My design isn't about imposing design onto the people who I work with here. It's an absolute collaboration, and it always has been. The people who I work with would vouch for that. I love the collaborative process of how we develop artisan products together. And I think the GI is important. It's not a new concept in its provenance. It's where the product comes from, the people who make it, the culture behind it. And I think that's something that the international market is very interested in a luxury level now. My brand will be luxury sort of positioning and pricing, and I want to pitch the artisanship at a level where it's accredited for the artisanship that it is. Also, in a monetary sense, I sort of heard a bit this morning about a lot of this word of keeping it cheap. I don't believe you have to keep it cheap because the materials matter. I develop yarns that are sustainable. Silk is one thing, but there's a lot of botanical silks, natural indigenous silks that come from India. I'm going next week to Coimbatore to a supplier to look further at his blends of silk. All of these aspects of the products need to be explained and educated. My competitors overseas don't go into it. There's a lot of nonsense into the market and they're charging ridiculous prices. So it needs to be explained. And I think that GI, the geographical significance of where the craft, not even craft, it's art. And the people behind it are artists. And the signing of the product will elevate the product in a way that all artists attribute their artisanship and craftsmanship to. So I think you have to start thinking on those lines, and you're preserving cultures at a time where the marketplace has to understand that we have to keep feeding that at a price that people can live. And I believe a lot, I've seen a bit of it in the concept also of reverse migration. I come from that culture. I'm Australian. My family immigrated from Italy to Australia. In one generation, from farmers, we became doctors, lawyers. I'm actually a trained lawyer from Sydney, but I gave that away and I came back to my creativity. And for the last 20 years, I've invested in this and I believe in it. I was an intellectual property lawyer, so I also know a bit about what goes on behind in protecting rights. And I think that if you can encourage that too, educate the children. But when I was up in Ladakh, because I was visiting Ladakh earlier for the spring harvest of the Laina Kashmir, and I think a lot of the kids are beginning to understand the significance of this. You go off and work in the corporate world, and I was looking at a harbour view in Sydney and I was bored. And I didn't see the harbour view, and I came back to start working with my hands and working with people who work with their hands. And there's so much of a reward in that. So I think you'll find that the children will go on to be educated, and then this coming back to even what their culture and what their families do. And when you get educated people, turn it into businesses that actually know the direction and know what to do, and begin to nurture these concepts of provenance and where and protecting that as they do in Europe. I mean, champagne. They didn't start making money just because they put a ticket on it. You have to market it, you have to explain the process, and all of those things go behind making the products in themselves like a kind of brand in themselves, a mark of authorship. And I think it's a really important direction. And for my part of it, I have a website that will be launched shortly, and it will be about storytelling. And I think the luxury market wants that, and they'll pay for it.
Yeah. Thank you, Ms. Lino, for briefing about your long relationship with the Indian craftsmen, and you are working. So, hope you have seen the product displayed over there. So, maybe in the final round, you can just suggest your views on the GI products, whatever we displayed. As a designer point of view, we would like to have your feedback at the end of the session. Now, we will move to Mr. Alessandro. He's the president of Indo-Italian Chamber of Commerce. So, Italy is known for craftsmanship and premium branding. What lessons can Indian handloom entrepreneurs can learn from Italian handloom artisans in building a global brands? What's your suggestions?
Thank you. Well, first of all, thank you for having me here, and congratulations for the Atlas and for the logo.
Thank you.
I've actually been thinking the whole day about this topic because, the difference is that Italy sells culture And touching what has been briefly introduced now, GI is a great thing that will make a unique product, okay? But it's not enough because the product sells if, I always say the product is 30% of the package. Yeah. The rest 70% is storytelling. Design is important. The customer experience is very important. There is a whole world around it that makes sell. And if you think any big Italian product comes with a whole package, it sells an experience, not the product itself. Yeah. So here in India, I think we have a unique opportunity at a unique moment in time, a moment where the young people want transparency, they want sincerity, they want real things, a moment where the luxury world across the world is looking for bespoke, for handmade, and this is all in India. So this is a huge opportunity. These opportunities come very fast because then there are people everywhere that take the grasp of the opportunity. But India has so much potential here that if we manage to put together all the rest around, it's very important. And I think that is what we should concentrate right now. I've heard a lot about the right price. No, for me, the right price for handloom is up there. Is the most expensive.
Yeah, that's exactly.
And I get mad. I have a double hat, as you know. I'm also part of a luxury brand that uses only handloom and has brought it to the best shows around the world. And when I see handloom shown as craft in the down way, I get mad because it's skills that are sent back by centuries, hours of work, hours of unique works. You cannot learn it like that. So this is the heart of luxury. This just needs some, they said it in the previous panel, some recognition in terms of personal recognition as artists, but also in terms of money. Okay, that's what needs to change, but it's just an attitude. We all must learn to treat handloom like luxury, so immediately high price, but not only high price. High price comes with service, with quality, with a lot of things that need to be learned.
That's exactly. Thank you. Because when a person buy the handloom products, they understand with the storytelling, they understand because every product from different parts of country and it has its own heritage and the storytelling about the place, the process and everything. So it definitely helps them. Thank you.
See, we tried at the beginning because we are on a mission with our brand to sell it as sustainable. Handloom doesn't sell. It has to be beautiful. It has to be well told. It has to be in the right place at the right price.
Yes.
Then it is appreciated. Then the GI makes it unique.
Yeah,
so
definitely.
Upper luxury.
Yeah, and moreover, this has got the very lowest carbon footprints, and it's a slow fashion, which is now the Europe is going ahead. Thank you. So now let's move to Mr. Ganesh Hingmare. He's the founder chairman of GMCC InfoWorld. Sir, I have a question for you. With increasing emphasis on the sustainability and ethical trade, how can technology, certification, and the compliance frameworks help the handloom products to gain greater credibility in the global markets?
First of all, I'm very thankful to organizer for inviting me here, and special thanks for two reasons. Number one, this is timely selected topic. I don't know how many of you are aware of the fact that there is a consistently decline in export. 2022 USA, we had handloom export $58 million, and last year it was $39 million. For UK, it was $11.86 million. Last year, it was 7.76. This is exclusively only on handloom.
Yes.
And further, Spain, $12.49 million. it declined to 6.5. I mean, so 40-50% decline you will find in Indian handloom. I mean, that's very serious. And thanks for such a wonderful selecting topic like leveraging the GI handloom products in international market. This is very good. That's the first reason. I must say thanks. Second reason, I'm the person who fought the case against the Prada. And today you will find there is an agreement between the luxury brand and the artisans. Artisans are getting the benefit of it. So they have reached to that. So this has happened only in India, Italy against that luxury brand, and the person who fought Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam is the philosophy what we have. Now coming to the answer to your questions. Of course, there are a number of cases, sir. We are celebrating victory of our cricket by champagne.
Yeah.
Okay. And no one can make this. What technology or system they have developed. The another side of the another example again from the European side is a Scotch whiskey. And I don't know whether it should be say fortunately or unfortunately 70% Scotch whiskey is exported to the India and no one is there to copy it. One sugar factory did it, but the association took an action, and that's what technology or system they have developed. No one will use their name. That's the thing. But at the same time, there is a study, a success story from India as well. Darjeeling fought 16 cases internationally, and they won. So what the system they have developed in a legal language, okay, that name somewhere is protected, the product somewhere is protected, the entire process is also protected, the legal framework is different. Yeah. There is an agreement introduced in 1958 called Lisbon Agreement. I hope some of may be aware of it. Later on in 2050, it converted into the Geneva Act. And India is supposed to accept that, but here is there is a lacuna you will find. Only name is protected, not the process or making of that particular article or handloom is protected. So here, the opportunity or technology or whatever traceability is already described perfectly by the IIT professors. It will definitely help. The system what Darjeeling did, what Champagne is doing, or what Scotch whiskey people or association is taking right now is immediately we can adopt. But those are the manufactured goods, not really handloom or handicraft goods. However, there are certain challenges in this scenario. What I personally feel, the regional agreement which we have proposed, like UK-India Free Trade Agreement, like European Union and India Free Trade Agreement, in this particular such kind of arrangements, we can put the clauses pertaining to the protection of the handloom or handicraft product, which are accepted as it is, and then protection shall be available as it is. Then what problem happened with the Kolhapuri should not happen with the other handicrafts. And there, I think those process acceptance and particularly legal framework, bilateral or regional framework will definitely help Indian handloom to prosper and get the international market.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. See, the government of India has signed almost the FTA with 56 countries all across the globe. So that's certainly helping our exporters. To be frank, last 3 years before we signed the CEPA with the United Arab Emirates. So earlier to that, we were doing only for our HS code, we were doing only 14-15 million. Now in the last 2-3, it has scaled up to the level of 42-43 million. So there is an increase. Coming to answer your question regarding there is a reduction in the handloom export to few countries like UK or even Spain and USA. There is a change in the blend because people look for a different blend. Although our handloom people are doing different blend, the HS codes are not allotted for the particular blend. So people use wherever the blend HS code is available, they are using. So that's the reason that we couldn't capture the entire thing that's been highlighted. So it will get addressed soon. Thank you. Let's go to next question coming to again Mr. Khameri of Walmart. So how can Indian handloom cluster scale production and maintain consistency while preserving the uniqueness that global consumers value? So what's your just feel on this?
On any, let's say in any market, there are two different sort of customers. There are the premium customers and there are the value driven customers. The premium customers are the customers who want to have a story behind everything they own, behind everything they wear. If they're wearing a shawl, they need to have a story that this was woven by some artisans who have perfected their craft over decades. So to answer this question, we have to look in two different directions. One is addressing the premium customer, and the second one is addressing the value-driven customer. Value-driven customer basically looks after what is the value that the product is giving me at what cost. If I have to use the product for, let's say, a 2-month or a 3-month period, am I getting enough value from it?
Okay.
So for the manufacturers, the artisans have to pick what category they fall into. If they're falling into the premium category, then they have to make every piece unique. They have to put a story behind every article that they're manufacturing. They have to portray it in such a way. They have to tell their story upfront, and that's how the customers will be attracted. If they're manufacturing a value-driven product, then they'll probably then a lot of those manufacturing constraints won't be there. You just have to make a repetitive product in bulk so that you can address the bigger market. So this is how we can basically bifurcate it.
Yeah, we are also requesting individual state governments to connect the artisans into societies so that they can take care of bulk product requirements. So that we are keep pushing through the state government. Thank you. Now, my next question to Ms. Kavita Parmar is, how artisans move? How can artisans move from being suppliers in a value chain to becoming recognized co-creators and storytellers on their craft? Can you just share your views on this?
Sure. Do you mind if I show a little bit of some pictures of work that I've done specifically on that?
Yeah,
if they could just quickly run through randomly show the images while I talk. So this is just the work that I've been doing. So in 2010...
One second, you want us to play your...
If you can just run it while I talk, it'll help people see what I'm talking about. In 2010, I made a project called the IOU project, where I worked with 243 artisans, Madras lungi weavers, a fabric that in India everyone knows, but nobody wants to seem to buy. At that point, Coptex was one of the biggest handloom companies in India, and they were having real trouble trying to have a market. And the idea that I proposed to them was, what if we were to put a QR code and that would tell the story of every single artisan? So what I did was I spent time, made a product that was for now, so a Madras shirt, and we documented every single weaver. We went to their house, we took pictures, videos, because they're not capable of doing that, and we created a correct collection that was very much for anyone from today. If you were to go to Ralph Lauren or any of these people, you'd see they sell Madras, it's just that the Madras doesn't come from Madras. And I always say, you'd never buy a bottle of Rioja or a champagne made in China. Why are you buying Madras made somewhere else? So the whole idea was to also give back identity and authorship. And I want you to all look at this picture. This is what we did in 2010. Every single piece had a QR code. You could scan it. You could see who the weaver was, who the person who made the piece was. We produced everything in Europe because I wanted to showcase that Madras as a fabric is a skill that's very old. And if I want to make a best jacket, I would collaborate. The Madras weaver is collaborating with the Italian maker who makes the jacket, and we sell a high quality product to the world. For me, this was really important because not only does the consumer get to see who made the piece, but also the weaver gets to see who the consumer was. This, to me, is very important. We have to stop treating the weavers and these people as if they're children, as if we need to help them. We don't. They're incredible artisans. We just need to give them the right opportunity and the space. So what we do with my work is that, give them space as equals on a platform. And what we did was I created a hashtag, which became a big deal later on, called Who Made My Clothes in 2010. Took me a while to get it around. Unfortunately, then Rana Plaza happened. Lots of people died. And then because of that tragedy, it did become a big global movement. And now everyone is asking the question, who made my clothes, especially young people. This is a beautiful video, but we don't have the time to play it. Maybe we'll do it afterwards. I'll just show you. The next thing, what we did was we realized that we needed needed to put together a global platform to help the artisans. So that's what we do. That is what extant is. Extant, which means a word that means still existing. It's the opposite of extinct. And what we do in this platform is we bring artisans, for example, the Bhutori people, to come and look at what we're doing and showcase the work. So when they're with an artist, we mix art, craft, all of them together. It's very important for the artisan to see themselves as just not laborers, but as artists. We also help them with skills. We put them collaborating with designers and artists so that they have control over their work and that every single piece carries the name of everyone. In a movie, when you finish, when you saw Odyssey, you saw the name of all the 1,000 people who were there. Why don't we have the names on every shirt that you're wearing? So that's the thing that we're doing. The Majorcan government is helping, and we're doing it in Mallorca, but our plan is also to bring it to India, which is where we're coming in January. So I'm very excited, and I think this is the moment to do this work. We work in education. We do a leadership program where we put everyone together, even the weavers, so that they think differently. So I think we're in the right moment, and all of us on this stage, and everyone who spoke today, I think we're all for it, and you guys can totally be the platform for us to work together.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Thank you for connecting with so much of artisans for your product requirements. Thank you. Now we'll move to Ms. Lena. Say, what design trends do you foresee creating new opportunities for the GI handloom products in international market with suitable interventions on color, designs, or any basic infrastructures?
Well, is it on? Yeah. I think sustainability is the word that I always sort of have lived by and continue to live by, and it's important. From a designing point of view, as I said, I'm sort of more at the level of sort of high-end productions, and the idea that a piece is an heirloom piece, that you don't throw it out. It's a piece that you invest in, and I think with the GI certification, people would be assured that it's a piece that it's worth keeping, will retain its value, and something that possibly could even sort of hold an increase in value. So I think that's quite an important thing from, you know, an investment point of view, treating it as an artwork. It's not really answering the question about creativity. From creativity to the sustainability point of view, I don't tend to dye my yarns. I use hand spun yarns. I want to explain, most people in the rest of the world outside of this room don't know the difference between machine spun and hand spun. Most people don't know what knots are or what a machine made rug or textile is as opposed to handmade. These sorts of things, I said before, need to be explained. But on the dyeing and the creativity level, I use natural colours, natural textures, and I want to educate people against pollution, the pollution of the rivers, the problems that India face in the mass production. Not so much at the artisan level, or perhaps using less plastic, even if it is recyclable. So my choices, even in packaging, impact on the design of the product overall, and thinking about how you're packaging these products and presenting them as part of the storytelling. I think also to the idea that it's a generational, it could even be a cultural sort of design process that's generational, and the fact that it's transmitted is an idea that, to me, in my creativity, is very important in actually sort of involving even the artisans and their families, talking about, you know, what we're creating. When I go and spend time, I'm sort of based in Italy, but I spend, like, I'm here every month or every 2 months. My daughter's being educated here in Italy, so in India. From Italy originally. So creativity is something that is, the people here don't lack for that, and I'm constantly inspired by the idea of the collaboration and not imposing my ideas. I might come along with an idea, and then given the technical constraints of what we're doing, or we might push the boundaries, and it's very much I listen to the people who I create with. And it's very humbling. I actually learn a lot more. I'm not a trained designer, as I said before. I've learnt sort of on the ground, let's say. And so I think for me, personally, my aesthetic is to keep it as natural as possible and as loyal to the original sort of creative idea of like culturally where the object is coming from or where the textile's coming from. I think that's sort of the aesthetic that I tend to live by. I need to be a bit more educated on natural dyes. I think that's my next sort of endeavour, to educate myself, and the artisans who I work with will probably help me along the way there. But that's what I mean. That's how I work. I'm very much dependent on the collaborative process.
Yeah, thank you. Now my next question to Mr. Alessandro. What opportunities do you see for a stronger Indo-Italian collaborations in textiles, design, innovation and market access? So what kind of a collaboration that and what sort of preparation that we should do to get into a more international market into Italy especially?
I see huge complementarity between India and Italy in all the sectors, I must tell you. As the president of the chamber, I touch it in all the sectors. In textiles, even more. We are extremely complementary. If you think that Italy is very strong in branding, in storytelling, in quality, it has been developed, in education. India is extremely strong in talent, in heritage, in skills, in scale. So the two together can do wonders. The collaborations can be on multiple levels. It can be on education, for example. If we get together with luxury management schools, design schools, Indian artisans or Indian schools of designs, and their skills in handloom and in craft. If we talk about retail, Italy is very advanced in terms of retail. So there are multiple areas, technologies and so on, where the two together could really profit a lot. We are trying to do that. We are trying to create awareness about handloom in Italy, about the potential of textiles. And likewise here, I have my third hat, which is education, because I manage a business school. And here, likewise, we're trying to give a lot of awareness, especially on branding. Areas where I see also in luxury management is lacking a lot, which is, for example, branding, luxury management. So the two together can really become a powerhouse for the world. Italy is also a lot of brands, a lot of big brands. If Italian designers start using handloom and become vocal about it and become instructing, rather than just steal maybe the kolhapuri, that would profit both sides really a lot, I think, because as I was saying before, luxury is looking for handmade and bespoke. And India is the only market where you can transparently show that is handmade, bespoke, with social impact, sustainable. So the tracking that is more and more required, and nobody's getting prepared, but duties are going down, but certifications are going up. The tracking will be needed to get into Europe. If we really push on that, only India can show that.
Okay.
I shouldn't be saying that, but I can say that India is the only country that can really respond transparently without any problem on the full, from the raw material to the processes, on sustainability, whatever you choose to be perfect if you want, for sure. Then
That's correct.
All sorts
That's
of things.
correct. Well noted. Because we are regularly participating in a fair in Milan in the month of December. Artignano. Maybe this time we will go for some demonstration, and maybe we will take your help for inviting the buyers over there and even the Chamber of Commerce over there in Milan and Italy. So let us showcase our products and give better publicity with more storytellings.
Very happy.
Thank you. My question to Mr. Ganesh Ingmare. What role can intellectual property protection, GI, and legal frameworks play in safeguarding traditional crafts while expanding international business opportunities?
Basically, there are many international agreement or arrangement we have already, like a TRIPS agreement under the WTO. TRIPS means trade-related aspects of intellectual property right. There are particularly 3 articles from this TRIPS agreement talks about the GI protections and extension of the GI protections, but those are somehow in real sense gave upper hand to the wine and spirit, because European Union they protects mainly the wine and spirit. However, we have submission from India to the WTO with respect to additional other protection to the agriculture and other area. So that is one aspect. The other conventions, Paris Convention and as I mentioned previously, Lisbon Agreement, which is not accepted, but later on changed as a Geneva Act, and where you see that there are certain opportunities, but however limitations are there. Not crafts are protected, but names are protected. However, considering the legal framework play, of course there are certain good initiative from the government side to protecting the Indian GI. And particularly if there is a question between the fundamental right and the statutory right, we being into this field and fought the case well, so that time we faced this issue. If I'm not an artisan, but I'm an Indian, and I see that something is going wrong with artisans, and if I put my case in the court of law, for the violation of fundamental right, because the right to livelihood is a fundamental right. That time, if GI Act is saying only registered proprietor or authorized users can take an action, in that scenario, what to be done? So this gray area need to be somehow modified, and government is taking initiative on that side. Statutory right and fundamental right. In that case, fundamental right which gives by the Constitution of India shall be prevailed, and stakeholders definition or beneficiaries definitions need to be enhanced. So even I'm a consumer and I find, or even I'm not a consumer, but I'm a well-wisher, and forget about the consumer and well-wisher. I'm an Indian and proud Indian of protecting the geographical indication of my nation is like a nothing but the birthright. We can say what Lokmanya Tilak ji is our Swadeshi. All these things need to be done.
Okay, thank you. Well noted. We will discuss with you in this regard. We will also need certain clarifications. We will send in mail.
Sure.
Acha, last, there is only one word question. So we would like to have your final suggestion from everyone. If you could recommend one action that the stakeholders must take in next 12 months to strengthen the global position of Indian handlooms, what it should be? So I just would like to have one simple suggestion, whatever comes in your mind, maybe seeing the product or right from listening to the discussions since from the morning, just you can say. Yeah, we can start with Mr. Khamri.
So we have the capabilities. That's what I'd like to tell. We have the capabilities, we have the skill, we have the heritage, we have perfected the techniques over decades and decades. So now it's time to make a product visible, because visibility will, and at the end, visibility will help us monetize our products. So that's what I'd suggest. Let's now focus on visibility and trying to get more people to see our products, and that's how we'll be able to monetize it.
Okay, visibility is the main criteria. Okay.
I think that this movement is a grassroots movement. Clearly, the people we're trying to impact, the core of who we're talking about, are grassroots. And I think we talk about Gaon Se Global. I think right now we need to go back to the Gaon. We need to listen, all of us who are stakeholders, who are capable of giving our talent, should go back to the village and listen to what they want. That's what we're doing. We're inviting all of you more conferences like this, sir. We need to put the stakeholders, the artisans in the middle, and listen to them and not go with top-down solutions, because those are the problem-creating ones. They know what they want. We just need to listen and give them the platform to speak and put our talents for them. That's what I would suggest.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Maria Lalana?
I think. Can you hear me? Yeah. I think we can do what we can as like the international world here who supports India and helps propel your products and your organisation in organising the artisans who create them. But I think I heard a lot this morning of a fair degree of uncertainty on how this is going to be organised and how you're getting there. But I think there has to be more organisation on the ground level with representatives for the artisans who are empowering them. And grouping the clusters together in a way that's effective to actually get to the point. Everyone can do, I'm sure I educate that there's always going to be beautiful inconsistencies in what you're receiving, and that will be the same in the organisation of the artisans themselves, I guess. But there has to be sort of strength at that level, and then working up towards the government bodies, organising them well, and also with the actual barcodes that we were looking at, even how Ravita's shown how it can give you information and how effectively with the technology you can communicate that information to us and then to our customers so that they can be involved in the story and understand literally the jump between the idea of the provenance but then the actual people behind it. I think that has to happen not just as a technology function but also in showing the actual reality, which is not an easy thing to do. But I think that's where we're behind you to try and get to that point and sell this wonderful idea and these wonderful products. But there has to be sort of a movement on the ground as well to get to that point. And with the government support and more conferences, more discussions, this is a start, and I've been really happy to have participated in it.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Alessandra,
I would say let's create three big brands, and we focus on supporting them with an incubation 360 degrees so that the world starts seeing at top level 3 brands from GI Handloom that are synonymous of top quality.
Okay. Mr. Ganesh Ingmar.
One recommendation or one action for a recommendation: quality, quality, and quality. You may be producer, you may be trader, you may be exporter. Your GI is not your GI, it is an heritage of India. It is a culture of India. Do not compromise. I have had an opportunity to work for 125 GI. While working, we exclusively focus on quality, 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 and highly appreciated by Shiv Kumar sir and all GI registry. So when you take your GI to international market, and if there is no quality in your application, if there is no quality indirectly in your product on paper, then I think that will dilute the reputation, not only your product, but the entire GI ecosystem and your country at large. So please make sure quality, quality, quality is equal to your culture, heritage, and your nation pride for Indian GI.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Ganesh. The main takeaway from this is from this session, it's like visibility, storytelling, branding, quality, and innovation of products. So I'm sure that this will help us to scale up better in the future days for the GI products. Thank you. Thanks for that. And the session is open for next 3 to 5 minutes. In case of any questions, please.
This was on standardization. When we talk about handloom or handmade product, what would be one standardization? Because see, it's a handmade product, and it will evolve all the way. How will you standardize something? Because it cannot be just duplicated like a machine, and it should not, I would say, because we did talk about volumes coming out. I mean, there was this point. I don't think we can make volumes, because if you make volumes, then it's a machine-made product, definitely. So there's a thin line to it. How do we? When you said when you said quality, I agree with quality, but it could not be the same quality or standardization. How would we? Because we don't have an ISI mark or anything on that. So that needs to be clarified through the artisan, because there's one prototype. How do you duplicate that prototype? In terms of colors, fine, or maybe sizes, fine. But otherwise, there would be deviations. Even in a handloom, you cannot have a consistent warp and web, the fitness, the tightness. You will find gradual variation. Every hand will be different. So there is that little bit of confusion when a lot of rejections happen because of that.
I just know from my own selling, I actually go to great lengths to describe that there is irregularity, that you are dealing with the product passing through so many hands, from not just the weaving, but from when the wool is or the whatever yarn we're using is spun, and the beauty of the product is the irregularity. So that sort of buyer is generally open to that. I mean, I've worked for mass production, like I've worked with Crate and Barrel in America for many years, and that's where you get the sort of like within a sort of range of what is acceptable or not, and then the rejections come. But generally, I think more and more, if you market and sell it and explain it, that's where the education is, and that's where the transparency is as to what the process is, and the beauty is the irregularity in these products, and the fact that every artist is different. They're artists. Yeah.
Also, you can't compare it to the industrial system. The industrial system is only 200 years old. Before 200 years, the world was clothed, dressed with handloom all over the world, and we'd never had an issue. So I think this is an industrial mindset that we want it all to be standardized. I don't think that's a word we should even use in the future. I think future is all about personalizing, even in medication. We all want to go back to the individual. So I think what we need to talk about quality is it performing what it was meant for? Is it color fast? Is it good quality? That's what quality. Quality doesn't mean that it matches a swatch. Quality means, does it stand up to what it's supposed to do? Is it a good cloth? Does it fit well, etc., etc.?
Yeah, I have something to add. Standardization, very important term in real sense, but if you go to the GI is mitti ki khushbu, attributed to particular geography and then pass on from generation to generation. That is one. About a law framework, you can see there is a mandatory provision in the GI Act called method of production. You define that general method, you define and specified it and create a range for it. Okay, so there may be variation. You say you have certain painting, but and then your mother की जो painting है वो उसकी daughter में आएगी as it is आएगी, लेकिन थोड़ा बहुत 19-20 तो होगा ही होगा. So that standardization is considered, and for that purpose there is a decision given during the Basmati case. Stand-alone reputation shall be the parameter. That is a precedent. So two aspects. One is method of production, which is already there. Stand-alone reputation. वो आपका थोड़ा बहुत मदर का जो हाथ की पेंटिंग है एज इट इज डॉटर के माध्यम से नहीं होगी, लेकिन बिल्कुल डिफरेंसेस नहीं होगी, ऐसी नहीं होगी. उन्होंने कृष्ण का चिन्ह, कृष्ण का पेंटिंग निकाला तो इन्हें कृष्ण ही दिखाई देगा. उनकी आंखों में थोड़ा बहुत तो फर्क होगा. वो हाथों की ये है, लेकिन इन शॉर्ट देयर इज अ मिट्टी की खुशबू and particularly method of production, which is standardize the process, but not exactly ऐसे ही होना चाहिए. वो थोड़ा हमें शायद better भी हो सकता है डॉक्टर का.
Also, what the market demands. I mean, you'll have to,
Exactly,
tweak it a
exactly.
bit to
Yes.
suit the market demand.
Yes. Basically हमें उसको जैसे अपना मन है उसमें उतार देते हैं ये लोग. उसमें थोड़ी भावनात्मक तरीके से someone already mentioned about the storytelling. और उसके अलावा ग्लोबल पर्सपेक्टिव से देखा जाएगा तो SDG गोल, सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल, जहां पे आप कितनी चीजों को लेके उसको कनेक्ट हो रहे हैं. मतलब 5, एटलीस्ट एज पर माय स्टडी, 5 गोल्स आर डायरेक्टली कनेक्टेड टू दैट. सो स्टोरी टेलिंग प्लस इंटरनेशनल सिनेरियो ग्लोबल बेनिफिट के लिए काम कर रहे हो. उसके अलावा कार्बन क्रेडिट के पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से भी आप देख सकते हो. सो नॉट ओके स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन, आई कैन एग्री पोर्टल कि एज इट इज नहीं होना है, बट नियर बाय हो सकता है, अप्रोक्सीमेटली हो सकता है, मेथड ऑफ प्रोडक्शन सेम हो सकता है, स्टैंड अलोन रेपुटेशन सेम हो सकता है.
Thank you so much.
Any more questions, please? Yeah.
Good evening to all of you. Since all of you now that we are here today since from morning, and the ultimate purpose is the GI, whether in the local, domestic or international domain. I think the crux and the finality of the today's overall program and workshop must be the development of an action plan for the rural India, entire India. Because unless until an action plan is developed and then that is focused on village level, block level, district level and implemented in the right perspective, results will continue to be minimal, as has been expressed by one of the panelists. So observation is that we need to firm up a proposed action plan out of the today's discussions, whatever we have discussed since morning. And I think this can be done by none by thing, but then all of us in collaboration, and someone has to undertake the responsibility rather than the organizers itself. So put up an action plan that should go to the every state and UT, and then every state and UT should come up and firm up their further suggestions and whatever are their responses, and then make it in a way so that we could finalize that action plan and finally can put it to the ground and start implementing it.
Yeah,
because
Ashok
only
ji.
discussions naturally will not be yielding the results, and then in case we will hold such a summit again after 3-4 years, then we will again count down figures, and I think there is very probability that either we may come in parallel with that, or then we may diminish or sometimes can be increased also. So my suggestion is that everything what has been discussed over here needs to be worked out further by way of preparing of an action plan, and then same action plan needs to be strengthened by coordinating the efforts and taking inputs from all concerned stakeholders, either by mails or whatsoever methodology, and then later on should be given the government shape of its implementation on them, so that we all should work together, artisans, the government, the forums, the chambers, so the HEPC and all of us need to join hands together and make out a form of action plan. And so that the vision ultimately of the government could be achieved in due course of time.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Ashraf ji, your points are well noted. Certainly, we will make an action plan on this. We'll also discuss with the DC Handloom office and we'll circulate to all state governments that these are all the points and the feedbacks from different sessions.
Thank you, sir.
So how we are going to scale it up? Definitely, we will see a good progress in GA beyond 3.0. Okay?
Done.
Sure.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Next. Yeah, let that be the last one. So let's. Yeah, you can give.
Hi, I'm Pratima Pandey. I'm a designer from Delhi. I've been working on one particular textile for the last 18 years. It's Chanderi. I'm from Chanderi and I'm from Madhya Pradesh. I'm from Rewa. But working with Chanderi, and now obviously I've taken on another textile, which is Maheshwari. The beauty word, I think I have a suggestion here, because there is a GI tag for now a lot of crafts. There should be one champion attached to a craft. because I feel like as a designer, if I am with Chanderi for the past 18 years. I know the problems. I know everything about it. There is a sheer sucker Chanderi which hardly anybody knows. I've just created a textile which is the finest Chanderi in the world, which is with 500 count, cotton. So the point is that. One has to champion a craft along with the GI tag also, so that the problems around it is also handled. There are a lot of points which were addressed here. The other point is we have to preserve the craft as is and also take the craft with a unique language for the West, right? We can't dilute either, because we can't dilute a craft to entertain the world around. And also there was another point that we have to work for the West, for exports and all that. I had a point that first we have to look at India itself. India itself is a very, very huge market. We need to first understand what we want for ourselves and then start working internationally as well. There are a lot of points that I think ma'am asked that why are the defects a part? If it's handloom, there has to be a defect and it's a part of the design. I work with China. I am one of the few designers who are sending or selling clothes to China. They also had a problem why there are defects, why are not they same, and why there is discrepancy in the timeline also. But the point is first educating them as well. A lot of people don't know what it is, the problems, but it took a while before I got the orders, properly executed, and they came back with a reorder because they know that the part of the design or the irregularity is a part of the design that it is. So there are a lot of points. I think it's a great start. I'm glad I was a part of this discussion, and I think I'm taking back a lot. Also, I hope we have a website where GI and continuously updated with new GI tags there. So because as designers, we need to be aware of what's going on and what are the things that needs to be incorporated. There's such discussions every time we can't be here, but yes, a place where we can continuously go and visit, or maybe Instagram or something where we can constantly be updated with what's going on, for the GI. Sure. Thank you.
I don't know whether you are aware of government website, IP India. IP India is the website where you will get the update. Then IndianGI.com is also there, where we keeps on updating on the various articles published related to the GI and all. So these are the few immediately you have an access on. IP India is one of the best, and you will find various categories: registered GI, applied GI, authorized users details, everything you will find very well maintained by the registry. And even if certain application is accepted, publish, then journal is also there. You will find through journal you will see the entire application, that all content, method of what I said, method of production, start with the specification, description, then uniqueness, historical evidences, all you will find in that. Yeah. Thanks.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
Actually, just I wanted to make one observation or suggestion. Lot has been discussed, no? How to increase the demand or the awareness of GI products, quality. So one thing, I'm basically from a pharma sector, so not from this domain. I was thinking that GI products, their costing, how much it costs at the artisan level. Then, the other part is what price it reaches to the customer, to the final person. There is a bandwidth. Now, what part of that bandwidth goes to the artisan? Who is the creator? And, basically that particular distribution of that bandwidth and proper distribution of it. And then part of it is going into, a place where the further development of that GI product in terms of functionality or design element or whatever, quality and whatever, that gets taken care of. So artisan or the creator community should not be left behind when the distribution of that bandwidth is happening. That's something I wanted to convey. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, esteemed moderator. Thank you, esteemed panelists, for a very engaging discussion. May I now take the pleasure of inviting on stage Chairman HEPC, Shri Lakshmi Narasimhan, and Vice Chairman, Shri Rakesh Jain, to please join us and present the mementos for this session. And in no particular order, we would like to thank Shri N. Sridhar, Mr. Kshitij Kameria, Ms. Kavita Parmar, Ms. Maria Lena, Mr. Alessandro Giuliani, and Professor Advocate Ganesh Hingmire. I request the Chairman HEPC to please stay back. I now request Chairman HEPC to please come and join us on the podium and kindly propose the vote of thanks.
Good evening, friends. We are at the closing ceremony, and this is our official thanks session. On behalf of our Handloom Export Promotion Council, I thank Honorable Minister of State, Sri Babitra Margarita ji, for his presence and sharing the certificates to the artisans. Thanks to the Secretary, Textile Secretary, Neelam Shamira Rao Madam ji, for her encouragement and support. Our thanks to Dr. Beena, Development Commissioner for Handlooms, for her support. Thanking Development Commissioner Handicrafts for her presence and the other officials from the Textiles Ministry. Thanks to the participants and the panelists, buyers from all over the world, for making this GI and Beyond 2.0 a huge success and purposeful. Thank you, one and all.
Sure. Thank you so much, sir. So, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes this summit, which was GI and Beyond 2.0. We hope you enjoyed attending all the sessions as much as we attended and putting them together for you. We hope you enjoyed being part of the discussion. So once again, thank you all for being here. Please join us for tea. There is high tea which is being served. So please do join us for an evening tea or coffee or snacks, and have a great evening ahead. Thank you once again.